This is a story of a bizarre murder and a crime scene that yields few clues. And it is the story of a small-town cop who refuses to give up. Even after his only suspects vanish. With the help of Interpol, he tracks them across the globe to bring them to justice and uncover the truth behind their lethal obsession. Jurisdiction? The world. When crimes are committed, an international organization unites police officers to deliver justice. Interpol investigates. Bedford County, Virginia. On April 3rd, 1985, Deputy Ricky Gardner drives back to the Bedford County Sheriff's Office. Just after 4 p.m., a call comes over the radio.
It's a Gardner, 10-4.
The Bedford County Sheriff's Office received a call from a group of ladies who had gone to the residence of Derek and Nancy Haysom for a bridge game.
The women didn't get an answer when they knocked on the door.
Our deputies had been sent to the residence for a well-being check.
Gardner notices something strange about the call.
They didn't come back on the radio.
The officers call in their report on the telephone so they can't be overheard. This procedure is only used in the most serious situations. For Detective Gardner, it is an ominous sign.
So I knew then, I said, well, that doesn't sound exactly right. So I started listening a little bit more intently.
The dispatcher orders all units to respond to the Haysom home immediately. Derek and Nancy Haysom live in a modest house in an expensive part of town. Crime scene investigators are already on the scene when Gardner arrives.
When I entered the residence, I observed a male subject laying on the floor to the left of the front door as you go in, laying in a large pool of dried blood.
Derek Haysom's throat has been slit. He's been stabbed dozens of times. From the condition of the body, it looks like he's been dead for several days. Deputy Gardner follows a trail of dried blood into the kitchen. There he finds Nancy Haysom's body.
There was a large amount of blood, dried blood, surrounding her body as well.
Like her husband, Mrs. Haysom's throat has been cut. She too has been stabbed repeatedly.
I had only been an investigator for about 6 months. So this was the first murder scene that I had ever been assigned to. It was obvious to a young investigator that it was a very violent crime and that the victims obviously put up a fight.
Gardner questions the women who first found the bodies. They tell him they played bridge with Derek Haysom regularly. Derek was religious about his weekly bridge game. He never missed it. When he didn't answer the door that afternoon, they became concerned. To Gardner, nothing about the murders makes sense. They seem random. He questions the Haysoms' neighbors, hoping they might have seen something.
We didn't have a lot of luck in the neighborhood because it is such a remote area, and people could go and come over there without really being detected.
Despite the violence of the crime and the obvious signs of a struggle, no one has seen or heard anything unusual. News of the murder leaks to the press. Terrence Samuel covered it for the Roanoke Times.
We can't believe this has happened here, you know. There are these 2 dead people. It's pretty brutal. There's blood everywhere. Reporters are desperate for any kind of information, We're there kind of milking everybody who comes and leaves, and there's a sense that this is something big.
Forensic techs from the Bedford County Sheriff's Department analyze every corner of the house. There is no sign of forced entry. Nancy Haysom's purse, in plain view, is still full of cash.
Right out of the chute, we were able to eliminate the robbery as being a motive. So we were trying to figure out why were these two people so brutally murdered.
Check this out. What do you think?
In the dining room, investigators find a bloody handprint on the upholstery of a chair. Does it belong to one of the Haysoms, or did the killer leave it behind? Investigators bag the upholstery and the handprint as evidence. Forensic techs seal every door and window in the house, then fumigate the interior with superglue. Cyanoacrylate, an ingredient in superglue, clings to latent fingerprints, making them visible. Next, using luminol, investigators search the house for any hidden blood evidence. Under a specialized light source, blood trails emerge in the dark. Gardner notices strange patterns. It almost looks as if the killer mopped the floor with it. Whoever committed this crime spent time in the home trying to cover his or her tracks, though unsuccessfully. Bloody footprints lead away from Derek's body.
One appeared to be made from a tennis shoe. At least 2 or 3 others were either partial barefoot impressions or one complete barefoot impression.
The trail of prints leads down the hall, into the bedroom, and ends in the master bath. Gardner wonders if the killer tried to clean himself up before he left the house.
We sprayed the showers, the sinks, and also the area outside of the front door.
Blood is everywhere. Whoever killed the Haysoms also washed up in their bathroom.
We'd never seen anything like this before. We really hadn't formulated any kind of an idea on what really happened inside the residence or how many perpetrators had been there. Emotionally, it was just draining to be involved in something like that. But yet at the same time, the adrenaline was still flowing. I knew that this was going to be a very important case.
After spending hours analyzing the crime scene, all Deputy Gardner uncovers are more questions. He has mountains of evidence to analyze, limited resources, and no real leads.
We were collecting evidence and sending it off to the lab and hoping that the lab would give us some idea on what we really had.
As the Virginia State Crime Lab in Richmond analyzes the evidence, the Bedford County Sheriff's Department activates the Regional Homicide Squad. Detectives from all over the state study the crime scene photos. Investigators now wonder if the double homicide is a ritual cult killing.
There were drawings in the blood in the house that seemed to suggest some kind of cultish connection. There was absolute confusion and who could have done this? Why would they have done this? Is something in this community completely broken down?
The media had just focused in on this, and the pressure from the community was becoming pretty intense.
With no suspects and no motive, the residents of Bedford County now fear their community is being stalked by cult killers. Where will they strike next? And who will they target? Bedford County, Virginia. A brutal double homicide terrifies residents of this small community. At the crime scene, investigators find a bizarre clue. It seems that whoever killed Derek and Nancy Haysom may have drawn pictures in their blood. Deputy Ricky Gardner wonders if he is dealing with a cult killer. On Easter Sunday, Gardner attends a memorial service for the victims, along with their family and friends. Derek Haysom was a retired executive. He had managed steel mills in Africa and Canada. In 1959, he met and married Nancy.
Nancy Haysom grew up in Virginia. Her father was a geologist of some kind. He moved to Africa for his work. At some point, she meets a man much older, Derek Haysom. They get married. They have one kid, Elizabeth Haysom.
Derek had 3 children from a previous marriage, and Nancy had 2. To Gardner, the Haysoms seemed like the perfect blended family. Elizabeth attends the University of Virginia, where she is an Eccles Scholar. Her half-brothers are all professionals. James works as an engineer in Canada. Walter practices medicine in Texas. Ronald is an architect, and Victor practices law in Nova Scotia.
They had traveled all over the world, lived all over the world, and in fact their children still at that time were living all over the world in different countries and were scattered across the country. So we knew we had a job cut out for us to try to put the pieces of the puzzle together, because it was, early on, it was becoming a very complicated case.
Desperate for leads, investigators talked to the people who knew the victims best, their children.
The weekend of the memorial service, the siblings came to Lynchburg, obviously, to attend their parents' memorial service. So we were able to talk to the sons and the daughters and try to put together some idea of, their history.
Walter Haysom tells investigators he was in Texas at the time of the murders.
The son was very cooperative and became sort of the liaison between the sheriff's office, the investigators, and the family members.
Investigators talked to all 6 Haysom children, including the youngest, 21-year-old Elizabeth.
She loved her parents, and she couldn't understand why anybody would murder them.
Elizabeth tells Deputy Gardner she was out of town the weekend her parents were killed.
She and her boyfriend had gone to Washington, D.C. the weekend of March the 30th. In fact, they had rented a car in Charlottesville, Virginia on Friday the 29th of March and had driven to Washington, D.C. and spent the weekend in the Washington area touring and visiting sites.
That afternoon, they went to a movie. After they returned to the hotel, Elizabeth said she ordered dinner from room service. Elizabeth and her boyfriend Jens returned to Charlottesville on Sunday night to get ready for classes on Monday. On Wednesday, she learned her parents had been killed. Gardner asks Elizabeth if her parents had any enemies. She tells him that before her father retired, he had been at the center of an intense labor dispute.
Mr. Haysom had been involved in the unions up in Nova Scotia. We were told that he had made some people mad, had stood up to the union, and there was some controversy there.
Elizabeth also mentions that one of her half-brothers had been engaged to a woman with a history of emotional problems. He jilted her and married somebody else.
She said, y'all really need to look at her. She's psychotic. She could have killed my parents, so y'all really need to look at her.
Gardner first checks out Elizabeth's story. Credit card receipts confirm she rented a car in Charlottesville, Virginia on March 29th. And her boyfriend paid for a hotel room in Washington, D.C. that night. Elizabeth has a solid alibi, as do her siblings. Gardner interviews the young local woman Elizabeth mentioned in her interview. The woman had been engaged to Elizabeth's half-brother. Her answers in the interview troubled Gardner.
Her behavior was bizarre. We didn't know if she was some kind of a sociopath. She would make statements as to, the victims and the families or whatnot, and it was just bizarre.
But not bizarre enough to make her a murderer. The ex-fiancée is eliminated as a suspect when her foot impression does not match those taken at the scene. Gardner reviews Elizabeth's statement, looking for anything he might have missed. Then, he makes a startling discovery.
And we began looking at the rental car agreement, and we saw that the mileage was a whole lot more than it should have been if, in fact, they had driven from Charlottesville to Washington.
Gardner calculates that the round trip from Charlottesville, Virginia to Washington, D.C. is about 230 miles.
The rental car agreement showed that they had traveled some 669 miles that weekend.
Gardner again questions Elizabeth, this time about the mileage on her rental car. She explains that she and her boyfriend did a lot of sightseeing in Washington, D.C.
And they went here and they got lost. They ended up in Maryland. So I told her, I said, well, we need to collect some evidence from you. We need to get your fingerprints, we need to get your blood type, and we need your anatomical foot impressions to compare with what we found at the scene. How do you feel about doing that? And she said, I'll do anything you want me to do. It's not a problem. So a couple of days later, I traveled to Charlottesville and fingerprinted her. We got a vial of her blood, inked the bottom of her feet, and got her to walk across a piece of paper. She was cooperating with our investigation.
In the lab, Elizabeth Haysom's fingerprints and blood are compared to samples collected at the crime scene. Her fingerprints match prints found in the home, but that is to be expected. Her blood type does not match the blood found in the bathroom. Her footprint is inconsistent with the bloody footprints found at the scene. From the physical evidence, Gardner concludes that Elizabeth did not murder her parents.
About this period of time is when we started asking about her boyfriend.
Gardner recalls that Elizabeth's boyfriend, Jens Söring, had a bandage on his hand at the Haysoms' memorial service. He decides to ask Jens a few questions. Jens Söring is 19 years old, the son of a German diplomat working in the United States.
He wanted to convince us that he was smarter than anybody else, highly intelligent. He dared us for even talking to him about being a suspect.
Gardner questions Jens about the extra mileage on the rental car the weekend he and Elizabeth drove to Washington. Jens corroborates Elizabeth's story. They got lost and drove around Washington for hours.
And I remember making the statement to him, well, you were major lost because you put 400 more miles on the car than it should have been.
Jens sticks to his story. Deputy Gardner asks him to provide the same samples Elizabeth did: blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Jens says he would like to cooperate, but he can't.
He was afraid that his father was going to be deported out of the country because his son, Jens, was a murder suspect.
Gardner reassures the young student he only needs samples to eliminate him as a suspect. Jens tells Gardner he is too busy with upcoming exams.
At the time, he was one of the few people, if not the only person, that we had confronted about collecting physical evidence and not received any cooperation.
Jens finally agrees to return to Bedford on October 16th to provide prints and blood samples. But on October 15th, Deputy Gardner receives a stunning phone call. It's Walter Haysom. He flew in from Texas to visit Elizabeth.
Well, when he called the apartment, her roommate answered the phone, and he asked to speak to Elizabeth. And the roommate said, well, she's not here. And the brother said, well, when do you expect her back? And she says, I don't. And he says, what do you mean, you don't? And she said, well, she doesn't live here anymore, she's gone. Matter of fact, when she left you a letter, and also Söring left the investigators a letter. And he said, what do you mean Söring left letters? Well, he's gone too.
Gardner can't believe it. The only two suspects in the brutal murder case have fled.
And I drove to Lynchburg, picked up the brother, and flew to Charlottesville. Elizabeth had gone, Jens had gone, and we're going, I think we're on the right track now, because they have obviously absconded. The brother that night was very upset with us and our prosecutor because he thought that we had let the murderers get away.
But without hard evidence pointing to murder, police can't arrest the suspects.
We went over the facts of the case, trying to convince the brother that we did not have enough probable cause to arrest either one of them.
Yes?
Hi, I'm Deputy
At the
Gardner.
apartment, Deputy Gardner talks to the roommate. She hands over the letters from Elizabeth and Jens. Elizabeth's letter to her family says she and Jens left for an unspecified destination. She urges them not to try to find her. Jens also left a letter. It's addressed to Deputy Gardner.
Jens left a letter basically saying that he did not commit the crimes against the Haysoms, did not murder the Haysoms, and that they had decided to start a life on their own, he and Elizabeth, and that he regretted the fact that Elizabeth had supplied us with any physical evidence.
Gardner is no longer looking at a random cold killing. He suspects the brutal double homicide was carefully planned. 21-year-old Elizabeth Haysom and 19-year-old Jens Söring are now the prime suspects. With credit cards and a head start, by now they could be anywhere in the world. Now Deputy Gardner's only hope of finding them is Interpol. In Virginia, Derek and Nancy Haysom are brutally murdered, stabbed to death in their own home.
There's a sense that, okay, whoever did it, wherever they've gone, they're not going to get far. Turned out not to be the case.
As the investigation heats up, the couple's daughter Elizabeth suddenly disappears, along with her boyfriend, Jens Söring. Deputy Ricky Gardner of the Bedford County Sheriff's Department fears he may have lost his suspects and that they may have gotten away with murder. 2 days later, investigators confirm their worst fears.
Jens's car was located in a parking garage at the airport, and at that time we had strong feelings that they had left the country. I contacted Interpol office in Washington, D.C. to alert them that these two were suspects in the murders of her parents.
But investigators in the United States don't have enough evidence to charge Elizabeth Haysom and Jens Söring yet.
The only thing we had was the mileage And the fact that they absconded, that wasn't enough to convict them in court of double homicide.
John Imhoff is the former director of the U.S. Interpol office.
Unfortunately, Ricky doesn't have sufficient information for a red notice. Had he had just a little bit more time, he could have developed the case so that he could have collected forensic evidence about Jens Söring to allow him to have the arrest warrant issued.
It is yet another blow to the investigation. If Gardner hopes to make a case against the fugitives, he needs more than circumstantial evidence. He needs to establish a motive for murder. According to Elizabeth, she adored her parents. They doted on her and sent her to an exclusive British boarding school.
We did.
But according to family members, Elizabeth ran away just before graduation.
We found out that Elizabeth was prim and proper, as she let us on to be in the initial interview. We learned that, in fact, that she had experimented with a number of types of drugs, heroin, LSD.
She gets in trouble. She takes off at some point, drops out.
Elizabeth left Wickham Abbey with a friend. In Virginia, Derek and Nancy Haysom did everything they could to find their daughter. But Elizabeth had vanished. Months later, both girls appeared at the British consulate in Berlin.
She was in a pretty bad situation, strung out, basically living in poverty. So, we found out that Elizabeth was a bizarre character. The fact that she did all these things did not make her a murderer or a murder suspect, but it was inconsistent with the Elizabeth that we talked to in the initial interview.
Elizabeth's parents arranged for her to return to the United States.
We were seeing two sides of Elizabeth there. The pure and the proper, the Wickham Abbey Elizabeth Haysom, and then the drug addict Elizabeth. So, which one were we dealing with there?
In the fall of 1984, Derek and Nancy Haysom enrolled Elizabeth at the University of Virginia. She was even awarded a prestigious scholarship. But Elizabeth was still a troubled young woman. She resented her parents for controlling her life. Deputy Gardner wonders how deep that resentment went and how Jens figures into the equation.
Really?
He questions students at the University of Virginia to learn more. Shortly after Elizabeth entered UVA, she attended a party for scholarship students. There, she met Jens Söring. He was the son of a German diplomat. Like Elizabeth, he had grown up all over the world.
He had always been a bookworm, a nerd. And when he met Elizabeth Haysom in the fall of '84, he had never had a romantic relationship before that. And she was older, worldly, with the European accent. He was absolutely smitten. He fell in love with her. I mean, head over heels in love with her.
Elizabeth and Jens were inseparable. They lived in a world of their own. Derek and Nancy Haysom were as opinionated about their daughter's relationship as they were about her education. They were against it. They rejected Jens outright.
They didn't approve of him. He wasn't good enough for their daughter.
Gardner feels he has finally found a possible motive for the Haysom murder. If he is right, then two brutal killers are free somewhere in the world. In Bedford County, Virginia, A small-town cop suspects 2 college students are responsible for a brutal double murder. Jens Söring has fled the country, flying to Europe. His girlfriend, Elizabeth Haysom, leaves the country on a different flight. Deputy Ricky Gardner of the Bedford County Sheriff's Office contacts Interpol to help track down the fugitives.
Hopefully, if Jens and Elizabeth were arrested, stopped somewhere overseas, their names would pop up in Interpol files, and they would know to contact us in Bedford County.
In Europe, Jens and Elizabeth alter their passports, creating false identities to elude authorities. The fake passports work perfectly. They easily travel to Paris, then on to Brussels and Luxembourg by train. In Luxembourg, the couple rents a car and drives to Bern, Switzerland.
A fugitive really has a choice of anywhere in the world to hide. And Ricky Gardner has a difficult situation with Jens Söring and Elizabeth Haysom on the run. He knows they have great facility for traveling internationally.
From Switzerland, the fugitives drive to Bulgaria and finally into Serbia and Montenegro, then known as Yugoslavia. While in the mountains, Elizabeth loses control of the car. Both Elizabeth and Jens are injured in the crash, but they can't afford to wait around for the police. It is too risky. The fugitives abandon the wrecked car and board a train to Belgrade. From there, they take another train and flee to Austria. In Vienna, they run out of money. Elizabeth is forced to make a cash withdrawal on a credit card in her own name.
In the modern world, credit card transactions are recorded instantaneously. In 1985, you're 4 or 5 days from having feedback from a specific credit card transaction.
To throw authorities off their trail, Elizabeth leaves a letter addressed to one of her friends with a hotel clerk in Salzburg. She tells him to wait a few days before he mails it. In the letter, Elizabeth claims she and Jens are continuing their travels in Europe. In reality, the couple flies to Bangkok, Thailand. Unable to find work, their credit cards maxed out, they come up with a new scheme to get money. First, they create several sets of false identification using local photographers and print shops.
A sophisticated, a savvy kid traveling through Southeast Asia would not have great difficulty in finding somebody willing to prepare false travel documentation for them. I would suspect that Jens Söring, being the son of a diplomat, was probably more aware of how easy this was.
They use the fake IDs to purchase traveler's checks. They later report the checks as stolen and receive cash refunds. On January 8th, Elizabeth and Jens return to England. They quickly learn their traveler's check scheme won't work. In the UK, the checks are too carefully scrutinized. So they devise a new scheme. Using their forged IDs, Jens and Elizabeth open accounts at different banks all over London. They use counterchecks and fake IDs to make purchases at upscale department stores, and later return the items for cash. The new scheme works. Back in Virginia, Deputy Ricky Gardner and the Bedford County Sheriff's Office worked day and night trying to find the fugitives.
And I'd worked on this case for about 17 or 18 months. And I'd played out every possible scenario in my mind about what had happened. Everywhere you go, people talking about it, asking you about it, living it.
And they're frustrated. They're frustrated for months and months and months.
Terrence Samuel is a reporter for the Roanoke Times covering the ongoing investigation.
They don't know where they are, number one, and number two, they don't know what to do once they get them, because they basically don't think they have any evidence beyond the fact that, they fled.
For 7 long months, the young couple eludes authorities. But in May 1986, they make a crucial mistake.
They're in London. They're running their check fraud, going into department stores, buying stuff with a check, returning it for cash at a different store.
Jens and Elizabeth look sophisticated. They are very well dressed. But a security guard in a Richmond, London clothing store notices something strange. Although they arrive at the store together, they pretend they don't know each other. They are detained for questioning. Detective Constable Terry Wright questions the couple at a police station nearby.
They had ID cards, and they were from Canada. The names that they gave at the time were Christopher Platt No and Tyra Lucy No.
Wright has no way of knowing who he has in custody.
These two young people, they just appeared to be young travelers, young students.
The couple claims they have done nothing wrong. They even allow police to search their flat. Inside the flat, Wright finds bag after bag of new merchandise. Each one has a valid department store receipt. But a thorough search of the room turns up personal letters, journals, several passports, and a stack of checkbooks. Each account is with a different bank and under a different name. Terry Wright plows through the couple's papers, looking for evidence of check fraud.
We found their genuine passports. So, of course, now we realised that this guy was actually Jan Söring and that she was Elizabeth Haysom. At this point, these names didn't mean anything to us.
Still, the more Wright reads, the more uneasy he becomes. The couple's letters and journals suggest they are on the run. Detective Wright wants to know why. 2 young murder suspects flee across Europe and Asia. They use fake IDs to slip across borders at will. Deputy Ricky Gardner of the Bedford County, Virginia Sheriff's Department works closely with Interpol. He has to find Jens Söring and Elizabeth Haysom to bring them to justice. In England, Constable Terry Wright arrests the couple for fraud. But he firmly believes there is more to Jens Söring and Elizabeth Haysom than meets the eye.
It seemed to me that they did have something to hide and that it was obviously something serious. And I was telling people that I thought they'd done a murder, even though they didn't refer to murder, death or anything. And everybody sort of said, yeah, okay, well, carry on. And I carried on and I went through everything.
He checks to see if they are wanted in other countries.
I asked Interpol if they would circulate all of the details to see if they were wanted anywhere. I sent them a list of all of their false identities, which amounted to about 15 in total. Details of their genuine identities from their passports, and asked them if they would send these details across the various different countries.
Using the diaries, Interpol retraces the couple's travels. They send the information to the United States and to the countries they traveled through in Europe and into Thailand.
When I got into work one morning, there was a teleprinter message waiting for me, which had come through Interpol.
Interpol confirms Wright's suspicions. Jens and Elizabeth not only pass bad checks, they're suspected murderers.
They now knew that I'd arrested, or that we had arrested, young Söring and Elizabeth Haysom, and they were trying to make contact so that they could let me know that they were strongly suspected of the murder of Derek and Nancy Haysom. The officers that were trying to get hold of me were from Bedford County Sheriff's Department in the United States, and the officer in particular was an investigator called Ricky Gardner.
Investigator Gardner?
Yes, hello. My name's Terry Wright. I'm a detective with the Metropolitan Police in London, in England.
And I'm almost speechless to today because that was a very emotional telephone conversation, because I had lived this case for like 14 months. And for somebody to call me on the phone and say that they had those two in jail and had evidence that they committed a crime, and it was almost too good to be true.
Wright warns Deputy Gardner they must move quickly. In England, the two students are only charged with check fraud.
There was a possibility that they could get bail. If they got bail, we'd probably never see them again. They'd probably be able to get hold of further false IDs and just disappear.
5 days later, Gardner flies to England. The entire case is at stake. They may never have this chance again. Once again, Elizabeth Haysom finds herself facing Deputy Ricky Gardner. This time, she tells him the truth.
Elizabeth talked a great deal about her hatred for her parents and resentment. And they absolutely controlled her life when she was in Lynchburg and decided who she could date and who she couldn't date. And I think she just got tired of it. She convinced Jens that he was in her future, but first he had to get rid of her parents. And he was willing to do that. She planted a seed in his mind, and he was willing to let it grow.
As in her previous statements, Elizabeth tells Gardner she and Jens drove from Charlottesville, Virginia to Washington, D.C., where they checked into a hotel. But now she claims Jens didn't go to the movies. Instead, he dropped her off at the movie theater and told her to buy 2 tickets to establish an alibi. Jens then drove to the Haysom's home in Boonesboro, Virginia.
She put the idea in his head, and when he left Washington that day, he had 4 hours to change his mind, and he didn't. He did it. He went there and did exactly what he had planned to do if they didn't accept him into Elizabeth's life. And that was to murder him.
Hours later, Jens returned to the theater. He was covered with blood. He told her he had dealt with her parents once and for all. They were finally free to live their lives together.
She was shocked that he'd actually gone through with it.
She made the statement to me that things changed the night that Jens murdered her parents, because they controlled and ruled her life up until that point. But after he murdered her parents and picked her up and they got back to the Marriott that night, roles switched and he became the dominating and controlling person in her life. So she lost her parents, but she gained Jens, and he just took their place.
Elizabeth Haysom is extradited to the United States to stand trial. In August 1987, she tells a jury what Jens told her the night he returned from Charlottesville.
He said he got to the residence after dropping Elizabeth off in Georgetown.
Yes, I didn't accept. Come in.
They invited him in and offered him something to eat because they were just finishing up dinner themselves.
Jens brought up the topic of his relationship with Elizabeth.
He says, you know, I love your daughter, and I'm asking you for your permission to date her and possibly get married sometime. And Mr. Haysom was adamantly opposed to that. And he says, no, son. He says, you're not good enough for our daughter. I'm powerful enough to have you kicked out of the country. I'll have you kicked out of the university. And that's when Jens went and tackled him and took him down and cut his throat.
Jens then attacks Nancy Haysom. Investigators are now certain Jens Söring is responsible for the brutal stabbing deaths of Derek and Nancy Haysom. In August 1989, Jens Söring is extradited back to Virginia. At trial, he tries to pin the murders on Elizabeth. According to Jens's testimony, he was the one who set up the alibi. She was the one who killed her own parents. Forensic evidence collected at the crime scene tells a much different story. Jens's foot impression matches a bloody sock print found inside the Haysom home. His blood, type O, was also found in the Haysom's bathroom. In 1987, Elizabeth Haysom is found guilty of accessory to murder. She is sentenced to 90 years. In 1990, Jens Söring is found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Due to an agreement with the British government, U.S. prosecutors do not seek the death penalty. Instead, Jens Söring is sentenced to spend the rest of his life in a Virginia prison. The couple who killed to stay together will spend the rest of their lives separated by iron bars. In the early 1980s, drug enforcement officers in Los Angeles wage a desperate battle on the front lines of the war on drugs. Jim Whitten works narcotics for the LA County Sheriff's Department.
The market was getting flooded. When law enforcement pressure increased in Florida, the importing shifted to the West Coast.
In reaction to the crackdown in the East, the drug cartels redirect their deadly traffic through Mexico into California. LA is awash in cocaine.
The Sheriff's Department makes approximately 100,000 arrests per year. Narcotics arrests result in about 18 to 20,000 of those arrests. We were seizing more cash in the 80s than we'd ever seen before. Large amounts of cash in conjunction with large amounts of narcotics.
Local police are overwhelmed, and the DEA steps up their support.
There's a connection.
One of the men on the front lines is DEA agent Darnell Garcia.
All right, that's all I got.
He's an experienced cop who begins his career with the LAPD, then transfers to the DEA in 1978. Garcia's friend and fellow drug investigator Victor Guerrero still works undercover for the FBI, and his identity must be hidden for his own safety.
He had a very infectious personality, beamed with confidence. And since he had such an infectious personality and such a likable nature that he instilled confidence in others, Darnell was always able to paint a very rosy picture. The glass is always half full, never half empty.
Garcia is close with 2 fellow agents, Ed Williams and Brian Hartford. The 3 men put their lives on the line every day, fighting what seems like a losing battle to keep drugs off the street. It is dangerous work, but it's work that Garcia does well.
He was a very street-savvy agent and seemed to know exactly what he was doing.
Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Terry Bowers worked with Garcia.
And as an undercover agent, he was able to work the streets well and come up with results. I think he also fostered a bit of a tough guy persona.
Originally from New York City, Garcia moves with his family to LA, where he attends high school. He joins the Army and serves 3 years during the Vietnam era. After he gets out of the Army, he returns to LA to attend college. He becomes obsessed with martial arts. Training with movie star and martial arts champion Chuck Norris, he goes on to become a champion himself.
Darnell trained very hard, and he was a successful competitor when he was in the martial arts circuit. and eventually winning the internationals in Long Beach.
Garcia eventually follows his teacher's footsteps, landing several movie roles, including one in the acclaimed Bruce Lee epic, Enter the Dragon. His competitive nature makes him a good cop. But for Darnell Garcia, being a good cop isn't enough.
You know, in a city like LA, where you have such extreme wealth and extreme poverty, the differential there is always something you have to live with. So with a law enforcement officer who's out there and exposed to large sums of cash on a regular basis, it's a big temptation. And I think they really have to fight the urge, particularly if they have a family.
Darnell wants to live the good life, a life his DEA salary can't support.
It was a shortcut to life. He wanted an expensive lifestyle. He found a venue to live this lifestyle he wanted to live, and he compromised his ethics as a result of that.
Garcia starts taking cash. He justifies this extra income as repayment for a dangerous and frustrating job.
You know, I'm out here for the community, putting my life on the line every day, and I'm not getting paid well, and I'm getting hassled, and you know, if I skim a couple bucks off the top of a bag of narco cash, who's gonna know and what's the problem?
Just be sure to check outside the door. I don't want to see anyone see him come in.
Garcia enlists the help of his friends, Ed Williams and Brian Hartford. The three agents soon discover that stealing drugs is as easy as lifting cash.
Darnell Garcia was your worst nightmare. When people are out in the field doing the undercover work, if they're there too long and they don't have a real strong moral compass, the lines can start to blur a little bit.
Because of the millions to be made dealing drugs in the 80s, police corruption is rampant. And Garcia and his gang are in the middle of it, operating inside the DEA. The agency has no idea.
He did not have a great deal of respect for the agency that paid his salary. He found where there were some administrative weaknesses, where in fact he could be successful at what he planned to do. And since the opening was there, he took it.
With each heist, Garcia becomes bolder. In January of 1983, Garcia and his men steal approximately 1 pound of cocaine from a DEA seizure. To hide their crime, they rely on expertise gleaned from years of busting drug dealers.
As an undercover operative, you see what they do on the street. If you're going to go over to that side, you can adopt the same techniques and things that they do.
Dealers on the street often cut their cocaine with baking soda to increase the volume of their product. Garcia adopts this tactic himself. After he empties the cocaine from the evidence bag, he replaces it with baking soda. He's careful to leave just enough cocaine so that when the DEA tests the bag, they will find traces of coke and never realize Garcia took the drugs.
He was just using some of the techniques he observed while out as an undercover agent.
The plan works. DEA officials never notice that a switch has been made. In the first 2 years, Garcia's operation makes 10 thefts of narcotics, worth nearly $300,000. Garcia uses his inside knowledge of working investigations to keep his supply of drugs flowing. He stakes out suspected drug dealers and finds out where they hide their drugs. He then moves in to take the drugs before the DEA can make a bust. It is a brilliantly simple plan.
He was motivated to take the money from a drug seizure because he thought he can get away with it. So I'm sure he was very confident that the drug trafficker was not going to bring it up, and neither was he. Hence, no one to report it, no one to hear it.
Garcia plays both sides. He hides behind his badge to protect him from any retaliation from the dealers. Former head of Interpol in the United States, John Emhoff, ran a narcotics squad for the FBI in the 1980s.
They're always ready. They're They're always ready to protect their assets, and they're ready with heavy weaponry for the most part. Generally speaking, drug dealers are smart enough not to shoot cops.
Garcia seems untouchable. As months pass, Hartford, Williams, and Garcia start their own narcotics enterprise.
He had success taking money. Now he has success taking cocaine. He had a ready-made market. He just needed the right marketer.
Garcia knows exactly where to find them. He turns to the informants from his investigations. He now asks them to sell his drugs on the street.
Yeah, one of the great paradoxes of working drug enforcement investigations is that you're constantly associating with the criminal element. Now, your objective as a legitimate enforcement officer is to not get sullied by that. It's really surprisingly easy for a narcotics enforcement officer to find the route to sell drugs because they've been dealing with drug dealers all their careers.
Garcia and his gang create a distribution network rivaling any gang in the city. Business is good. In fact, too good. Garcia and his partners amass millions in profits.
There's so much money involved that money becomes not the be-all and end-all that you started out for, but a problem. You don't have any place that you can legitimately stash it. The government has seen to it that if you are putting too many dollars into a bank account, you're going to draw undue attention to yourself. So you have to deal with cash as cash, and it becomes cumbersome.
Garcia has to find a place to hide all his money. Always the ladies' man, he enlists his girlfriend, legal secretary Wendy Bedford, to help launder the profits.
I thought you'd never make it.
She buys cashier's checks for $9,900, a carefully chosen amount. The law requires banks to report anything over $10,000 to the government. Once Garcia collects enough checks, he looks for a place where he can hide large sums of cash from the prying eyes of the police. He finds it in Switzerland. In 1983, the three men travel to Zurich. Here, the banking industry is as powerful as it is discreet. And discretion is what clients like Darnell Garcia count on. Garcia, Hartford, and Williams each open secret individual bank accounts. In his first deposit, Garcia turns over 12 cashier checks, totaling $100,000. An impressive score. But Garcia is just getting started. At the DEA offices in Los Angeles, Darnell Garcia uses his badge to mask a drug trafficking operation.
You guys go back and get that gym bag? Yeah, no worries.
In 1984, Garcia lifts large amounts of drugs from the DEA, 1 kilo at a time. He thinks the DEA will never notice any of it is missing. He holds the agency in great disdain, according to his friend and fellow undercover agent, Victor Guerrero.
He was always very critical of the agency. Their shortcomings, a lack of resources, and generally their inexperience and ineffectiveness.
John, I'll bring it back.
In 1985, the agency transfers Garcia from LA to Detroit, but he refuses to go.
Yeah, you know procedure.
The DEA fires him.
Gotta keep all the records straight.
I cannot characterize Darnell as a good agent. He was a malcontent from the onset of his commencement of his career with DEA.
Garcia fights back and brings a discrimination suit against the agency. It is a brazen accusation from a man who has been stealing from the agency for years. But Garcia wins the suit, and the DEA is forced to reinstate him. His success only emboldens him. In October of 1984, 1 kilogram of heroin is reported missing from the DEA evidence vault.
That's my signature.
At first, the agency confronts the evidence custodian, but he denies all knowledge of the crime. According to sign-in sheets, many agents had access to the vault, including Darnell Garcia. The DEA opens an internal investigation and administers polygraph tests to some of the suspects. Several agents refuse to take polygraph tests. Garcia is one of them.
He's able to walk away from the offer of a polygraph that he clearly would have failed. You can't be forced to take that polygraph. So he gets to walk away, and he gets to thumb his nose at the internal affairs folks.
In 1985, with inconclusive results from the polygraph, the DEA begins investigating everyone who had access to the evidence locker. The list includes Brian Hartford and Darnell Garcia. But Garcia is not deterred.
Greed had taken a stronger hold of him. He thought that DEA would not even discover his activities. And as a result of being overconfident, he became bolder and bolder as the weeks and months went by.
Garcia remains with the agency, and in November of 1985, after staking out a series of drug safe houses, the men are ready to make their move. The agents have been targeting one of LA's biggest dealers. The three men believe this bust will make their careers. Inside, Garcia makes the record books, finding 400 pounds of cocaine with an estimated street value of $18 million. One of the largest stashes ever uncovered in Los Angeles.
You really don't know what you're going to find most times, and sometimes it's an amazing moment because the amount of money and the amount of product that you could come across in some of these places is just astounding.
But there are no press conferences, no photos with the mayor. In fact, Garcia never records the bust. The DEA has no idea it happened. Garcia takes all the coke to fuel his own distribution network. To hide their millions in profits, the men look overseas. Their illegal money goes straight into secret numbered bank accounts in Europe. Garcia and his gang make their deposits in cash. Just as the three men begin to think they are unstoppable, police get a break. In 1986, deputies from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department apprehend a pair of known drug dealers. The bust seems routine until the drug dealers start talking. Under interrogation, they reveal their drug source. One of their suppliers is a man who works in law enforcement. His name is Brian Hartford. The investigators run the name through their database and learn Hartford is a DEA agent working in LA. The agents also run down information on all Hartford's associates and learn he is close with Darnell Garcia and Ed Williams. The DEA steps up surveillance on the three men. The agency has to be extremely careful who they include in the investigative team.
Investigating your own is a problem on a number of levels. There are probably folks that you don't want to bring into that investigation because they are his friends. He knows all of the tools that can be brought to bear against him and can take guard against those things.
The agents learn Hartford is a frequent guest at Garcia's apartment in LA, near DEA headquarters. They question an employee at the apartment complex, and she tells them Garcia always pays his rent in cash. But the more agents look into Garcia and his friends, the more complex the man becomes. It seems his apartment is not his primary residence.
One of the big red flags is unexplained affluence, so you look for a new big house or a new car or a boat, things of that nature that don't necessarily match up with the salary of the agent.
They learned that in 1987, Garcia built a new home for his family in Rancho Palos Verdes, an exclusive suburb in Southern California.
In the early 80s, DEA agents probably earned somewhere around $40,000 to $50,000 per year. They went and sold the home, probably worth about $500,000 at the time. I cautioned Darnell and says that you better be careful about having some of your co-workers come visit you. They're going to wonder how you paid for this.
Garcia assures his friend he inherited the money for the down payment after the death of a relative. He says he borrowed the rest. Officials look at the people close to Garcia, hoping to find anything or anyone that seems incriminating.
When somebody's engaged in a crime where they're generating large sums of cash and they have to launder it, it generally is easier if you have a cohort, whether it's a spouse or a girlfriend.
Garcia, they discover, has both. The handsome DEA agent is adept at leading a double life, at work and at home. Though it is unclear what, if anything, the women know of his illicit activities. If Garcia is in collusion with anyone, he hides it well. The detectives on his trail do not see him meet with any known drug dealers. All they have are suspicions. So far, Garcia isn't giving them any hard evidence they can use to link him to any criminal activity.
Zebra William Young, 290.
But his phone records show a pattern. Garcia is making frequent calls to a number in New York. The DEA contacts the NYPD and asks for help. The number belongs to a former DEA informant, Howard Calhoun, now a known drug dealer. The DEA questions Calhoun, but he denies all knowledge of Garcia, Hartford, or Williams.
Could I have a seat? Thank you.
Skeptical of his story, the detectives search his apartment. Some letters and a number scribbled in his address book blow the case wide open. They are Garcia's initials and phone number. Faced with this evidence, Calhoun and his girlfriend confess. The DEA learns a large number of overnight packages had been arriving at Calhoun's apartment. They trace the origin of the packages to an address in Los Angeles. The packages were coming from Garcia and his accomplice, Brian Hartford. Howard Calhoun tells the DEA that Garcia and his men shipped their drugs to him in overnight packages. He said he would then sell the drugs and ship the profits back to California overnight. The system was low-tech, but effective. The receipts from the overnight delivery service are the proof authorities need to arrest the rogue agents. So Garcia and his men can't tip each other off. The DEA plans to take all three men into custody at the same time. After 3 long years of investigating Garcia and his gang, on November 22nd, 1988, police make their move. Brian Hartford is arrested outside his home without incident. Edward Williams is also arrested. Like his partner, he does not resist. Completing their roundup, authorities surround the home of Darnell Garcia.
Darnell home.
No, he's not.
Look at the house.
No,
Sorry,
you can't come in there.
we have to.
Arresting officers find nothing to lead them to their suspect. Only photos celebrating his fast life. Darnell Garcia, the DEA agent turned drug dealer, seems to have vanished. In November 1988, federal agent and suspected drug dealer Darnell Garcia vanishes, just hours before he was to be arrested. But how did he do it? The only way he could have known they were coming to arrest him was if someone on the inside tipped him off. Agents talk to Garcia's friends and discover yet another girlfriend employed at the LA County Courthouse. She admits seeing his arrest warrants and warning Garcia. But she has no idea where he is.
Well, the initial frustration is that they're gone. It's just very frustrating to have a case worked up as a prosecutor and then you can't find the defendant.
Months pass, and federal grand juries in Los Angeles issue 3 superseding indictments. The County of Los Angeles charges Garcia with 26 counts, including conspiracy, possession, and distribution of narcotics, multiple currency reporting, and tax violations. The DEA keeps up surveillance on the missing agent, but Garcia does not return home.
Darnell Garcia is a sophisticated target, but ultimately operating under an alias is a very difficult thing to do, and even if you're a law enforcement officer, there are a lot of loose ends that can be pulled in order to let law enforcement track you down.
The DEA digs deep into Garcia's personnel file and list of known contacts. They keep up the pressure and talk with anyone who might know where he has fled. No one has seen or heard from him. Then, 2 months after Garcia's disappearance, police get a call that someone has spotted him at a North Hollywood club. Hungry for a break in the case, federal and local law enforcement take to the streets and the skies. They are determined not to let him slip away again. It seems unlikely Garcia is still in LA, but with the crafty and arrogant agent, anything is possible.
I felt the DEA was inept, couldn't find him. He was smarter than DEA and law enforcement.
For the second time in 2 months, officials come up empty. Police are no closer to catching their man or grasping his motives. And by June of 1989, Garcia is still on the lam. The DEA keeps his wife Anita and his 12-year-old child under surveillance. But they also vanish without a trace. With his family now gone, the DEA suspects Garcia has broken all ties with the U.S., and he is going to try and disappear forever.
In today's world, you can get anywhere on the globe very quickly and often very easily if you're willing to lay out the necessary cash. You definitely want to try and track the individual down as quickly as possible.
To stop his flight, investigators need to find where Garcia is hiding his cash and confiscate it. The DEA looks into his finances. According to Garcia's financial papers, he took a loan from an Italian businessman to pay for his fancy new home.
I don't know this.
They soon discover the loan was a fake. The papers forged by Garcia to cover the fact that he bought the house with drug money.
So let me understand clearly, you don't recognize this document nor the signature.
Further investigation reveals the true source of funding: a wire transfer of $420,000 from a bank in Switzerland made in May of 1987. During the course of the investigation, the DEA asks Switzerland to provide access to Garcia's accounts. But by the time authorities identify the bank, it is too late. Garcia closed the account. But the DEA continues to follow the trail, poring over Garcia's financial records. The agents uncover the existence of a second account in Luxembourg. They think they may have found Garcia and turn to Interpol for help.
The Interpol network is virtually exhausted, and when they broadcast a message, it goes out to every one of those countries. And most of those countries have the means to effectively disseminate that information so that people staying in hotels there, people crossing the borders there, people conducting financial transactions there are compared against that database.
The tiny nation of Luxembourg is tucked between France and Germany, but its small size masks an economic giant. Here, Interpol agents and local police bear a heavy caseload. The country's strategic position and its role as a banking center make it a frequent stopping point for criminals from all parts of the world. The DEA contacts Pierre Conan, who works for Interpol in Luxembourg, and tells him to be on the lookout for Darnell Garcia.
DEA considered him a very dangerous person, tracking down a skilled and trained police officer who knows how to avoid to be caught is much more difficult than a normal criminal.
Conan goes to the bank that issued the check. Yet once again, they are too late. Garcia has recently closed the account. For the bank manager, the transaction is memorable.
So first of all, he picked up the money in cash. He put it into a plastic bag, over $3 million. And he asked the bank manager, would you mind to come out with me and I will show you my vehicle? And that's what the bank manager did. He was guessing it would be a nice sports car.
But there is no Ferrari, just a bike. The manager recognizes a rental sticker from a hotel. Conan might be able to use this small clue to bring down this DEA agent turned drug dealer. Fugitive Darnell Garcia surfaces in Luxembourg in June 1989. Then promptly disappears, carrying $3 million in a plastic bag. Interpol believes that if Garcia is in Luxembourg, it may be their best chance to find him. Interpol's John Imhoff.
Darnell Garcia might be a sophisticated law enforcement officer, but he's a stranger in a strange land no matter where he goes. He's an American and he's going to stand out there more than he would in Southern California. Interpol can exploit that.
Garcia was last seen riding a bike, which Interpol agents tracked down to a nearby hotel. Staff members remember Garcia easily. He's a frequent guest. Conan traces phone records from Garcia's room to a travel agency in Luxembourg.
As a result of this information, we of course went to the travel agency.
A young woman, a travel agent, remembers Garcia. He had given her a lot of business.
They were able to identify him as one of their clients who a couple of times had flown from Luxembourg to Paris. We weren't able to trace him any further, but we just had the hope that he would show up again.
Conan again turns his attention to the money.
We started thinking that the money would still be in Luxembourg. If you withdraw over $3 million cash in a plastic bag, riding away on your bicycle, we were thinking that he went to put the money into another account with another bank.
But a survey of area banks comes up empty.
This is
Darnell Garcia has not opened a new account. But where is he taking his money? Back in Los Angeles, officials have a theory.
Well, one thing, when you're tracking a fugitive, generally it helps to look for some sort of affinity or hobby or sport that the individual likes, because that may give you opportunities to track him down. Darnell Garcia had a particular affinity for Grand Prix racing.
But finding one man among the crowds attending the French Grand Prix will be nearly impossible. Held in July near Marseille, the race attracts thousands of fans. It's the perfect place to blend in and disappear. The DEA and Interpol are undeterred. They scour hotel records and reservations across the country, all searching for Darnell Garcia. In Paris, on July 3rd, 1989, with less than a week before the big race, French police assisting the DEA and Interpol get lucky. While inspecting guest registers, they discover Garcia's wife and son checked in at a hotel in Paris. Perhaps Garcia is in the country for the race. They dispatch agents to watch his wife in case Garcia shows. But while French police keep watch for the elusive criminal, less than 200 miles away in Luxembourg, Garcia makes an uncharacteristic misstep. He goes to the travel agency to cash in a plane ticket.
He had at one point made a reservation and paid for a round trip to Paris, but he never had used it. So basically the travel agency owed him some $200.
He wants his refund. It is incredible the man hiding millions would put himself at risk for such a small amount of money. The woman cannot let Garcia slip away. She waits for her opportunity, then steps away and calls police. She tells Conan that Garcia is about to leave the agency and begs the police to hurry. Conan urges her to stall, delay, do anything she can to keep their suspect in place.
It was very urgent that we would get to the scene as quickly as possible. My partner and myself, we just took our guns, jumped into the car.
For more than 7 months, Darnell Garcia eludes the law. Pierre Conan finally has the chance to take this dangerous criminal into custody, but without a backup. If anything goes wrong, an innocent woman is in danger of becoming a hostage, or worse. Police have never been closer to catching international fugitive Darnell Garcia. But with only 2 men to take down the ex-narcotics agent, Pierre Conan is worried.
This was in a way, a very delicate situation, and we didn't know if he was armed or whether he was not armed. So we approached him, and simultaneously we draw our guns. The first thing you realized were 2 .357 Magnum at his head. He was arrested because being so greedy, going back to this travel agency for $200.
After 7 years of illicit drug deals and 7 months on the run, the bars finally slam shut on Darnell Garcia. But now there is a new concern for the police, getting Garcia extradited back to the U.S. The DEA contacts Mary Jo Grottenrath at the Department of Justice. Experienced working with Interpol, she specializes in getting criminals back from Europe.
And then I took a good look at the Luxembourg Treaty because we hadn't used that one for quite a while. It was a very old treaty, as I recall. So old that it did not even have a provisional arrest request in it.
That means the government of Luxembourg cannot detain Garcia for extradition.
I didn't want to take that for an answer right away, so I talked to the Luxembourg authorities and said, what can we do? We have a really old treaty and we have a really bad guy located there, very serious fugitive.
Luxembourg officials find a local law allowing them to hold Garcia for 30 days if Grottenrath requests it and provides them with sufficient evidence of Garcia's crimes.
The 30 days is better than no days, and so we sent them the request.
Now, to gain Garcia's extradition back to the U.S., officials must present their case to a Luxembourg court. All 26 charges of drug trafficking, money laundering, and tax evasion. But the investigators still have a problem. They haven't found the money he was allegedly laundering.
At the end of the 30 days, he would have been released. They would have had no choice no matter what he did. Their law did not permit them to hold him longer. So the clock started ticking.
Interpol and the DEA have to come to terms with the fact that Garcia might slip away.
The hardest part of the job is finding the person and not getting him back or her. And this happens. Sometimes it's a temporary defeat, and sometimes you just don't get the person back. And you live with that.
While U.S. officials work to secure extradition, Conan keeps his eye on Garcia in jail. He hopes he will make some sort of slip-up that will lead him to the money.
Maybe 3, 4.
Garcia's wife is a frequent visitor. But she is not the only one.
Soon after his arrest, a couple of days later, he got visited by his wife, and a day later, or perhaps it was the other way around, by his girlfriend. One was visiting Garcia in the morning, the other was visiting him in the afternoon. It was obvious that both were very much in love with Darnell Garcia.
Or at the very least, they are fond of his $3 million. Conan tries to use this against him. Conan sets up surveillance on Garcia's girlfriend and his wife, hoping one of the women will lead them to the $3 million. But the surveillance goes nowhere. Neither one enters a bank or does anything suspicious. Pierre Conan suspects Garcia's wife knows she is being followed.
She was probably trained by Garcia to notice the specific indications of a surveillance. And since we were able to follow her for half an hour, and then we had to give up.
Determined to locate the money, Conan and his team focus on the paper trail Garcia left behind.
We were analyzing all the documents he had with him. He had 2 suitcases full of stuff.
Going through the suitcases, Conan comes across a new lead. Hidden in some of Garcia's notes is a number. Police trace the number to a bank in Luxembourg. The bank has no active account with Darnell Garcia's name attached. They search the records and find an account opened with nearly $3 million under one of Garcia's aliases. But once again, the account is empty. However, the bank manager remembers Mrs. Garcia.
His wife had shown up a couple of days after his arrest with a power of attorney, and she had withdrawn all the money from the bank.
It seems the $3 million has vanished. Police spread the word to banks in Luxembourg, asking them to look out for any accounts opened or closed around the period of Garcia's arrest. Several banks have accounts that fit the description. Garcia's wife made the deposits. He had given her the money for safekeeping. She, along with his girlfriend, opened several accounts under different names. Conan and Interpol finally locate the $3 million. The DEA now has enough to get Garcia out of the country and to put him behind bars in the U.S. for a very long time. Garcia's wife, Anita, is arrested, as is his girlfriend, and the bank accounts seized. Luxembourg police hold Garcia for 6 months on charges of using a fake passport. After that time, the DEA, working with the Department of Justice, uses 6 counts of drug possession and narcotics trafficking to finally bring Garcia back to the U.S. In Los Angeles, Brian Hartford and Ed Williams plead guilty to drug trafficking charges. Hartford is sentenced to 10 years and Williams to 5 years in exchange for their testimony against Garcia. Luxembourg police sentenced Garcia's wife to 4 years and his girlfriend to 3 years. Both women skip bail and to this date have never served the time. On November 15th, 1991, Darnell Garcia stands trial in the U.S. His friend, undercover FBI agent Victor Guerrero, testifies against him.
Well, I've testified in many trials. This is the first time I had to testify against a friend, but it was the right thing to do. He had certainly tarnished our friendship by the actions he had taken. And as a law enforcement officer, then it's my obligation to either substantiate or negate the allegations against an individual. Be it a friend, be it a foe, makes no difference.
On April 16th, 1991, Darnell Garcia is found guilty of selling cocaine and heroin and laundering millions of dollars of proceeds through European banks. He is fined $1.6 million and sentenced to 80 years in prison. For years, Garcia and his gang betrayed their badges by using them to hide their drug dealings.
So there's a certain sense amongst narcotics investigators that we're trying to empty the ocean with a bucket. Some will succumb to the frustration and become cynical about it to the point where they become involved with it. And I think in the case of Darnell Garcia, that's what occurred.
But in the end, the men were tripped up by their greed. The DEA, Interpol, and Luxembourg police put them behind bars, alongside the very drug pushers they had busted years earlier. August 12th, 1997. Scottsdale, Arizona. 10:45 a.m. Business as usual at a local bank. And then... the gunman threatens to shoot anyone who touches the alarm. He orders the tellers to dump their cash drawers and hit the floor. It appears he plans to execute them. But instead, he flees with $32,000 in cash. The traumatized tellers wait for the car to peel away, then rush to lock up the bank and hit the alarm.
Yes. Attention all units, speed 5.
The nearest patrol officers take several minutes to arrive.
Okay, I'm on the way.
The call also reaches Detective Tom Van Meter of Scottsdale's Violent Crime Squad.
I remember running out of the station because it's every cop's dream to, get to a scene and catch somebody in progress.
But the gunman's already off and moving fast. He pulls into a parking lot to ditch the getaway car. He has it all worked out. To get the cops off his tail, he creates a distraction. If he can't outrun the police, he can at least slow them down. Buying a chance to disappear behind a ball of flame and confusion. Emergency operators dispatch firefighters and more police units to the inferno, leaving fewer officers to inspect the crime scene. It's a lot for the suburban Phoenix police force to handle at once.
Scottsdale is kind of a small community in the south end of town. Don't have that many patrol units can respond to each individual call.
When the first officer arrives at the bank, the rattled employees give an account of the robbery. The thief wore a stocking, so the victims can describe only his clothes and vague physical features. Not much to go on, but police spread the word. The description matches a man seen at the car fire. A white male, athletic build, light brown hair, wearing a white shirt and jeans. At the time, Phoenix police have a chopper in the air. It speeds to Scottsdale to aid the search efforts. From their bird's eye view, the pilots spot a dark-colored sedan racing away from the area of the car fire. Helicopter pilot Officer Larry Hallis follows, keeping a safe distance to avoid notice.
We were trying to be as surreptitious as possible in following this vehicle because we didn't want him to know that we knew where he was at, and we were trying to stay behind him.
But he can't go unnoticed for long, and he can't call Scottsdale police directly. He has to relay his location through dispatch. Every second, he risks being spotted.
The Scottsdale Police Department had an entirely different radio system than Phoenix Police Department, which caused a little bit of a problem with regards to getting timely information to their units on the ground.
The delay proves too long to remain undetected. The suspect erratically changes direction, trying to ditch the surveillance.
It went east for a while and then back west. And I think perhaps being aware of our presence, that the driver might have tried to determine if in fact that we were tracking him.
Still, they stick with him, radioing positions, until the car slips into a shopping mall.
Unfortunately, by that time, the vehicle had gone into a parking garage and had gone out of our sight.
All the while, Detective Van Meter coordinates the frenzy of police activity on the ground.
We had to do a multitude of things at once, and it had to go quickly. I had units responding to the bank. I had units going to the fire scene to tell me about the car that's on fire. And then the FBI joins me at the mall, and then we start the joint investigation in regards to locating him.
In the mall garage, officers find the car the helicopter pilots trailed. They're not sure if it has any connection to the fire and robbery until they check inside.
You could see in the right front passenger seat that there was a backpack which had a lot of currency that was hanging out of the backpack. You could also see a pantyhose that was laying on top of the money.
It's the right car, but no sign of the robber or his weapon. He might have slipped into the mall or had a third vehicle planted in the garage. In other words, he could be anywhere.
It was pretty chaotic. We had Scottsdale Police Department, we had Phoenix Police Department join us, we had the FBI show up, and we had internal security at the mall.
The mall covers a 4-block area, 200 stores, thousands of shoppers. And police have only a vague description to go on. That and the car. But the robber keeps changing his look. Detective Van Meter learns this guy did his homework. He finds a receipt for a police scanner.
He was monitoring our radio traffic, so he heard us chasing him.
Which means he knew about the chopper. But maybe he didn't count on it. Maybe it caused him to make a mistake. That could explain why he left the loot behind. Even better, inside the car, Van Meter makes another startling find. A wallet. Inside, ID for a man named Craig Pritchert. It only raises more questions. Does the wallet belong to the suspect, or did he leave it as a decoy to throw investigators off his scent? Police have no idea, but they're about to find out. They run Craig Pritchert's name through the criminal database.
I directed other detectives to start doing a series of criminal checks to find out, am I looking for a person who's a first-time bank robber? Am I looking for somebody who's a wanted, dangerous criminal that is now somewhere around the garage area, possibly into the mall itself?
Whoever he is, he's armed. Security alerts all stores to be on the lookout. Employees at a men's clothing shop call in the first sighting. A customer has just bought new clothes there and left his old ones behind. The discarded items match the suspect's original description. More time ticks by as police prepare an updated description that must go out to multiple law enforcement agencies and every store in the mall.
We have a wanted fugitive, described as a white male, at 180 pounds, 5'10".
Detective Van Meter coordinates from the parking garage. It sounds crazy, but he feels confident the thief will return to his car.
I personally stayed with the car. In the past, I've had people circle the area, then actually come back to their vehicle and get away.
But the guy is a chameleon. Van Meter learns the suspect changed clothes again. This is no first-time criminal.
He's thinking, so he's not panicked. He's thinking, what do I do now? How do I get out of this? And he starts changing clothes. Well, somebody's going to see me do this. I'll do it again. You know, for a bank robber to change clothes 3 times, pretty good.
Suspect description.
At last, the ID check on the wallet comes through. Craig Michael Pritchert has served time for bank robbery. Their man has a history of violent heists. They've seen the heist. They don't want to see the violence. In a shopping mall full of people, cornering Pritchert could spell disaster.
Worst case scenario is that we would confront him and he would try and harm as many of us that he could, being police officers, or take a hostage to try and get away, and some innocent person would get hurt or killed.
But confronting Craig Pritchert won't happen soon. Van Meter and his officers have to find him first. On August 12th, 1997, Craig Pritchert walks into an Arizona bank, whips out a pistol, and walks out with $32,000 cash. Police track him to a nearby mall, but Pritchert disappears. Detective Tom Van Meter locks down the site, but fears for the customers inside.
We knew he was armed, we knew he was dangerous, we knew about his criminal past as far as bank robberies and his violence potential.
Police swarm the area but find nothing. After a frantic 6-hour search, Van Meter calls his investigators in. Somehow, Craig Pritchert slipped past him. The hunt shifts to a measured investigation of Craig Pritchert's life. They start with his last known address, an apartment in Scottsdale.
On the rental application, there was 2 people in the apartment, being Craig and his girlfriend. Contacted her at work. She came home. I spoke to her, identified myself, told her why we were there, told her we were in a hurry, we didn't have time to play games, and it was we need to find Craig Michael Pritchert before he hurts anybody.
The girlfriend knew Craig had a record, but swears she had no idea he planned to hit the bank in Scottsdale. She says he called her earlier that day. He sounded upset and said he could never see her again. Now she knows why.
And then we get the basic information from her, who he is, where he is, family, friends, relatives in the area. And then we send other people out to his mom and dad's house, his dad's business, his sister's house. So we start watching those places thinking, how is he going to get out of here? How is he going to leave town?
Police turn to the public for help.
We tried to get as much news coverage as we could on it in regards to putting his face on the news.
That evening, the story leads the local news.
Police believe the man is known as Craig Pritchert. He is considered armed and dangerous.
It pays off. Employees at a bar near the mall recognize the photo of Pritchert. They call the police.
I went over and spoke to those individuals, learned that a subject did come in right after the bank robbery.
They say Pritchert had a few drinks, made a couple of phone calls, and calmly watched the dragnet outside.
They said he continuously looked out the window as the patrol units had the mall surrounded.
After a few hours, he left carrying a large bag. Police figure he called someone for a ride and fled the area without anyone taking notice. With Pritchert on the run, police have to figure out where to start looking. They need to know more about Pritchert's background. They don't have to look far.
Fellow officers, including the assistant chief, had actually gone to school with Craig Pritchert. So I was getting all the stories, all the background information. It was actually helping me.
Pritchert was a star baseball player in both high school and college. He even had a shot at the majors, until a new man named Barry Bonds joined the team. Outshined and disillusioned, he quit college and eventually left his wife and kids. Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Kemp.
Craig Pritchert seemed to have a lot of things going for him in the world. For some reason, he began to rob banks.
Pritchert served 5 years at the Federal Detention Center in Arizona for armed bank robbery until his release in June 1996. Once out, it took him just over a year to resume his bad habit. Maybe he was planning his comeback all along.
Normally there's an underlying problem, either substance abuse or gambling. In this case, we don't see a lot of evidence of any of those things with Craig Pritchert. So it's really kind of a mystery why he became a bank robber, other than it's an easy way to get a lot of money.
Investigators check hotels, rental cars, anything to find a lead. The FBI works with the Scottsdale police because bank robbery is a federal crime.
Since the FBI was involved, there was a nationwide bulletin that went out giving a brief description of the robbery, photographs of Craig Michael Pritchert, and a description of him.
Authorities arrested Pritchert for his first robbery as he boarded a flight for Australia. They alert all border crossings and international airports.
We needed to pull all stops out to try and find him quickly because we felt that he's not going to go find a real job. He's going to go out and do exactly what he did before.
And he'll just get better at it, especially with help. Within a few weeks, Pritchert arrives in New Mexico. In a bar, he meets an ambitious salesman. The two strike up a conversation, and the man introduces him to his sister, Nova Guthrie. She and Pritchert hit it off. Nova grew up in a conservative religious home. Fresh out of college, she's looking for adventure. And with Craig Pritchert, she gets more than she bargained for. Halloween, 1997. Durango, Colorado. It's 4:30 p.m., and the bank tellers start closing up for the day. Before they lock up, they switch off the surveillance video. And Pritchert makes his move. He bypasses the cash drawers where the marked bills are kept. He orders the tellers to head to the vault and fill his bag with large bills. Pritchert keeps in constant contact with his new accomplice. Outside, Nova keeps watch. Again, Pritchert threatens to kill everyone in the bank if they resist, and he orders them to lie face down. But this time, he binds them with plastic zip ties. In an instant, it's over.
Go, 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 go. Step on it, let's go.
The bandits make off with more than $64,000 in a matter of minutes. Twice they take off the Scottsdale hit, and with the addition of a driver, a smoother escape. Once the tellers finally free themselves and hit the alarm, Durango police rush to the scene. Not knowing the situation, they take up positions outside in case the gunman's holding hostages. Durango Police Detective Tom Boyce.
Our initial concern is their safety. Are the robbers still in the bank? Is there still a threat to the employees or any other citizens in that immediate area?
Dispatch calls the bank to send one employee out.
Search the FBI.
When the teller assures them the gunman's gone and taken no hostages, the investigation begins. Police learned the gunman came in just as the surveillance cameras went off. Certainly no coincidence. He wore a mask. Easy to get away with on Halloween. And he wasn't alone. He had a getaway driver and lookout.
The teller did overhear some radio traffic, a voice come over that radio saying that there was someone outside walking by.
He left virtually no clues. Nothing to ID the gunman.
The flex ties used to bind the victim's wrists and ankles were left behind. Some coins and maybe a few single bills of currency were left behind. The door was standing open on that vault. That's essentially it. For the most part, a very clean scene.
Detective Boyce knows he's after pros.
It was very well planned. It showed surveillance was done prior to the robbery by the suspects. They knew the layout of the bank, they knew the bank's hours, and I think it was pretty obvious that they hit it right at closing time.
Police turn up a witness who describes the suspect jumping into a car driven by a woman with short, dark hair. But he didn't get the license plate. Nothing solid to follow up on. FBI bank squads regularly share information on unsolved cases. Scottsdale's suspect, Craig Pritchert, fits the general description of the Durango robber, right down to his aggressive style. Then, 5 months later, another holiday, another heist.
On March 17th of 1998, another robbery occurred in Aztec, New Mexico, which is about 38 to 40 miles south of Durango. And that robbery occurred on St. Patrick's Day.
It's like Durango all over again. A masked gunman empties the vault and binds the tellers with plastic zip ties. During the robbery, he speaks with his lookout and getaway driver through a radio. The general description fits Craig Pritchert. That gives police something to go on. Pritchert likes to ditch his cars to throw off eyewitnesses, so investigators follow a hunch.
We decided to go ahead and check our tow records. I did find that one of our patrol officers had, in fact, towed a vehicle from a city parking lot, which is about a block further south from where our bank was located.
Agents use the vehicle identification number, or VIN, to track down the original owner. He explains he recently sold the car to a woman named Nova Guthrie and her boyfriend. Police learn Guthrie's family lives nearby. They tell investigators that they haven't heard from her or her boyfriend in months. Now authorities have two suspects. When Nova Guthrie calls to check in with her family, she learns the FBI had come calling, asking difficult questions.
What? The FBI? The FBI?
It's time to move fast. The couple the press will call the modern-day Bonnie and Clyde take off in search of a new home base and a new target. The FBI and police across the western U.S. seek Craig Pritchert and Nova Guthrie for a series of armed bank robberies. The press dubs them the modern-day Bonnie and Clyde, romanticizing the couple's crime spree. It is a sentiment Detective Van Meter does not share.
When people come in and point a gun at your head, tell you to lay on the ground, they start swearing and yelling and cussing at you. You don't know at that immediate moment, 2 seconds later, you know, the light's gonna go out, it's gonna be all over with.
Craig Pritchert is no folk hero. He is a dangerous criminal. But the media's portrayal of Pritchert as charismatic rogue tells only half the story. After a failed bid at professional baseball, Pritchert abandons his wife and 3 kids and commits a series of armed robberies. He gets caught, does time, and emerges owing almost $100,000 in child support. His accomplice, Nova Guthrie, lives a privileged life as a college student and plans for a career as a pediatrician. But after graduation, she meets Pritchert and falls in love. Seduced by the outlaw life, she abandons any plans of a career and her conservative religious upbringing. Pritchert's no typical bank robber.
Craig Pritchert did his homework. This guy's methodical, he knows what he's doing.
And his type has a name. He's a takeover robber, the most dangerous kind. Most bank robbers quietly hand a teller a note, run off with a few thousand, and get caught quickly. Not Pritchert. He boldly takes control of the entire bank, threatening with his gun. With takeover robbers, there is always the threat the robbery will end in bloodshed. And Tom Van Meter knows it's just a matter of time before somebody gets killed. He won't give up.
I would run 50 state driver's license checks on him every 6 months. I would check under his children's name. I would check under family members' names. It's kind of a personal vendetta that I will find him. I don't care what it takes. I don't care how long it takes.
But the two stay under police radar until they run out of cash and decide to strike again. This time in the Pacific Northwest. The employees of a small bank in Bend, Oregon have no idea that trouble just blew into town. Branch manager Bill Olson.
Thank you. It wasn't any different than any other Friday night activity at the branch.
Until closing time.
About 2 minutes to 6 that evening, I went to the front door to lock the door as I did typically.
And his typical day ended right there.
He was yelling, very hostile. He would kill us, blow our heads off if in fact alarm was set.
Particularly the silent alarm, which instantly alerts the police.
He had with him a police scanner, and he was monitoring it, and he told us if an alarm was set, that he would know it.
The employees are trained to comply fully, trained to survive.
It's not worth it to be a hero or in any way try to stop the robbery. You know, you become very compliant, and you do what they tell you to do.
When the zip ties come out, Olson relies on another sort of training.
When I was a young child, I'd watched a show, and I believe it was Guy King on Saturday morning, and in it, it was one of the tricks they taught you if you were to be tied up. You placed your wrists in a certain angle, so when the straps or the rope is tied, all you need to do is rotate your wrists, and your hands can come free.
Hurry up, lady, I ain't got all day.
The gunman orders one teller to open the vault and fill his bag with large bills.
He demanded the money only from the vault. He told us, I don't want any money from the teller drawer, knowing that that's marked, knowing that there's silent alarms that can be tripped.
The assailant is aggressive with his gun.
He would, from time to time, point to the other two to keep them in line, I guess, but he'd always bring it back to my head. We were kneeling in the vault area, not knowing what could happen. If he would shoot all three of us, he'd shoot any of us.
The scanner crackles, but no calls of a bank robbery.
The whole time, because of my proximity to him, I could hear the background noise of the police and the different calls that were going out.
Get on the ground, face down, put your hands behind your back. Seconds later, you got that? You got that?
One last threat of death, and then he unlocks the door and vanishes. Olson's Sky King escape plan works, and he quickly frees himself.
Get the door, I'll be right back.
He spots a light-colored car speeding away, but can't get a plate number.
We were fortunate that we weren't hurt. It could have gone just as bad the other way had something occurred over his monitoring device that he felt threatened. I truly believe he could have just as easily shot all three of us.
Police determine the robber nabbed more than $120,000. They find no usable evidence, no fingerprints, no real description. Bend Police Detective Sergeant Kurt Custer.
All the things, the wearing the gloves, the concealment of his identity, the radio that he was wearing, it tells you that this is an experienced bank robber. This is not the first time this person robbed a bank.
Only a pro hits this clean, a home run.
So you start, turning over every rock and stone you can, hoping that you'll get a break that'll identify your suspect.
Despite an intense investigation, they get nowhere, reaching a frustrating dead end.
Your fear is that he continues to rob banks and eventually an innocent person gets hurt. And you don't want that to happen. That's your worst fear.
The general description of the Bend assailant does fit Craig Pritchert, whom Van Meter's been chasing for 2 years.
That is the only case file that I never took off my desk. It was always on the corner of my desk. I would always look at it. I'd work other cases, but when I had a free moment, I would always come back. What didn't I do right? What could I do more?
Van Meter can do nothing else. To capture Craig Pritchert and Nova Guthrie, he'll have to wait and hope for a break. But he never expects the break he needs will walk through the door. Craig Pritchert and Nova Guthrie have eluded police for nearly 2 years. They are suspected of a string of 4 bank robberies totaling over $250,000 in cash. Then, a strange turn of events. On March 2nd, 1999, a chaplain walks into the FBI's Denver field office with a surprise visitor. Nova Guthrie, the Bonnie to Craig Pritchert's Clyde, has had a change of heart. Her family has convinced her to talk with their pastor, who persuades her to surrender. She agrees to help police and the FBI, though she claims she doesn't know where to find Pritchert. But she does reveal in detail how they pulled off the robberies in Colorado, New Mexico, and Oregon. They'd start by renting an apartment within sight of the target bank. They'd buy used supplies, like radios, a scanner, and masks through want ads in the paper. Cash transactions with no receipts. Pritchert would spend weeks planning each hit. Detective Kurt Custer.
He used that time to surveil the bank, opening times, closing times, the layout of the bank, where he wanted his getaway driver to park. He knows where the vault is, where the employees are likely to be. When employees come, when they are locking up, what times they're going home.
They'd buy cheap used cars. Stealing one might draw the cops' attention. They couldn't risk it. During the robberies, Nova kept watch and drove getaway. They'd move fast, systematically, to stay ahead of the police. After each heist, they'd look for marked bills, die packs, or tracking devices. They'd dump the car and burn all the gear. And then, they'd get another car and split, heading across state borders or to the airport. They'd always travel separately to be safer, contacting each other through payphones and free email accounts. Cash bought fake IDs and passports, so they bounced around the globe, to Canada, Europe, Central America, never staying in one place for long. Guthrie agrees to testify against Pritchert, so the FBI releases her to the care of her family in Wyoming. The move surprises Arizona prosecutor Michael Kemp.
My thinking would be that the authorities believe that since she voluntarily came in to cooperate and assist the authorities, that she would not flee if she was released.
But no one understands how tight a hold Craig Pritchert has on her. Authorities dash to the Bend, Oregon townhouse Guthrie and Pritchert used to stage the most recent robbery. According to Guthrie, they moved out prior to the heist. but police want to process the place before it's rented.
Because it's not just good enough to have somebody saying that this person, a particular person, did it. You have to be able to confirm that information.
In the fireplace, they discover burned plastic zip ties and melted latex, the material used for masks. Throughout the place, they lift dozens of fingerprints, including the ones they need.
We located latent prints, which the Oregon State Police Crime Lab positively identified as belonging to Craig Pritchert, which was huge.
The prints confirm Guthrie's confession, but bring them no closer to finding Pritchert. The FBI and police send information on Pritchert to police departments across the country. And based on Guthrie's confession, they may have to expand the search internationally.
We need to pool and use all the resources we can. This is a team effort, team game, and that's the way you have to play to be successful.
Pritchert could be anywhere in the world by now.
He's on this map somewhere, and it's my job to find him.
But the investigators are in for a surprise, courtesy of Nova Guthrie.
This is Trooper James Johnson, Interpol, once again.
Suddenly one day she didn't show up for work, and they found her truck up on the highway, and she was gone. In the interview with her originally, she told us that she had been in contact with Craig over the internet, so we felt that she would go back to the internet, try and hook up with Craig again, and we feel that that's exactly what she did.
The fugitive couple reunites, and they're back on the lam. Interpol moves fast, putting the pressure of an international manhunt on the two. But former head of Interpol US, John Imhoff, knows that kind of stress can lead to panic.
It was just a matter of time before he was going to commit murder. Somebody was going to stand up to him. He was going to go into a bank where the security guard would draw his gun, and then Craig Pritchert would have to kill.
But first, Pritchert will have to run far. He can't stick around the US, with dozens of law enforcement agencies searching for him.
That's a lot of people to have on your tail. When he leaves the country, he knows that he's made the game much more difficult for them.
But Interpol levels the playing field, sending fugitive notices worldwide. Nova Scotia, Canada seems like a safe place to hide, but photos of Craig Pritchert and Nova Guthrie circulate the globe. At a hockey game, an off-duty police officer spots the fugitives. He knows it's too dangerous to approach them alone and goes for help. But Pritchert and Guthrie have been on the run for years. They can sense when to disappear, and they know how to do it. By the time backup arrives, the couple has vanished.
We had a number of tips and leads, but we were always just a little bit behind them.
Sometimes they travel together, then split up for a while. Investigators try to track the pair's online activities, but the fugitives are too smart to leave much of a trail.
Changing identities, changing locations, both within the United States, outside of the United States. Somebody, he knows changed identity that often, they're hard to track.
The twosome outwit the police at every turn, staying just beyond reach. But investigators are about to turn up the heat, making the world a very small place for Nova Guthrie and Craig Pritchert. Suspected in 4 bank robberies, Craig Pritchert has been on the run for over 2 years. Detective Tom Van Meter plays a long shot and turns to a popular Crime Stoppers TV program. He hopes friends and family members might inspire contact.
When we put the segment on, we put his ex-wife on so he would see her. We actually put his children on, throwing a baseball to try and entice him. And we had a chat line set up, hoping that he might actually call the chat line, saying something to us, and then we could trace that.
The fugitive doesn't take the psychological bait. Still, police hope the program and subsequent campaign will produce a new lead on Pritchert and his accomplice, Nova Guthrie.
We put out over 50,000 flyers through the United States Postal Service, and we had their pictures in the post office.
In August 2003, the tactic pays off. A South African national on holiday in the U.S. spots one of the flyers, recognizes the fugitives' faces, and contacts the FBI. He knows Guthrie as Andy, the manager of a popular nightclub in Cape Town. Pritchert visits the club often and goes by the name Dane. The witness says the club's website has photos of employees featuring its manager.
Pulling up that internet site, we pulled it up. Immediately saw the picture of Craig's accomplice. Compared those, there was no doubt that it was her.
Van Meter now understands why the TV program didn't reach Pritchert. Interpol's John Emhoff is not surprised the couple settled in South Africa.
When Craig Pritchert chose South Africa as his destination for safe harbor, he was looking at the fact that South Africa has a large expatriate population. He's familiar with the language. And whatever false identification he might derive to help him blend in would be less readily recognized as false documentation.
Interpol US and the FBI get to work. They contact authorities in Cape Town, South Africa, who are eager to help out.
Cops are cops, and when you've got a bank robber who's hiding out in your country that's wanted in another country, politics aside, you're going to do what's right to bring that guy to justice.
The South African Interpol office must move fast, and they must be discreet. South African Interpol's Nilton Mendes.
We know that the world is very big. Today they are here in South Africa, tomorrow they may be somewhere else. And in terms of changing identities or obtaining false passports or documents, it's very easy. So we don't want to cause or to act in such a way that we may lose them.
Cape Town police, accompanied by FBI agents, set up surveillance at the nightclub, hoping to spot the couple. They don't wait long before they find what they came for. Detective Inspector Dietmar Kieberger sees a woman who matches Guthrie's description and spots a distinctive tattoo of a sun on her back.
I had the FBI agent with me at the time, and I asked him to contact the FBI office in the United States to verify whether this person had a tattoo.
She does, and it verifies her identity. They have found Nova Guthrie. Cape Town police now hope she will lead them to Pritchert. And she does, right to the Cape Town apartment she shares with him. Now they have to determine how to capture the two and not get hurt in the process.
Yep. Many people, like animals when cornered, do become more dangerous the more dire their circumstances become. The level of danger associated with that desperation has to escalate.
Investigators take their time, watching for several days, learning the couple's routine, so they can take down the pair when they're most vulnerable. Nova and Craig follow a pattern designed to expose any police surveillance. For instance, whenever Guthrie heads home from work, she always calls Craig.
She would notify him that she's coming through, and then he would go to the balcony and have a look, right, whether she's been followed.
Despite the couple's anti-surveillance plan, Cape Town police watch them undetected. Confident they've learned all they can, the police prepare to sweep in. A tactical arrest team plans the takedown. They'll strike when they know the couple is at home and relaxed watching TV. Pritchert will be desperate and possibly armed. They have to assume he's ready to kill to keep his freedom.
You're on edge, you're hopped up. Anything can happen. It could be a nasty takedown, it could be an easy takedown.
You make sure that when your arrest goes down, the element of surprise is on your side.
And it works. Pritchert is caught off guard.
I came in and briefed them that they were wanted by the United States, armed robberies, and I called them by their birth names, Craig and Nova. and not by the alias that they had been using. They responded to those names. So that confirmed once again that we had the right people.
After 2 weeks of tracking Craig Pritchert, Cape Town police finally arrest him and his accomplice Nova Guthrie without incident, thanks to the coordination of Interpol. Head of extradition at Interpol South Africa is Detective Captain Nilton Mendes.
We're trying to make the world now a smaller place for the fugitives on the run to see that, well, you can try to run, but someday or sometime you're gonna get caught.
For 6 years, Tom Van Meter has waited for this day. Now he has to get the fugitives back to the U.S.
We made sure that all of the paperwork was completed, ready to go, so that we could get the extradition process done quickly, quietly, to get them out of South Africa as quick as we could.
Pritchert remains in custody in South Africa until U.S. Marshals arrive to bring the fugitive home. For Pritchert, it was all about the money, but Guthrie had something more personal at stake. On the 20-hour flight back to the U.S., Nova Guthrie opens up to Deputy U.S. Marshal Brenda McLaughlin.
I was just there for transport. I wasn't trying to get information out of her, but she just said that she realized that she had made a mistake and that she had done something wrong, but that she would do it all over again to be with Pritchert.
Nova Guthrie pleads guilty to multiple robberies and is sentenced to 10 years in prison. The mastermind of the operation, Craig Pritchert, also pleads guilty and earns 22.5 years. He's ordered to pay over $200,000 in restitution to the banks.
We did find him, we've got him, everybody's okay. It's just a personal thing that once you get into investigations, you start investigating violent crimes against people. It's not how much I want to catch them, it's how much I want the satisfaction I get from telling the victims, I finally caught him for you. And now he's gonna go away, he's not gonna hurt anybody else. Those days are over.
Police suspect Craig Pritchert robbed as many as a dozen banks across the U.S., taking hundreds of thousands of dollars at gunpoint. His violent crime spree spread terror across the western U.S., but because of Interpol and police around the world, Craig Pritchert will spend the next 2 decades of his life behind bars. The story that will span 28 years begins in the lazy resort town of Pattaya, Thailand in the mid-1970s. One morning, a fisherman in a longboat finds the body of a woman floating in the water. He alerts the Royal Thai police, who rush to the scene. The coroner examines the young victim and questions the fisherman. With no identification and no signs of foul play, the woman is most likely a Westerner who's had a swimming accident. The coroner fingerprints and examines the victim, but still can't identify her. A toxicology test reveals alcohol and hashish in her system. The medical examiner has seen several cases like this in her career. An unsuspecting tourist falling prey to the waters off Pattaya. What she doesn't yet realize is that there's a killer on the loose. The police canvass area hotels to see if anyone has reported a foreigner missing. But foreign tourists come and go all the time, without notice. No one reports her missing. It's as if she never even existed. And after 2 months, another discovery grabs the attention of the Royal Thai Police. A worker driving his truck near the very same beach notices something unusual in the brush. He finds the body of a second young Western woman, murdered. Police comb the area, but find few clues. She's a young woman, perhaps a student on an overseas vacation. But she has no identification. No purse, no wallet, no passport. Police don't connect her to the earlier victim.
In the beginning, there was no alarm raised over this.
Covering the 2 deaths, reporter Alan Dawson.
People didn't really correlate for a while the appearance of one body and then another.
But one person paying attention is Sampol Sutamai, a lieutenant colonel in the Thai Police Department and also the head of Interpol in Thailand. The similarities of the cases don't catch his eye. The differences do.
They were both found near the ocean, but the conditions of the bodies were different. The police report stated that the second woman was murdered, deliberately drowned.
This discovery raises doubts about the first young woman. Perhaps her death was no accident either. A sinister pattern of anonymous female victims could be developing. John Imhoff, former director of Interpol's U.S. office.
The Thai officials have a problem on their hands. They have dead bodies. They have no identification associated with them. They know they have an investigation that they have to pursue criminally. But one of the key steps to getting that started is the identification of the victim.
The morgue releases pictures of the victims to the Bangkok Post. Tens of thousands in Southeast Asia start their day with this English-language newspaper. Police hope that one of those readers could provide a lead. But days later, the 2 women in the morgue remain unidentified. Pattaya, known as the Riviera of Thailand, caters to Westerners. Young men and women come here looking for a good time in a safe but exotic land. It's not a place you'd expect a killing spree.
The young people were attracted to Thailand. They thought that it had so much to offer compared with their culture, and they would soak it all up.
A popular travel route for young tourists unofficially begins in Pattaya. It leads through Thailand, India, and Nepal. Travelers come for a taste of Eastern philosophy and a ready supply of hashish and alcohol. But the relaxed atmosphere conveys a false sense of security.
And this would make them especially vulnerable to the predators who were on the trail.
The day after the body of the second victim was found in Pattaya, villagers find 2 more bodies. This time, a man and a woman. Like the others, they're clearly young Westerners, and undoubtedly murdered. They'd been set on fire.
The bodies were still burning when they were discovered. This was a horrific crime.
Flames had scorched the faces of both victims. Police look for anything, some sort of identification, some kind of lead. All they can find, a tag on the woman's clothing that reads, "Made in Holland." The The Thai police now have 4 dead Westerners, no leads and no motive. They rely on forensic clues to reconstruct the latest murders.
The woman was beaten with a hard object. The man was whipped, strangled until he couldn't breathe.
The coroner also finds soot in both of the victims' air passages. The couple was burned alive.
This is a terrible, inhuman act. The person who did this has an evil heart.
Out there among the fun-loving tourists stalks a killer without a conscience, a predator with no motive and no limits. 3 women and 1 man, all between 18 and 25 years old, are dead. Police hope that word flies along the tourist trail and that someone somewhere might have crossed paths with any of the victims long enough to provide a lead. But the killer travels faster than the news. Striking almost 1,400 miles away, at the end of the trail, in Kathmandu, Nepal. Both Nepal and Thailand recently joined Interpol. But the rudimentary communication between the countries fails to alert Nepalese officials that a killer is on the loose. Then, police discover 2 bodies outside Kathmandu. A pair of Nepalese boys stumble upon the grisly scene. An unforgettable sight for both the children and the investigators.
The woman had a wound on her chest, and the man had a wound on his neck. They were so damaged, it was difficult to see much more.
Kathmandu detective Bishwa Lal Shrista investigates both murders.
When we saw the dead bodies, the faces were burned. They were naked. We had no idea who could have done this.
Securing the crime scene, the police turn the boys back. But too late to protect them from the gruesome scene that lay before them. The Nepalese police surmise that the anonymous couple traveled together. Adventurous Westerners soaking up the culture of Nepal. And in Kathmandu, that almost certainly means a visit to the tourist mecca of Jun Chentol, also known as Freak Street. Investigators begin their search there, in the hotels and hostels that cater to travelers. At one lodge, a clerk remembers that a pair of the guests had not returned for several days. Their names, Pierre Beaumont and Vanessa Wilson. When police search the room, they find most of the travelers' belongings, but not their passports.
We also found a diary. We found the name Alain Gauthier from Bangkok written inside it.
Guests in the room next door come by when they hear the police activity. Concerned about the missing couple, they tell police everything they can. One remembers seeing Vanessa Wilson with a man who claimed to be a gem dealer from Bangkok. The police ask the travelers' friends to come to the morgue. They identify the bodies of Pierre Beaumont and Vanessa Wilson. The body count now grows to 6. But the two police departments still aren't in communication. What will it take for Interpol to stop this serial killer? In the Far East, police find 6 young Westerners murdered under similar circumstances 1,400 miles apart. As separate investigations continue in Thailand and Nepal, police don't realize they're chasing the same man, Charles Sobhraj. Interpol is trailing Sobhraj for crimes in India. John Imhoff, former director of Interpol's U.S. office.
Charles can present a persona that is what the people want to see, not what he really is. So if he wants to assume a false identity, he's practiced at this for a long time.
The woman killed in Nepal met with a gem dealer named Alain Gauthier, an alias used by Charles Sobhraj. Throughout Kathmandu, officers search for more leads. At one hotel, a clerk remembers a guest matching the description, but not registered under the name Alain Gauthier.
Alain Gauthier.
He claims to be a Dutch national by the name of Karl Gassel. The clerk recalls that Gassel drove a white car. It isn't much to go on, but police must run with it. They search throughout Kathmandu, setting up checkpoints, stopping dozens of cars, and interviewing the occupants. An officer pulls over a car that matches the description. The driver calmly produces passports, identifying himself as Karl Gassel and his wife, Ida Bosch. Police call off the search and escort the couple to headquarters for questioning. The man claims to be a scholar, his wife, a Dutch television star. He insists he has never seen the murder victim before. When the witness comes in to identify the man she met with Vanessa Wilson, she draws a blank. She can't positively identify him as the same man she saw with her friend. Kathmandu detective Bishwa Lal Shrista.
In Nepalese culture, any foreigner or guest is treated very politely. And we didn't look at him suspiciously.
False identification can be very difficult for the investigator. Documents can be reproduced and they can be made to look authentic.
The police let the couple go. The man they know as Karl Gassel and his wife returned to their hotel.
The investigators all the time are coming this close to capturing someone that needs to be brought to justice, only to see them slip away because their identification changed or because they were just a minute too late. So that's a huge frustration.
Days later, a Kathmandu policeman takes a statement from a witness who saw a white car near where the bodies were found. Amazingly, she remembers the license plate number. It matches the plate on Karl Gassel's car. And then hard evidence. Police find 2 arrival cards for the victim, Pierre Beaumont. The signatures don't match. A handwriting expert determines that the second card shares characteristics with Karl Gassel's signature. And it was dated December 24th. The same day Pierre Beaumont's corpse rolled into the coroner's office. The police conclude that the man they know as Gassel had left the country and re-entered Nepal using the dead man's passport. The cool, calm professor was a cold, calculating liar. Police now have a case against the man they think is Gassel. They hurry to make the arrest. But it's too late. Gassel and Ida Bosch are gone.
There were clothes all over the place. Documents were all over the place, including passports. And gasoline. We also saw things to alter the passports. After we found that evidence, we were certain that the killer had slipped away.
Police have no idea where to find him, and it will be months before the information they've gathered reaches Interpol. Reporter Alan Dawson.
You could wait 2 days to get a call through to Nepal, and communications were not like they are today at all. By the time authorities could really make their case, it was quite some time down the road and he was long gone.
In Thailand, authorities still have no suspects and no identities for the 4 dead Western tourists. Interpol Chief Sampol Sutamai searches for leads.
It's very unusual that a large number of foreigners were murdered. Nothing like this had happened before. Usually foreigners come to Thailand to relax and have fun. They don't come here to do wrong or break our laws. So we were investigating the possibility that the killer was from Thailand.
While Thai police attempt to identify the victims, the Dutch embassy in Bangkok receives a vital clue. Herman Nippenberg is the most junior diplomat at the Dutch embassy. He receives a letter in the diplomatic pouch about a missing Dutch couple traveling in Thailand.
The family was very worried about the fact that for a period of over 6 weeks, they had not had a sign of life from a couple who were ardent correspondents.
28-year-old Nippenberg can't imagine how important the couple's names are. Karl Gassel and Ida Bosch. The relative has only one lead. In the missing couple's last letter, they wrote that they had made a sophisticated new friend in Bangkok. The man was a French gem dealer who was helping Ida and Karl buy precious stones.
The Frenchman had been very hospitable, had taken them to dinner, and had invited them to his apartment. They were not completely sure if this Frenchman was genuine in his intentions. They thought that there might be an ulterior motive from the Frenchman.
But since that letter, nothing. The family asked the Dutch embassy to help find them.
They felt worried, and I felt that they might have reason to be worried.
Herman Nippenberg contacts Thai authorities and gives them the names Ida Bosch and Karl Gassel. But the Thai police have no information about the missing couple. Nippenberg has to find someone who knows this mysterious gem dealer. He gets a lead from a friend at another embassy.
I learned from the Australian consul that an Australian couple, youngsters traveling, had been drugged and robbed by a French gems dealer.
Nippenberg locates them and discovers the name of the gem dealer, Alain Gauthier, but little else. In a city of 4.5 million people, locating Gauthier would prove next to impossible. But Nippenberg catches a break when he learns of a woman who knows the suspect. Working after hours, he arranges an interview with the woman. She lives in the same apartment complex as Alain Gauthier. Her name is Nadine Gir. she tells an extraordinary story about a devious and ruthless killer. Several months earlier, Nadine met a French-Canadian woman named Marie Leclerc, who moved into the building with her husband, Alain Gauthier. Marie told Nadine that Gauthier was extremely possessive and would probably kill her if she ever tried to leave. When Nadine expressed concern, Marie told her that she was joking. Nadine soon learned otherwise.
My informants told me that Gauthier was an extremely dangerous person.
He was also charming and lured young foreigners into his apartment. Knippenberg learns about one guest who got sick, left with Gauthier, and never returned.
People had a way of disappearing from the Alain Gauthier apartment. They suddenly went on trips from which they never returned, leaving their jewelry and bags and passports behind.
Nadine soon learned he had two willing accomplices. A.J. Chowdhury had earned a chilling reputation.
Chowdhury was considered a killer who took great pride in showing people his knife.
Marie Leclerc cultivated more subtle skills.
She had a great knowledge of pharmaceutical things. She could inject people. She was considered the poisoner of the three.
And then Knippenberg got the best news yet. Nadine had actually met the missing Dutch couple, Karl Gessel and Ida Bosch. And significantly, while they were buying gems from Alain, the couple fell suddenly ill. Not long after that, Gauthier and A.J. Chowdhury whisked the sick Dutch couple away. Then one of Gautier's guests showed Nadine a picture from the Bangkok Post.
They could see on the photograph in the newspaper that these people who had been murdered in such a cruel manner, that they were wearing the clothes of the Dutch couple.
Nadine now believed the horrifying photo of the burned couple found outside Pattaya showed Karl Gessel and Ida Bosch. She had to find out more about her dangerous neighbors. With Gauthier and his two accomplices on a trip to Nepal, Nadine entered their apartment. In a safe, journals, passports, jewelry. In a suitcase nearby, syringes, drugs, everything that the charming host Alain Gauthier would need to kill his guests and assume their identity. Now, afraid for her life, Nadine contacted a friend at the embassy who contacted Knippenberg. She took something from Gauthier's apartment for proof. Ida Bosch's diary. She gives it to Knippenberg along with press clippings about other murders and missing persons cases. Knippenberg reads the articles, and as he looks over the headline about the murder outside of Bangkok, he has a recollection.
The thing which had stuck in my mind was that the female had worn a T-shirt with a label in it, "Made in Holland."
Although not a police officer, Knippenberg finds himself in a position familiar to many investigators. Circumstantial evidence points him toward a solution. But he needs concrete proof. He gets that from the dental records of Karl Gessel and Ida Bosch.
I just entered the morgue, and suddenly, from one of the corners of the room, came this voice which said, "Mr. Knippenberg, I found it. It's them." And at that moment I knew that our worst fears were becoming reality, and that it was the young Dutch couple which had been murdered.
While Thai police search for the killer Charles Sobhraj, he assumes the identity of Carl Gassel and the alias Alain Gauthier to escape murder charges in Nepal. But police in two countries have not made the connection. Interpol will have to put the pieces together and pick up the killer's trail. In Bangkok, Dutch diplomat Herman Nippenberg suspects gem dealer Alain Gauthier of murdering a young Dutch couple. But he hasn't realized that the gem dealer is serial killer Charles Sobhraj.
I had already very, very strong suspicions that more young people of roughly the same age and of a similar background had come to an end in a similar manner.
Nippenberg compiles all the evidence he has secured into an exhaustive study of the killer's crimes in Thailand, connecting the deaths of the two unidentified women with the Dutch couple. His research uncovers the unsolved murders in Kathmandu.
I also saw press reports coming out of Nepal which described exactly the same operational method: vicious killings followed by burnings with gasoline in Nepal.
Nippenberg submits his report to the police, who take it very seriously. The Thai police and an undercover squad raid Alain Gauthier's apartment. Inside, two men and a woman.
Let me get it. Hold on.
The woman's name, Marie Leclerc. She has a valid passport. With her, A.J. Chowdhury. Papers in order.
Steve Watson. I don't know where he's at.
Sobhraj produces an American passport. Now he is calling himself Steve Watson. The police bring them to the station for questioning. They also confiscate the apartment safe. But amazingly, Sobhraj convinces police that he really is an American named Steve Watson. And authorities cannot refute his phony passport on the spot. John Emhoff, former director of Interpol's U.S. office, explains why.
Every document can be replicated, and if he is sufficiently skilled or he knows the right people who are sufficiently skilled to help him prepare an authentic-looking U.S. passport, there's no reason why the Thai officials would question that.
The safe Nadine Gir found full of stolen passports is now empty, except for some receipts. No evidence, no case. And for the police, no choice. They hold the trio's passports, but have to let the suspects go free.
When the police stated to me there had been no proof of their criminal activities, I was of course quite flabbergasted. I could not stand idly by and have a group of completely innocent young people be slaughtered without anybody lifting a finger.
But Nippenberg had also delivered his file to Interpol's National Central Bureau in Bangkok. Chief of Interpol, Sampol Sutamai, now knows more about this elusive killer's true nature.
I understood from the beginning he had to commit more crimes. He has a true criminal nature. He doesn't care anything about other people. He only looks after himself.
No one in Thailand knows the killer's real name, but Interpol follows close on his trail. His luck is about to run out. In Canada, agents track down the parents of Marie Leclerc. They learn that she had given her family a phone number in Paris of a woman by the name of Madame Sobhraj. At Interpol headquarters in France, agents run the name Sobhraj through their international database of known felons. Finally, they trace the alias Alain Gauthier to the wanted killer, Charles Sobhraj. They put him on their most wanted list and post a red notice to member countries around the world.
You have an ability to very effectively disseminate to 181 countries instantaneously information about a particular crime pattern. And when people are moving across borders, it's important that you be able to disseminate that kind of information readily.
Sobhraj is already wanted in India, where he has earned his nickname, the Serpent, for his uncanny ability to slip out of the grasp of the law. And now, the Serpent slithers away again. Following the murders of 6 young Westerners in Thailand and Nepal, Charles Sobhraj, the killer known as the Serpent, is on the run throughout Asia. Interpol has issued a red notice on the fugitive, placing him on the organization's most wanted list. And although already wanted in India, Sobhraj enters the country and in no time has apparently struck again. In New Delhi, a young Westerner is found murdered in a tourist hotel. His passport and money gone. The coroner determines death by poisoning. 3 days later, police respond to a mass poisoning of over 50 tourists at a New Delhi hotel. A group of French students claim their tour guide poisoned them. Police recognize Sobhraj as the phony guide and immediately take him into custody. Reporter Alan Dawson is not surprised by Sobhraj's bold act.
I think Charles really thought that he could do anything he wanted to do, and he wanted to show his power over these people by poisoning them. And Charles went down that day.
Authorities arrest Sobhraj and Marie Leclerc, charging them with poisoning the students. Their usual accomplice, A.J. Chowdhury, was not with them and has never been seen again. An Indian court finds the couple guilty. Leclerc gets 8 years, Sobhraj 12. But it takes more than iron bars to hold the Serpent, and authorities underestimate his devious nature. Sobhraj and Leclerc are incarcerated in Tihar prison. But the charismatic Sobhraj manages to gain special privileges. He exploits the media to toy with authorities back in Thailand. Reporter Alan Dawson visits him several times.
I asked him about the murders. He says he is familiar with the victims. He knows what happened to that person. And he makes it very obvious that he was directly involved in what happened to that person.
And on one visit, a disturbing revelation.
He proceeded to draw me a map of a place in Pattaya with X marks the spot where a body was buried. And when I came back to Thailand, and I gave that map to the police, and they went to that spot and dug where it said X, and they dug up a body. Thai authorities really did want Charles to come back here, face a court, be found guilty, and be shot.
Extradition proceedings have already begun as Thai authorities try to bring Sobhraj back. They have until 1995 to try the Serpent for multiple counts of murder before the statute of limitations runs out. Chief of Interpol in Thailand, Sampol Sutamai.
I went to India to strengthen our extradition request. The Indian police took me to see Charles Sobhraj in prison. He knew why I was there. He knew that if I was successful and he was sent back to Thailand, he would die. He would be executed. We had plenty of evidence.
Charles told me that he feared one thing legally, and that was to be sent to Thailand.
The Indian government refuses to extradite Sobhraj until his sentence is complete. Years pass, and the Serpent plots his next move. On his 10th anniversary in prison, a former inmate returns to visit his good friend. He brings candy. Charles generously offers it to everyone. Within the hour, prisoners and guards pass out. Sobhraj slips out of jail, a deadly fugitive on the loose. And no one knows where the Serpent will strike next. A man of the world, escaped killer Charles Sobhraj, the Serpent, could be anywhere, hiding nearby or slipping out of the country. Without a moment to lose, Interpol reopens its file and notifies its members that the Serpent is loose. New Delhi police assign a surveillance team to stake out the Serpent's old hangouts. 3 weeks later, New Delhi detective Madhukar Zendi spots a man who looks familiar.
Then I focused on him. I realized that he looked like Sobhraj. My heart started pounding.
It seems too easy. How can a man famous for eluding the law be so careless? Now it is time to arrest the Serpent yet again. The agents make their move. The Serpent receives an additional 10 years for the escape, but it's exactly what he wants.
Charles said later, the reason he staged his escape was specifically because the time was running out on his real sentence in India, that he faced possibly being freed from Indian jail. Thailand had filed his extradition, but that if he escaped from jail in India, that he would not be extradited to Thailand.
And that's exactly what happens. India will not extradite a criminal still serving a sentence. While Sobhraj does the additional jail time in India, the statute of limitations runs out on his crimes in Thailand. When his sentence is up, he'll be a free man, even free to kill again. In 1997, Charles Sobhraj is released. Chief of Interpol in Thailand, Sampol Sutamai.
I was very angry. I wanted him to be tried and punished for his crimes in Thailand. He killed a lot of people here.
His old accomplice is gone. Marie Leclerc died of cancer in 1984. But Charles Sobhraj is never tried for the murders of the 2 people who were found burned to death outside of Kathmandu. Nepal has no statute of limitations on murder. A warrant for Sobhraj's arrest remains in effect, 28 years after the crime. In that time, Ganesh K.C., the young boy who discovered the burned bodies, has joined the Kathmandu Police Department. He has never forgotten the sight.
It was the first time I saw a dead body. It was a foreigner, naked, burned. I was really very afraid, terrified.
Then, in an odd twist of fate, 6 years later, in October 2003, the Serpent returns to Nepal. A journalist snaps a few photos and sells them to the local newspaper.
We couldn't believe that Sobhraj would come here, so we called the paper. They said we're certain it's him.
2 days later, as Sobhraj enters a casino in Kathmandu, Ganesh and his men arrest him.
I was delighted because I thought that this might give another opportunity to find justice for the 2 Dutch victims.
Nepalese investigator Bishwa Lal Shrestha hopes his patience will be rewarded.
We people of law, we believe that justice may be delayed, but it should never be denied. Justice shouldn't die.
Sobhraj denies he had anything to do with the murders. And justice might still prove elusive. Ganesh K.C. and the police in Nepal have a difficult task, reconstructing a case almost 30 years old. They turn to Interpol.
It was important for me to get as much evidence as possible. The international community and Interpol offices in different countries helped us to solve this case.
The organization provides an extensive dossier on the Serpent, the fruits of their investigation. John Emhoff.
When you have a pending investigation, you're not going to destroy any records associated with that. As long as these cases are outstanding, whatever information comes to Interpol will be collected and stored.
The dossier gives Ganesh the evidence he needs to secure a murder conviction against Charles Sobhraj.
Sobhraj has to pay for his crimes. He has to be punished. The souls of his victims will now rest in peace.
After a 28-year chase, on August 12, 2004, a Nepalese court sentences Charles Sobhraj to life in prison. December 1990, a crime of international proportions begins with one suburban family. In Brantford, Canada, 65 miles southwest of Toronto. Barbara Walker allows her 15-year-old daughter to spend the holidays skiing with her ex-husband in Switzerland, where both father and daughter vanish without a trace.
Our last conversation was about a health problem that I was having, and I was worried that it was going to be diagnosed as cancer. That was our last conversation before she disappeared.
The holidays pass, and her ex-husband and daughter do not return.
Yeah, this is a picture of them. This is the last picture I took.
After countless attempts to reach them, Barbara goes to the Brantford police to report them missing.
Just let me know, okay?
It felt very hopeless because in another country far away, how would I ever even begin to find them?
And the distressing news keeps coming. Over $700,000 has vanished from the accounts of Walker Financial Services, the company owned by Barbara's ex-husband, Albert. For more than 10 years, Walker Financial has invested millions of dollars in savings and retirement accounts for its clients.
The offices were besieged with phone calls, and then people who came down, I'm given to understand.
Reporter Bill Schiller from the Toronto Star newspaper.
There was a sense of panic because people had invested their life savings, and some of them, quite frankly, were rather elderly, and this represented everything that they had been able to save in life.
Canadian investigators determined that Albert Walker made credit card purchases in Switzerland and never used his return tickets from Zurich. They notify Interpol.
Hello. Good to hear from you.
John Imhoff, former director of Interpol's U.S. office.
All an officer has to do is call and establish for the Interpol Bureau in Ottawa that he is a law enforcement officer and that he needs assistance in the matter, and Interpol can act on it.
Interpol issues an international missing persons report called a Yellow Notice for Albert and Amanda Walker. They'll stay on the case until father and daughter are found.
Many notices are decades old. That's not uncommon. But Interpol will be there to render its assistance, that is, keep that notice pending as long as the investigator needs Interpol to pursue a matter.
Only Interpol can connect what happens 3,500 miles away off the southern coast of Devon, England. A trawler fisherman hauls up his catch from the bottom of the ocean. He is shocked to find, entangled in his nets, a human body. Her Majesty's Coast Guard receives the distress call. They escort the boat back to Brixham Harbor. Detective Constable Ian Clenahan heads to the scene. He expects the victim to be a young man who had disappeared off the coast a week earlier in a boating accident.
His body at that stage hadn't been recovered, and it was certainly a consideration that the body that had been trawled up by the fishing boat could have been, at that stage, the body of this young lad.
But the facts don't quite add up.
I went onto the boat and found a male body. It was fully clothed.
The victim seems older, and his body looks to have been in the ocean for some time.
I found that there was no identification on him. Pockets were pulled out of the trousers.
Detective Clenahan wonders if this could be a robbery victim. But the dead man still wears what appears to be a Rolex watch.
We didn't know whether it was a genuine Rolex or whether it was, of course, a fake.
Either way, the watch could provide a clue.
I examined the wristwatch on the boat and noted that the time had stopped at 11:35, and the date window on the watch was showing the number 22.
Clenahan also notices a blurred, star-shaped tattoo on the victim's hand. When the medical examiner arrives, Detective Clenahan points out a deep gash on the back of the victim's head. Devon police bring the body to the pathology lab. The first order of business, raising fingerprints. Not so easy on a body that spent a long time in the water.
The skin of the hands become wrinkled, and it's extremely difficult to get fingerprints of a hand like that.
But forensic pathologist Dr. Guyan Fernando manages to lift a usable print. The frigid waters of the English Channel helped preserve the fragile body. He discovers 3 injuries, a bruise on the hip, and a second bruise on the middle of the thigh that he concludes occurred after death. The timing of the 3rd injury, a deep gash to the back of the head, presents more of a mystery. It could have been inflicted before or after death. But the lungs clearly indicate that this man died from drowning.
At that stage, I had only the few injuries to go on, and they didn't make any sense. It's common to find injuries in people who had drowned, and at that time, I couldn't really say that this was a homicide.
The forensic techs place the victim's few personal effects in a bag. The doctor grapples with another mystery: the victim's time of death. After several days at sea, it's impossible to estimate.
All I could say that he's been in the water for a week or 2.
Not much to go on. 3 injuries of unknown cause, no identification, and no way of knowing how the man drowned. The pathologist freezes the body in case it requires further examination. Devon authorities run the fingerprints through their database of known criminals. They find no match. Days go by. Another body surfaces in the waters near Brixham Harbor. The Coast Guard determines that this was the young man from the boating accident. It has no connection with the previous John Doe. The first body lying in the morgue remains a mystery that demands a solution.
What we have to do is try our utmost to identify who the dead person was and to find out how exactly that person came to die.
Clenaghan learns that the victim's Rolex watch might hold the answer. Rolex keeps records for each of its timepieces. If the owner ever had it serviced, the company would have his name on file. Investigators send the watch to Rolex headquarters in Kent, England. But going through the victim's clothing, Detective Clenaghan discovers another important clue.
And in amongst those clothing, we found that a lot of the labels originated from Canadian manufacturers.
By now, more than 5 years have passed since Barbara Walker's ex-husband and her daughter left Canada, bound for their Switzerland ski holiday, and disappeared.
It was hard to handle. If you thought about it too much, you could lose your mind.
Barbara's hope never wavers. She tries not to imagine the worst, believing that her daughter and ex-husband will somehow be found.
I can't imagine what it would be like to be in her shoes in this situation. Tragic, a mother, I imagine that it would be very difficult.
2 cases on 2 continents. A desperate family tragedy. And a body pulled from the sea. Seemingly unrelated. But investigators will soon find them linked to a large and cunning criminal plot. 2 random tragedies, or so it seems. In Canada, a father takes his daughter on holiday to Europe. and they never return. In England, a fisherman pulls a dead man from the sea. Eventually, authorities will connect them and reveal the mastermind behind it all. But for now, investigators work them as separate cases, counting on timing, luck, and thorough detective work. In Devon, England, Detective Ian Clenahan tries to solve the case of the dead man pulled from the sea. The victim's watch has a serial number that could identify its owner.
So we sent the Rolex off to the Rolex company head office in England, where it was examined, and we were eventually informed that that particular Rolex watch had been serviced 3 times, all in the Harrogate area of England in Yorkshire, and the name of the person that put the watch in for service on all 3 occasions was Mr. Neil Barrett.
Neil Barrett. Investigators first lead on the identity of the man in the morgue. His last known address was in Chelmsford, northwest of London, and a 5-hour drive from Devon. Detective Clenahan asks a colleague there to help out.
So my role was to go to Chelmsford and establish if anyone there knew the chap.
Detective Sergeant Peter Redman finds Barrett's rental house empty and calls upon Barrett's landlord.
Yes. Detective Peter Redman. Just wanted to inquire. And he told me that Neil had given up the house and had moved to France to set himself up in business.
The landlord gives the detective a copy of Neil Barrett's lease. On it, Barrett listed a man named Steve Russell as a reference. Detective Redman calls Steve Russell, authorities' only link to the deceased. Their only hope.
The purpose of my meeting with Steve Russell was to see if there was anything else about Neil that he could tell us that would assist the identification. Because as I understood it, the body wasn't in a fit state to be viewed by a friend. We sat and talked for a while. Nice chap. Well-spoken, well-dressed, casually, but very well-dressed. Expensive clothes. He'd got an air of confidence about him. There was an accent, but I couldn't detect. It was North American, whether it was American or Canadian, I couldn't tell. I wanted to know when he'd last seen him, and if he knew at that time what his plans were, because we couldn't explain how he would be travelling to France and winding up in the sea off Devon.
Steve Russell can't explain his friend's deadly twist of fate, but he offers some useful information. He recalls that Neil had served in the army.
They were able to provide Neil's medical and dental records, which were forwarded to Devon and Cornwall, and they were able to match the dental records.
Barrett has been positively identified. Police find no further evidence of foul play. Detective Redman believes the case is wrapping up.
They had identified the body. There was no sign of any third-party involvement in his death. It was being treated as an accident, a drowning.
But what investigators don't realize is that this case is just getting started. Detective Clenahan notifies Barrett's brother of Neil's death. Barrett's brother tells Clenahan that the tattoo is a Canadian maple leaf. He asks Clenahan to put him in touch with Steve Russell, hoping that Russell can help him find his brother's belongings. Clynahan calls on Detective Peter Redman again to ask him to visit Russell in the small farming village where he lives. In rural England, houses often have no street addresses. Instead, they're given names. At first, Detective Redman can't locate it.
I found the two houses, neither of which had got names on them. So I took pot luck and I called it, as it turned out, the neighbours. I said who I was and that I was looking for Steve Russell. And he said, oh no, Neil Barrett lives there. And I'm thinking straight away, something's not right here. That's the name of the man who's dead in Devon.
About how long have they lived next door to you?
Redman learns what the neighbors know about this other Neil Barrett. He discovers an uncanny similarity between Neil Barrett and Steve Russell.
And when they described the person they knew as Neil, his manner, the accent, it became apparent to me that we were talking about the same person but with two different names.
Redman realizes that Steve Russell is pretending to be Neil Barrett.
What they'd said transformed what had been a simple investigation to identify a found body to potentially a murder investigation. The man I was seeking was living as this man's identity. There had to be something sinister in my mind, and had Neil met his end as a consequence of this.
On his way back to the station, Redman calls Detective Ian Clynahan in Devon with the news.
Detective Clynahan.
He informed me of his findings at Wood and Walter, which really threw a totally different light on the matter.
But investigators haven't begun to fathom the depths of deceit involved in this case, or to suspect the international criminal at the bottom of it. In Canada, people have begun to realize the Albert Walker case is much more complicated than it originally seemed. Right after Walker disappeared with his daughter, money disappeared from his company. And now, it appears that Walker had plundered his own corporation.
I found bank information indicating that large amounts of money were being transferred through his personal bank account. I knew it wasn't his own money because we didn't have that kind of money. So it had to be either money that he was taking from the company or taking it from clients.
He had left his wife to deal with the clients who are obviously extremely upset. It was a shock to people that someone like this, who seemed to be righteous and good and charming and generous, could actually disappear and leave people high and dry without their life savings.
Canadian police charge Walker with 19 counts of theft, fraud, and money laundering. They request that Interpol issue a red notice for Albert Walker. He will rise to number 4 on Interpol's most wanted list.
The red notice is like an electronic version of the wanted notice that we used to see in the post office. Interpol will send that out to 181 countries so that if this subject comes to their attention, they can take steps to see that he's apprehended and returned to face justice in Canada.
But Walker will be very hard to locate. When he left Canada, he shed his identity.
I think he was difficult to track because you're dealing with a very cunning criminal mind. Mr. Walker was not a deeply intelligent man. He was not an intellectual. But when it came to crime, he was dangerously clever.
Maybe too clever for his own good. Because now, Albert Walker has the full force of Interpol gunning for him. That leaves him with no place to hide. Off the coast of Devon, England, an anonymous dead body is pulled from the sea. Eventually, dental records identify him as Neil Barrett. But this case is not so simple. Someone has taken Barrett's life and stolen his identity. Detective Peter Redman has even met the imposter. He introduced himself as Steve Russell. Police soon learn that Steve Russell lives with his young wife and 2 small children. In Canada, the name Steve Russell means nothing, yet. Barbara Walker is more concerned about the capture of her ex-husband, Albert Walker, number 4 on Interpol's most wanted list. But during the Canadian police investigation into Albert Walker, they meet the real Steve Russell, one of Walker's former clients.
He told the police that he had gone to Mr. Walker for a loan. Mr. Walker said that he would be able to facilitate that. And in doing so, he said, he would need his birth certificate.
With that one slip of paper, an experienced criminal can steal an identity.
He needed another identity, and Mr. Walker did just that. There were 2 key things that he did extremely well. He kept moving, and he kept moving under different personalities. And he got the necessary documentation, the official papers, that he needed to in order to be convincing.
Using Steve Russell's identity, Albert Walker starts a new life in England. 3 years later, fearful that Canadian investigators will catch up with him, he takes on yet another identity, Neil Barrett.
We started over the next few weeks to investigate the house, and we checked on all the utilities, the gas, the electric, the water. And we found that all of these items were registered in the name of Neil Barrett.
Both of them.
Police find the children's birth certificates are also registered under the name Barrett. But the real Neil Barrett is lying in the morgue in Devon. He has no wife and lived alone.
If these aren't things.
But he did have an ex-girlfriend named Melinda, who became an unwitting pawn in a murderous master plan. Detective Clenahan tracks her down.
Hello, hi. When did you first meet Steve Russell?
Melinda worked for the man police know as Steve Russell. She bought antiques and property, traveling around the continent for him. But that isn't all she did.
She was also asked by Mr. Russell to take vast quantities of money over into Europe and deposit them in various banks in Switzerland and other similar countries.
She never questioned where the money came from. Russell wins her trust completely. Melinda introduces her boyfriend, Neil Barrett, to her boss.
From Canada. Can we get you a drink?
She informed Mr. Russell at the time that her boyfriend, Mr. Neil Barrett, had one great ambition in life, which was to emigrate to Canada.
Russell makes Melinda and Neil business partners, setting the trap. To complete the paperwork, he asks for their identification papers, including birth certificates.
was wonderful to work with him together.
They have no reason to be suspicious of Russell. After all, he's exceedingly generous.
One Christmas, they were round at Mr. Russell's home address when Mr. Russell gave Mr. Barrett and Melinda 2 one-way tickets to Canada.
What they don't know is that Russell needs Barrett out of the country for a reason. He wants the man's identity. The trap is sprung. Steve Russell becomes Neil Barrett. But things don't quite work out as planned. Neil and Melinda break up. Melinda moves back home. And soon enough, a letter arrives in Steve Russell's mailbox. Neil Barrett has decided to come home as well. Steve Russell finds himself in an impossible situation.
The problems came when Neil Barrett decided to return to England, and then there were 2 Neil Barretts living in close proximity.
How are you? I'm good.
Clenahan suspects that gave the imposter a motive to kill Barrett.
We decided at that time that we would arrest both Mr. Russell and his wife, Diane Russell, on suspicion of the murder of Neil Barrett.
According to the neighbors, Russell and his family are out of town. But Detective Peter Redmond decides to drive by to see for himself. He is surprised to see a car in the driveway. But the detective is alone, without backup.
And I phoned, said, the car's back. I'm not going to leave in case they take flight. It was then suggested, well, we don't really know who this person is. He's wanted for murder. Someone suggested there might be firearms involved.
In Great Britain, police almost never carry a pistol. And armed raids require special arrangement. Redmond is told to sit tight until headquarters can mount an operation. While the detective waits for the firearms team to arrive, a taxi approaches the house. And the man he knows as Steve Russell gets in. With or without backup, Redmond cannot let the suspect slip from his grasp.
So I decided to follow it and to get it stopped.
Redmond is alone and unarmed. He can only pursue his mark and hope that backup will arrive before it's too late.
I got on the telephone and explained to them what was happening, that I was following this taxi and I believed it had got our suspect in it. So they frantically tried to get the armed response vehicle, which in fact was some distance behind me, to catch us up. And eventually, I would imagine 2 to 3 miles from the house, they finally caught up and stopped him.
Police approach the arrest cautiously. They know Steve Russell is a desperate man about to be cornered. In England, a fishing boat snares a dead body. Police discover that a man named Steve Russell has stolen the dead man's identity. They arrest him on suspicion of murder. Detective Peter Redmond takes him in. Russell plays it cool.
So I walked up to him and he recognized me straight away.
Sergeant Peter Redmond, the Yorkshire Police.
What's it all about?
We're placing you under arrest for the murder of Neil Barrett.
He was completely compliant. He put his hands behind his back in readiness for them to handcuff him. And then they took him away in their patrol car.
Mr. Russell is a very cool, calm and calculated killer. He's a very, very ruthless man and would do anything to meet his ends.
At Russell's house, Redman and his associates find the rest of the family. His wife Diane and 2 children. They take the young mother in for questioning.
She seemed a little taken aback, but there was no hysterics or panic. She's all about the children. Now, whilst Diane was getting herself ready and the children, the female officer who was with her noticed the small rucksack that she was preparing for the toddler. And said, "Wait a minute, what have you got in there?" And when she opened the bag, she discovered several bars of gold and several £1,000s in cash. Just what a 3-year-old needs for a night away.
The man at the center of the mystery won't cooperate.
Just got a couple of questions.
It's very difficult to give someone an opinion of a person who answers no comment to every question that answered.
I have no comment on that. No comment.
But he appeared to me to be a very calm, very calculated person, very sure of himself.
How long?
Police questioned Diane Russell separately.
She answered all our questions, and she informed us that Stephen Russell was a very successful businessman and that he had fled America in order that his wife, who he had now split up from, couldn't get half of his earnings from the business, and that was why they were over here. The police search Russell's house, hoping to find evidence to turn their suspicions to proof. At this point, we still didn't have any hard fact at all. And in fact, really, we were struggling to say that Mr. Barrett had actually been murdered. Investigators find more cash and gold bars. They also uncover various documents, including a rental agreement for a self-storage facility.
So we checked all this. We found
A search of the storage unit yields a global positioning satellite device, or GPS, used to navigate boats. The suspect has a boat registered under Barrett's name. Police locate it at the pier in Devon. They impound and search it. On board, they find a bag with credit card receipts, including one from a nautical supply store. The credit card is also in the name of Neil Barrett. Police question the owner of the nautical supply store. He tells them that the receipt is for an anchor. He recalls the customer insisted on buying the anchor, even when told it was too small for his boat. The store owner describes the purchaser. He fits the description of the suspect known as Steve Russell. Detective Clenahan knows he must find the missing anchor. He re-interviews the trawler fisherman who discovered the body.
He informed us that in fact an anchor had been trawled up in the same nets as Mr. Barrett.
The fisherman had forgotten all about it. He was, after all, focused on the discovery of the body. Clenahan knows the anchor could provide crucial evidence of murder. Pathologist Guyan Fernando has frozen the victim's remains. When the police bring the anchor to the morgue, he can re-examine the body in light of this new evidence. Dr. Fernando determines that the bruises on the thigh and the hip seem consistent with the anchor's shape. He concludes that the killer used the anchor to weigh the body down.
And immediately, the police and myself thought this must have been hooked onto the belt.
Yes. In here.
Dr. Fernando believes the anchor pulled away from the body when it got caught up in the trawler's net.
Might I see the belt, please?
So we took the belt out and had a look. And where we thought the anchor must have been hooked, the belt showed definite evidence of twisting.
They bring the belt and the anchor to the lab. The anchor is coated with zinc. Forensic investigators discover traces of zinc on the belt, providing the evidence they need to classify this death as a murder. They theorize that the killer knocked Neil Barrett unconscious on the boat, weighted him down with the anchor, and threw him overboard. The police know a murder occurred. Now they must link it to the suspected murderer. Using Neil Barrett's card, Steve Russell purchased the anchor. But investigators need to place him at the scene of the crime. The GPS device recovered from his storage locker could be the smoking gun they're looking for. They send it to the manufacturer to determine where the GPS system has traveled recently.
Very interestingly, this put that GPS system out at sea at 9 p.m. on the 21st of July, 6 miles off Teignmouth, which was roughly where the body was trawled up from.
This is consistent with the date on the watch found on the body, the 22nd. A Rolex will self-wind for up to 44 hours before it stops. Time has run out for Steve Russell, on the hook for murder. But he is not the man authorities think he is, and his crimes go far deeper than they ever imagined. British police arrest North American Steve Russell, believing he murdered Neil Barrett to steal his identity. But through Interpol's fingerprint database, they are about to discover they've solved an international case that has stymied investigators for years. Whenever a foreign suspect is arrested, authorities send the fingerprints to the Interpol database to see if the suspect has committed crimes abroad. In fact, Interpol does have a match. But the fingerprints do not belong to a man named Stephen Russell. He is not the man authorities think he is. And his crimes go far deeper than they ever imagined.
Within a few hours, a reply came back that in fact, Mr. Stephen Russell wasn't Stephen Russell, but was in fact Albert Johnson Walker, a man that featured very prominently on Interpol's most wanted list.
Albert Walker, the same man who left Canada 6 years earlier to escape fraud charges. The same man who disappeared with his teenage daughter.
We had caught the 4th most wanted man in the world. We were all obviously very thrilled.
In Brantford, Canada, Barbara Walker has not seen her daughter in 6 years. Ever since her husband Albert disappeared with the young girl. Finally, she receives the call she has longed for.
This is Detective Myers from the Ontario Provincial Police.
My knees went weak. I thought, this is unbelievable. They were saying that my daughter was found, that she was okay. And it was just after all those years of hoping, and it came out of the blue.
British authorities uncover that the woman posing as Russell's wife is really Barbara Walker's kidnapped daughter.
Number 6.
An older man with a younger wife is not unusual, but an older man with a younger woman who, when you look closely, has got physical resemblances to him, then you start to think, I wonder what's going on here.
This is a particularly difficult situation because you're talking about a child-parent relationship, and the concept of free will as we know it breaks down somewhat in that equation. Certainly you're a victim in that instance.
His daughter came over them at 15 years of age. Mr. Walker was a very manipulative man. He manipulated many lives that he came across daily and ruined people's lives. It didn't matter whether it was a friend or family, he didn't care.
Though many have speculated about the identity of the children's father, the paternity has never been revealed. British social service counselors arrange and monitor the first meeting between Barbara and her daughter.
I was shaking when I went into the room, but it went well. It was awkward, of course, when you haven't spoken with someone in 6 years. We sort of had to reintroduce ourselves.
It was when that spell was broken, the contact with her father was broken. She was then able to come forward and tell what had really happened. And it became apparent that she was not a suspect, she was a victim.
In time, Amanda Walker agrees to testify against her father. Albert Walker will finally have to answer for the death of Neil Barrett.
It seems like the perfect murder. And for all intents and purposes, he should have got away with it.
The Rolex watch found on Barrett's body, the clue that gave police the dead man's identity, is where the case came together for police and unraveled for the con man.
Had he even taken the watch off and thrown it perhaps 60 or 70 yards, just simply disengaged it from the body, he'd be a free man today.
And were it not for Interpol, the identity of the murderer would have forever remained a mystery.
The fingerprints were the key issue. I think had the fingerprints not identified him as Albert Walker, I don't think we would ever have found out who he was.
In the end, thank God, Interpol were the people who put together the information, sent it to the United Kingdom, and the investigators finally knew who they were dealing with.
Albert Walker is convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Although finally brought to justice, Walker's ego will not allow him to be humbled.
He was led away in the prison van when one of the prison officers mentioned my name to him. He replied, "Yeah, I know the man. Tall, scouser, not too bright. But I was brighter than Mr. Walker on this occasion."
Albert Walker is serving a life sentence in England. He still faces 37 charges of fraud in Canada. The Limoges-Paris night train. It barrels through the Loire Valley of France at 100 miles an hour. And usually blows past the small town of Chabanais, about 180 miles south of Paris. Few tourists visit this tranquil village. But one night, murder comes to call. In October 1999, a man walking by the railroad tracks makes a shocking discovery. the partially clothed body of a young woman. French gendarmes from nearby Bourges respond. They confront a disturbing sight.
It was quite difficult. We knew it was a girl, but identifying her was practically impossible, especially because she had no identity cards.
Colonel Bruno Aymar leads the investigation. The gendarmes are the military police who handle law enforcement in rural areas of France. He and his fellow investigators have little to go on beside the wrecked body. Somewhere hidden near these railroad tracks lie clues to this woman's identity. And possibly the key to her killer. Aymar soon finds the clue he needs: the woman's watch. The hands have stopped.
The hands on the watch were stopped at 4:10, but we couldn't tell whether it was 4:10 p.m. or 4:10 a.m.
But when Aymar removes the watch, it starts to work.
This meant that the fall must have stopped it.
The expensive watch tells investigators robbery was probably not a motive. Not much to go on, but all they have right now. The local press jumps on the story.
You have to realize that Chabanais is quite small. It is very isolated. So this incident immediately attracted the local press.
When the local newspaper files this story, Véronique Poutin, a French press agency reporter, runs with it.
It was like thunder. In a region where nothing much happens, you don't see things like this on the front page of the newspaper.
The story receives national attention, striking a wave of terror among the 50 million French citizens and tourists who depend on the train for safe passage each year. The killer has struck just as France plays host to more visitors than anywhere else in the world.
Unlike the United States, where everyone flies, in France we embrace the train. It's an image of childhood. There's a romance about the train that makes it part of the French culture.
With tourism at a record high, this anonymous victim could have come from anywhere. The medical examiner finds no evidence of sexual assault. He determines that she fell to her death from the speeding train, killed by the violent impact. A random victim or marked for death. Aymar can't say until he learns more about her. Though her watch has no monogram, it has a distinctive design. Aymar takes a shot in the dark that pays off.
We researched the watch, and we discovered that it was manufactured and sold only in Great Britain.
Aymar believes the victim may be English. To find out more will require help from the world's police force, Interpol. John Emhoff, former head of Interpol's National Central Bureau in Washington, D.C.
Interpol is a dedicated network that allows law enforcement officers to communicate worldwide instantaneously.
Almost 500 miles from Chabanais, in a small village in northern England,
is missing. She didn't make
A mother and
time.
father report their daughter missing. 20-year-old Megan Thompson had gone to France to study law. But homesickness drew her back to England. She left for home the same day the body was found in Chabanais.
She should have arrived at Birmingham New Street Station, as she should have been met by her boyfriend.
Detective Diane Mon investigates the case. When Megan fails to show up, her boyfriend calls her family, and they contact police.
It was unclear initially whether she'd gone missing in France or in England.
To help find Megan, British police contact Interpol, which issues a yellow notice.
The yellow notice is the flag that this is a missing person. Here's somebody that we're desperately trying to find.
Colonel Aymar receives the notice 5 days after the discovery of the body by the Trex in Chabanais.
We were notified by the policeman of the Regional Crime Squad of Limoges that Interpol London had submitted to them a report about a missing person, a girl who had left Limoges and who had not arrived in England.
He notifies Interpol. The victim matched Megan Thompson's description. Days later, Megan's parents arrive in France. Colonel Aymar shows them the jewelry recovered from the body. The couple recognize their daughter's possessions, enabling authorities to officially identify the victim as Megan Thompson. Her body is so disfigured that police never show it to her parents. Megan was just 5 months shy of her 21st birthday. The positive identification rivets the public's attention.
When she was identified and we learned she was English, the French and English press reacted immediately. All the newspapers picked up the story, and the press took the case into their own hands. The pressure from the newspapers was so strong, especially from the English press.
The police retrace Megan's final hours. At the university in Limoges, France, Colonel Aymar questions the victim's roommates to find out when she left her apartment. Investigators learn Megan planned to take the night train from Limoges to Paris, where she would travel on to England. Aymar's next stop, Limoges Station. The ticket agent remembers seeing Megan, who paid cash for her ticket. Aymar learns the train left Limoges at 3:08 and passed by the Chabanais station at 4:10 a.m. without stopping. 4:10 a.m., the time frozen on Megan Thompson's watch when her body was discovered. Investigators now know the exact train Megan rode the night she died.
We seized the whole train, all the cars, and took it back to Limoges Station to search for DNA traces or any clues in the car.
But police face a nagging inconsistency. The French National Rail System, the SNCF, tells investigators it is impossible for anyone to fall or be thrown from the train. All doors and windows automatically lock when the train accelerates to cruising speed. Even so, Aymar feels certain that Megan Thompson had been on this train, and that somehow, someone had forced her off at high speed. Investigators find their proof. One car with the automatic locking feature disabled. Crime technicians scour the car, but cannot find any significant clues.
Donc il avait déjà resservi.
It had
Le
already been
nettoyage avait
used
été
again.
fait dans les wagons.
The cars had been cleaned,
Voilà, donc
so
en
any
fait, les
evidence
traces
was wiped
étaient très
away.
abîmées.
But investigators will find their most valuable clues outside the train. Along the tracks, 10 kilometers north of where Megan Thompson's body was found, a hunter discovers a purse. Inside, a passport. Megan Thompson's passport. Police find her luggage farther down the track. The discovery supports Hamar's darkest suspicions. It proves that Megan Thompson had not fallen, had not thrown herself from the train.
Matériellement impossible pour jeter.
We knew it was a murder.
Après sa chute du train. Donc on savait
because her
qui
belongings
elle était
followed
et on
her
savait
off
que
the
c'était
train.
criminel.
Not only had Megan Thompson been murdered, her killer roves free along the railways of Europe. A young student in France tries to get back to her family in England, and instead meets her death along the train tracks. The killer's still out there. Somewhere. Anywhere. Gendarmes launch an intensive manhunt for a faceless suspect. The French rail system cooperates, providing the names of passengers who purchased their tickets by credit card. But many passengers, including Megan Thompson, paid cash. Police also know that another group doesn't pay at all. The so-called train rats, who sneak aboard without tickets.
Dans cette enquête,
In this investigation, we became familiar with the underworld of night trains, and we realized a very shady crowd travels on these night trains. There are dropouts, hooligans who are looking to steal.
In many countries, passengers caught without tickets must either get off the train or buy a ticket on the spot. In France, passengers caught without tickets are cited and later issued a fine. Train inspectors do not force them off the train if they can show identification. To solve the Megan Thompson murder, French police, who generally don't ask for assistance from the press, make a public appeal for witnesses who might have seen the young student. Investigators also begin riding the train at the same time of night Megan Thompson would have been aboard. They interview passengers who regularly took the night train and might have seen something. Investigators question hundreds of witnesses. After almost 2 months, riding the rails pays off. One passenger recalls Megan speaking with a young man. Hamar reconstructs a timeline of their trip.
She arrives at the Limoges station, and she withdraws 2,000 francs from the cash dispenser. Then, she goes to the ticket office, where she purchases a ticket to Paris. The ticket agent remembers this young lady very well.
Merci.
Then, at around 2 in the morning, she talks to another witness, who tells police that he remembers seeing Megan. a man wearing a cap stops to talk with her. He tells her that he is from Marseille and that he is traveling without a ticket. They get on the 17th car and sit side by side. The train pulls out at 3:08 a.m. Some time later, they leave the car and move to the next one. After Megan Thompson switches cars, no one sees her again. Based on the description of the man given by the witness, police create a computer-generated picture. Thousands of people come and go on the train, unnoticed. One of them is the killer, ready to strike again. And he could strike anywhere. Dijon, France, about 160 miles from Paris. On a chilly December night in 1999, the Calais-Ventimiglia train rattles through the city on its regularly scheduled route. On board, the train inspector notices a little boy sleeping alone in a compartment. He looks for the child's parents, sees no one.
Bonsoir.
Before exiting the car, the inspector makes his routine check of the restroom, patrolling stowaways.
Bien, quelqu'un? Bien? Ouvrez, s'il vous plaît.
He finds the body of a woman crumpled on the floor. Stab wounds perforate her body. She barely clings to life. In just 2 months, the French rail system has endured 2 murderous assaults. A murderer stalks the night trains in France. His first victim, a British student, her body found thrown by the side of the tracks. The second victim, a young woman, stabbed and left for dead in a bathroom. Police have a description of a suspect, but no names. Dijon Inspector Pierre-Marc Panazio leads the investigation.
It's unusual because it occurred at night. It took place in a train, a place where people should feel safe.
Dijon police cordon off the train to keep witnesses and a possible killer on board. Train authorities call the paramedics, but they can't save the victim.
Visuellement un examen médical,
we examined the body,
sur les causes de la
an
mort,
initial evaluation of the cause of death.
du corps,
The body was next to the restroom sink.
les pieds, les
What position were the feet in? How was the victim's body positioned? Were the arms folded? Were the arms stretched out? All those indications were noted.
portait une sacoche type banane que nous avons avec les précautions, avec les
And this person had a purse.
Et nous avons découvert une carte
We opened it
d'identité.
very carefully and discovered her ID.
Sylvie Bagot from northern France. And police soon discover a child alone who was traveling with Sylvie Bagot.
This was very hard because he was just a child. We were not supposed to let him know that something terrible had happened, that his mother had died. So we needed to get some information from the child to be able to contact the victim's husband. I have two boys that were about the same age at the time of the events, so I tried to talk to him.
Donc j'ai essayé de parler avec lui. Je m'attendais à ce qu'il me demande elle est où, qu'est-ce qu'il fait. Il ne m'a pas posé cette question-là.
I had trouble facing that question.
Petit garçon-là, ça, bon,
that child touched me personally.
Ça me touche.
Believing the killer could still be on board, they hoped to flush him out. Although many of the passengers slept, some report seeing a passenger in a baseball cap, acting suspiciously.
He was very agitated, nervous,
qui bougeait,
he moved around,
qui leur causait
he
des
caused
problems.
problems, he acted strangely.
Despite their thorough search, police can't find a passenger matching the description of the suspect. But in a nearby compartment, they discover hard evidence he had been there.
Nous avons constaté la perte d'une casquette de baseball.
We found a baseball cap lying a short distance from the body.
Corps, casquette qui était tachée de sang, qu'évidemment nous avons préservée de façon, comment dire, à pouvoir faire les analyses techniques, les
that we took away to analyze.
Then, police find evidence that the suspect fled the train.
Nous avons constaté un certain nombre d'éléments.
We found a blood stain.
Une trace de sang, peut-être une trace de main sur
a handprint on one of the doors in the car.
Police learned that the train makes a routine maintenance check in Dijon. The train stopped just 5 minutes before they discovered the body.
Une personne qui a quitté le train au moment de l'arrêt technique.
One person left the train after the maintenance stop when he wasn't supposed to.
Nous avons pu établir que c'était un errant.
We established that he was a stowaway. He knew for sure that this train would make a maintenance stop at the Dijon station at that time.
The train inspector remembers the man. The official had discovered the stowaway and written him a citation.
When someone is traveling without a ticket, the train inspector asks for an ID to verify the person's identity.
Dans ce cas précis, il y avait des
In this
références
particular case,
qui
he
indiquaient qu'il
presented a
avait
document
présenté
identifying himself
un
as
document
Sid
d'identité
Ahmed Rizala.
établissant formellement qu'il était bien Sid Ahmed Rizala.
We had finally found a very promising suspect.
Dijon police learn that Sid Ahmed Rizala is a 20-year-old Algerian immigrant who has done time for raping a 14-year-old boy and committing multiple counts of violent robbery. In his crimes, he often used a knife. He was released in June 1999, 4 months before the first train murder. Inspector Panazio issues a nationwide police bulletin, alerting French law enforcement agencies to find and apprehend Rizala. The bulletin reaches Colonel Bruno Hemar, still investigating the 2-month-old train murder of British University student Megan Thompson. Bourges investigators seize upon the similarities between the Dijon and the Chabanais murders. Though the violent manner of death differed, the parallels pointed to the same malicious killer. Both women rode the night trains. Sid Ahmed Rizala's mugshot resembled the computer-generated illustration. And one other striking similarity.
We suspected a man who several minutes earlier had been fined because he was traveling without a ticket. So we immediately made the connection.
The Bourg gendarmes call the police in Dijon.
Et lorsqu'ils ont eu connaissance de la photo,
when they found out about the picture, they contacted me to say, okay, we are interested because we already have something against this person from another homicide. Let's talk and try to cooperate.
The murders stir the press into frenzy. French police have to contend with both the murderer and constant media attention. The tradition of train travel in Europe and the region's dependence on the railway creates an unprecedented level of public interest.
The hardest thing for us in this investigation was the pressure. The pressure of the press, the pressure of our superiors. That kind of pressure is unbearable.
The investigators discover that since leaving prison, Rizala practically lived on the trains. Always on the move. Inspectors had fined him over 40 times for riding without a ticket.
This is unique. It's a stalker case. A person who lives by night takes advantage of the situation. Because during the night, there are fewer witnesses. It's easier to hide, to escape, to use the darkness to disguise oneself. I'm sure the same crime could not have been committed at 4 p.m. It's impossible.
A killer stalks the railways of France, relying on darkness as his ally, striking, then vanishing into the night. Police believe they know his name, and they are certain he will kill again. French authorities in Bourges and Dijon have joined forces to stop a killer on the French rail system. The suspect, 20-year-old ex-con Sid Ahmed Rizala. An expert stowaway, he'll be nearly impossible to track down. But Dijon Police Inspector Pierre-Marc Panazio has a plan. To get to Rizala, he'll identify everyone who he had visited while in jail.
Donc là, nous avons comme
We had his
élément
parents' address
le
in
domicile de
Marseille.
ses parents, à Marseille, une adresse, le domicile de son ami,
His girlfriend's address in Amiens,
ce qui est déjà
which turned out to
très,
be
très
something
important.
critical.
A man on the run will seek places where he has allies. Police begin surveillance on both his family's home in Marseille and his girlfriend's apartment in Amiens. When the press learn police have a suspect, they demand to know the name of the man they've dubbed the Railway Ripper.
The magistrate gave a press conference in Dijon saying he didn't want to identify the suspect by name because they were concerned he would escape. But someone leaked it.
One journalist, defying authorities, calls on Rizala's family, tipping off Rizala that he's the prime suspect in the hunt for the Railway Ripper.
Monsieur Rizala. Moi-même. Non, Sid Ahmed Rizala. Il n'est pas là, il a quitté, vous l'avez manqué.
The magistrate's worst fears are realized. When Marseille police arrive, Rizala has already fled. Knowing he's wanted, a violent, unstable criminal like Rizala can act in two ways. He could vanish, or he could kill again.
Pour être très précis,
For us, this caused a lot of problems.
beaucoup de problèmes et beaucoup de difficultés. Parce que
The suspect was agitated.
l'inquiétude qu'il a eue l'a mis en fuite d'une façon extrêmement rapide.
And he ran.
Et l'a affolé.
Rosala retreats to the world he knows best, the night trains.
We never stopped worrying that he could hurt another victim.
As the information about Rosala becomes public, hundreds of phone calls pour in.
The public was passionate about this investigation because it involved the train, because it involved a young woman, because a child had lost his mother. That made people upset.
Police investigate real and imagined Rosala sightings in Paris, Amiens, and Dijon.
People didn't just see him in the trains. They'd see him at gas stations. They would see him in town. Things like that.
To the public, it seems the railway ripper is everywhere. But to the police, he is nowhere to be found. Tracking Rosala's movements north of Paris to Amiens, Inspector Panazio meets with some of Rosala's friends.
To have these conversations with young women, we had to win their trust. We had to convince them that he was a very dangerous person, that there could be more victims.
Panazio persuades them to reveal crucial information. He learns that Rosala rents a room in an apartment building in Amiens. They're too late. They find an empty apartment, or so it appears. They search the entire building, ending up in the basement.
When we searched in Amiens, we were looking for a living person, a fugitive. Then, we discovered something in the basement, under a pile of coal. The body of a young woman.
Investigators have found another victim. But they are no closer to capturing Rosala. In France, authorities stage a nationwide manhunt for 20-year-old Sid Ahmed Rosala, suspected of murdering 2 young women on France's national rail system. In the basement of a building in Amiens, where Rosala hides out, police uncover the body of a 3rd victim. 20-year-old Renee Vass, missing for 2 months. The report was filed over 2 weeks after Rosala's first victim, Megan Thompson, was found dead. Vass has been strangled. Suspecting that Rosala may have fled the country, French authorities contact Interpol. The international crime-fighting organization issues a red notice for Sid Ahmed Rosala.
A red notice is a wanted notice, a poster, if you will, that is promulgated internationally as opposed to just within the bounds of a single country.
Now, an already sensational story reaches fever pitch.
It was in the papers. Everyone knew his face. Everyone knew the story of the British woman, the victim in Dijon, and the one in Amiens. All the details were known. That created a certain panic on the night trains.
The entire nation of France wonders when and where the railway ripper will strike next. Police struggle to keep the lines of communication open between departments without feeding the rumor mill on the streets. Success demands flawless cooperation. Local, regional, and national police team up to catch the railway ripper. Each has its own methodology and its own set of cases to solve. But Rosala takes top priority. The magistrate grants the police permission to trace and record phone conversations of people they believe he may contact. Inspector Panazio manages to turn one of the suspect's old friends into an ally.
Hello?
We had earned her trust. And very bravely, this person chose to inform me.
It started with a puzzling phone call in a language she didn't understand, from a number she didn't recognize. But it was the break investigators were looking for.
She did not understand why they were talking to her in Portuguese. And she decided to give me that number, saying, "It's weird, it's strange. I don't know this number. They speak a foreign language. Can you check it?"
If Rizala placed the suspicious call, then it means he's fled the country and is now in Portugal. French authorities contact Interpol's National Central Bureau, headquartered in Lisbon, Portugal.
We received the information here at Interpol. We knew right away the case was very serious.
Dr. Luis Neves is head of Interpol's National Central Bureau and the coordinator of investigations for the Portuguese Ministry of Justice. Now he must pick up the trail of the killer in Lisbon.
We knew what he had done and that he was a very dangerous man, and we knew he could escape.
French police traced the call that Rizala's friend had received. It originated from a phone booth in the town of Baixa de Banheira, 12 miles from Lisbon. Law enforcement agencies in Portugal find the booth and verify the information on the caller ID. Now, they can zero in on their suspect.
We communicated with the French via Interpol to tell them that the place really existed and that their information was good.
French investigators fly to Portugal to join their colleagues. John Imhoff and others depend on this crucial level of cooperation.
It's important for Interpol to be a partner in these investigations and to bridge communication gaps. The person who brought the matter to Interpol should take credit for the achievement because they had the good sense to go that way.
We immediately went to Baixa de Banheira. We brought in many criminal investigators and spread out to try to find Rizala.
Within hours of staking out the phone booth, Lisbon detectives spot a man fitting Rizala's description, heading into a post office. They tail him. This case, of international proportions, hinges on what happens next. Lisbon police calculate the right moment to take him down. Any slip, and Rizala could disappear. And when they strike fast.
Sid Ahmed Rizala.
French detectives confirm that the man in custody is the railway ripper, Sid Ahmed Rizala.
Rizala was very surprised. He never suspected he would be arrested here.
While France prepares extradition proceedings, Rizala stays imprisoned in Portugal. With his capture, the French authorities must now build their case against him. They hire Rémi Julien, a movie special effects designer, to recreate Megan Thompson's brutal death. With mannequins, they reconstruct her terrifying last moments, being thrown from a speeding train at Chabanais.
Le mannequin a été placé sur la vitre comme
we positioned the mannequin on the window. And the mannequin fell practically at the same place where the body had been found. All the elements of the crime matched our reconstruction. We knew the way he had done it, that he had thrown her by toppling her over the window.
4 months after Rizala's arrest, a French magazine publishes an interview with Rizala in a Portuguese prison. In the article, Rizala confesses to the murders of all 3 women. He claims to have experienced flashes of light that triggered him to kill.
Why did he kill? This is not just my opinion, but also what the psychologists think. He was in his own world, in a bubble, and then everything external stopped mattering. The only thing that mattered was being rejected. He felt very bad being rejected by a man or a woman, and in that moment, he would turn into another person, a very dangerous one.
Then, 1 month after his confession, Rizala kills one last time. Inside a Portuguese prison, just a few weeks before going back to France to stand trial, he sets his mattress on fire. Within minutes, he dies of smoke inhalation.
If Rizala had not died, he would have been sent to France maybe 10 or 15 days later. That was what scared him the most, having to go back to jail in France again.
But now, as suddenly as it began, it was over. For the killer and for the families of the victims. At the home of Rizala's first victim, the news of his death comes as a shock. Detective Constable Diane Mon assisted Megan Thompson's family through their ordeal.
On the one hand, a satisfactory trial and result of trial brings some finality for the family. But on the other hand, the fact that they didn't have to suffer a trial, they didn't have to go through the trauma of that trial, was again a relief.
Inspector Panazio and his colleagues from Dijon gain valuable knowledge by working with the police in different Interpol member countries.
This small case touched Portugal, touched Great Britain, and in some way that brought us closer. It was a terrible case. Above all, these people did not deserve what happened to them. You feel quite helpless when faced with these acts, but we cannot prevent everything.
The overwhelming publicity surrounding the case focuses the public's attention on train safety. The French National Railroad improves security on the night route, re-establishing confidence in the venerable railways. Megan Thompson's family makes certain that their daughter's tragic death will contribute to the awareness. They donate money given in their daughter's name to the Suzy Lamplugh Trust, a foundation that helps to educate young men and women about protecting themselves as they travel the continent of Europe. In shadowy ports along the east coast of the United States, a perverse form of the American dream plays out. Chinese immigrants smuggled into the country sell their lives to Chinese gangsters. The value of these clandestine operations, $3 billion a year worldwide. The smugglers use many routes, but their final destination is New York City and its thriving Chinese community. This criminal enterprise finds fertile soil in mainland China. The Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989 began a huge crackdown on personal freedom and sparked a flood of migration from mainland China into British-controlled Hong Kong. Every day, Hong Kong authorities brought hundreds of illegals into camps before deporting them back to the mainland. A second wave of mass migration begins in the late 1990s as the official handover of Hong Kong to China approaches. Thousands of Chinese citizens turn to the smugglers, called the snakeheads, named for a deadly predatory fish, for a chance at a new life in the West. Most have no idea they are buying into an entirely new set of dangers. The migrants pin all their hopes on a one-way ticket to American prosperity.
Human smuggling has been very lucrative. There can be no doubt about that.
Over the last decade, Agent Todd Bancroft of Hong Kong Interpol has witnessed the explosion of the human smuggling trade and the desperation of its victims.
Our intelligence indicates that the snakeheads or the syndicate masterminds have been charging up to US $45,000 per head. And when you take into consideration that in mainland China, most people earn less than $1 per day, then it's a phenomenal figure.
Recruiters find no shortage of villagers willing to pay a steep price for a shallow promise. But pulling it off requires a complex criminal network.
They have to have a source country, the ability to identify folks that they're going to transport.
John Imhoff, former head of Interpol's U.S. office.
You have to have a smuggling route where you have the access to cross the borders, and then you have to have a destination point where those people can be secreted and the money can be collected for the delivery.
The recruiters tell people that if they come to America, they can easily become wealthy.
Before they ever, step on the soil of America, they fantasize a lot.
Stephen Wang reports for the Chinese-language newspaper, Xintao.
They fantasized about easy living, very easy to make money. In a few years, they can be able to buy a one-family house, air conditioning, every room, two-car garage, very happy.
But as soon as their feet touch American soil, they're over their heads in debt. They'll spend up to 7 impoverished years working to pay the snakeheads off. If an immigrant can't earn her passage, the snakeheads go after her family back in China. It takes just a phone call.
They will say they do not have the monies ready, and that's the torturing part, come in, painful enough to scream, so the other side can hear it.
Once is sometimes not enough. The gangsters will repeat the tactic until they've squeezed every dollar they can get.
The family, knowing that they are getting tortured or maybe gonna get killed, they would go out and borrow money if they do not have anything. They would call all the cousins, distant cousins, every one of them come up with a few $1,000s to bail this individual out.
These Chinese gangs use violence as a weapon. They'll kill you if you don't play ball. This is generally an ethnic crime. So once they transcend their own borders and they're in another country, they lose the ability to communicate with anyone. They don't have law enforcement contacts, and they become isolated and dependent on their captors.
The immigrants can't go to the police because they're here illegally. And besides, they have an inherent distrust of all authority.
Unfortunately, we were brought up not to trust the police. We were brought up the police are corrupted. We were brought up that they are evil. So it's very difficult for the police to tell, to recruit or to talk to somebody who happens to be a victim of a crime or witness a crime. We learn how to mind our own business, to keep our mouth shut.
The gangs know it and exploit it viciously. If a smuggled immigrant tries to slip the gang's grasp, her punishment will be swift and unrelenting.
Females will be sexually harassed or assaulted, or sometimes gang rape in front of everybody.
Of the many Chinese gangs in New York City, the Fuqing gang claims the biggest stake in alien smuggling. The snakeheads conduct their business carefully. They use their connections to organized crime in China and the United States to smuggle in hundreds of thousands of illegals every year. One of the most powerful snakeheads, a man named Wang Uchui. He masterminds lucrative smuggling deals, trading human cargo with other snakeheads. Wang claims to be a construction worker and restaurant employee. He relies on the Fuqing gang and its 27-year-old leader, A.K., a convicted felon who served time for extortion. In 1988, A.K. was deported, but he soon came back and resumed his criminal business. A.K. depends on his lieutenant, Xinjian Lin, to do his dirty work. "30-year-old Lin uses violence and torture to carry out his boss's orders. And behind it all stands the formidable Sheng Chuiping. They call her Big Sister Ping, and she bankrolls the whole thing. She's worth an estimated $30 million. Sister Ping manages to wield enormous power without ever dirtying her hands. For more than a decade, she has run a souvenir shop and a restaurant in New York's Chinatown. But her main source of income comes in under the counter. She operates an illegal money transfer business that immigrants use to send money back to China. The service grows so popular that the nearby and legitimate Bank of China has to offer new customers free televisions to compete with her operation. This 43-year-old illegal immigrant was smuggled into America in 1981. Soon after, she and her husband began bringing in huge illegal shiploads of Chinese citizens. Some think she's a saint, helping families come together in the prosperous United States. Others, including the police, think she's a virtual slave trader. The INS nailed her once and convicted her of smuggling. She's already served 6 months in prison.
From what I heard from other people from different sources, I believe she is a smuggler with this strong connection to the Fuqing gang, the underworld.
Sister Ping has the money. The Fuqing gang has the means. and together they plan a major score. Now they plan to move almost 300 Chinese immigrants. The smugglers expect to pull in over $9 million. Sister Ping agrees to share a healthy cut of the profits with gang leader A.K. But his lieutenant, Xingjian Lin, will receive only his usual rate as an enforcer. They outfit a rundown freighter called the Golden Venture for this new smuggling operation. The ship leaves Bangkok on February 14, 1993, and stops off in Pattaya, Thailand to pick up 90 passengers. 2 weeks later, it arrives in Kenya to pick up 190 more passengers. Then the freighter heads for Boston. Months before the ship reaches the American East Coast, Lin corners his boss for more money. He tells A.K. that if he doesn't get a bigger share, he will leave the gang and take members with him. But A.K. refuses, setting the stage for a showdown.
So Xingjian Lin wanted to take over the gang from A.K.
Former assistant prosecutor Bill Murray.
They had the Golden Venture coming in, 300 illegal immigrants on that ship, $35,000 apiece. Do the math. Because whoever controlled those 300 bodies and the $35,000 that each one represented was the one who was going to control the gang.
A.K. knows that his rebellious Lieutenant Lin now poses a threat. One that he will have to deal with, and soon. Gang Lieutenant Lin contacts his own enforcer, Kim Sin Lee, aboard the ship. It's time for Lin to take over A.K.'s business. Lin orders the enforcer, Lee, to divert the ship from Massachusetts to New York, where his men can unload it. Lee and Lin agree to wait until the Golden Venture draws closer to shore to make their move. The captain and crew suspect nothing. They stay on course to unload the ship off the Massachusetts coast. Below deck, the months of living in squalor have taken their toll on the immigrants. Many have dysentery and are constantly seasick.
I came across with somebody that, do not have enough water to drink and stole a bottle of water, and somebody have to break his arm. I know some females that have to, trade sacks for food. It's not pretty.
A.K. learns that Lin plans to seize control of the Golden Venture. Enraged, he strikes fast and calls in a hitman to assassinate Lin. Within Fukching, an all-out gang war is about to erupt. Whoever wins the fight for control of the gang will inherit the lives of almost 300 people steaming across the Atlantic. An Asian crime syndicate capitalizes on the dreams of hopeful Chinese immigrants. And the wily Big Sister Ping pulls all the strings. 2 months before, the Golden Venture leaves the Far East and picks up almost 300 passengers. They're heading towards America. The conditions on the freighter are squalid. But for most of the passengers, the arduous journey is a small price to pay for the promise of a better tomorrow.
The most basic motivator for illegal immigrants to leave their country is survival. They're trying to escape extreme poverty or governmental oppression, so they're willing to take the risks. Ironically, they often end up in worse situations such as slavery when they're finished the immigration process.
In New York's Chinatown, the battle for control of this smuggling operation spills onto the streets. The leader of the Fujian gang, A.K., has ordered a hit on his lieutenant, Xinjian Lin, for trying to steal control. A.K.'s hitman takes out Lin's 2 bodyguards, but he runs out of bullets, and Lin escapes. A.K. knows that his man got away, and that means all-out war within the Fujian gang. Fearing Lin's revenge, A.K. meets with his brothers at his New Jersey home. He gives them instructions for unloading the Golden Venture and leaves the country. Detective Thomas Goldrick investigated the gang murders.
A.K. feared some sort of retaliation. We believe A.K. left for China after the January murders simply due to the fact that Xinjian Lin had escaped.
The escalating gang violence in Chinatown attracts the attention of the media. Reporter Stephen Wong.
When San Francisco Chronicle interviewed me, I described alien smuggling during that time was the best business for any underworld.
On April 28, 1993, the San Francisco Chronicle breaks the story of the human smuggling trade and gives the secretive Sister Ping prominent ink. This once low-profile crime becomes front-page news. With the Golden Venture just weeks from reaching the United States, Sister Ping can't afford to let authorities see any more of her shiploads of illegal immigrants. The captain of the Golden Venture, an Indonesian named Amir Tobing, receives orders to wait off the coast. He agrees, even though food and water aboard ship are critically low. In his move to take over from the snakeheads, Lin calls Kinsin Lee, his enforcer aboard the Golden Venture. He tells him to order the captain to take the ship to New York. But Captain Tobing refuses, and his crew forces Lee off the bridge. But Kinsin Lee isn't taking no for an answer. He commandeers 12 Chinese passengers. Then arms them with guns, knives, and even sticks. He forces them to storm the bridge of the Golden Venture. In a matter of seconds, Kinsin Lee and his men seize the ship. They handcuff Captain Tobing and hold him in his quarters. Kinsin Lee, the enforcer, takes control and orders the first officer to steam ahead to the United States. He informs Lin that the Golden Venture will be off the coast of New York City within a week. But Lin has some unfinished business to settle first. He has to kill the men who tried to assassinate him, A.K. and his brothers. Then he can seize control of the gang, the boat, and its $9 million human cargo. He believes A.K.'s clan is hiding at his house in New Jersey. RK and his brothers stand between Lin and a $9 million payday. The freighter Golden Venture approaches the coast of New York City. The value of its human cargo, over $9 million. But a war is raging within the Fugitive gang over control of the ship and its cargo. Lin and his followers storm the suburban New Jersey home of gang leader RK. They gun down all of the gang members inside, including RK's brothers. But RK himself is gone. He's fled to China. Police arrive in minutes.
It was a bloody, brutal crime scene. We observed a dead Asian male by the front door. He had received numerous gunshot wounds along with stab wounds. We had 2 people in the basement that were duct taped and shot. And also another Asian male who was found on the street about a block away from the crime scene, also shot numerous times. There were well over 400 pieces of evidence. Handguns, a machine gun, hunting knives, serrated saws, handcuffs.
But additional evidence suggests the killers didn't have time to cover their tracks.
There were gallons of gasoline that were brought in because they had planned to subsequently burn the house down to destroy any evidence they might have left behind.
In the affluent, normally quiet, suburb of Teaneck, New Jersey, the murders shock the neighbors. Witnesses quickly give police a description of the van. Police radio the van's license number and description to all officers. They put up roadblocks along the Palisades and check every vehicle looking for the van. Caught in the dragnet, Xingjian Lin and his gang. Officers approach the van warily. Right away, they see blood on the men inside. They order everyone out for a search.
You, out the car! Close the door! Get on the ground! On the ground!
They question every man, but nobody's talking. Police arrest the gang members on the spot. Suspicion, homicide. The New Jersey Crime Lab analyzes the blood swabbed from the suspects. The DNA is a match with the victim's blood samples. Ballistics also ties the weapons to the gang members. With this evidence, authorities charge them with multiple counts of homicide. Investigators still don't know the motive, and the suspects still won't talk. But the physical evidence gives police what they need. Meanwhile, the Golden Venture nears the coast of New York City. Lee, the enforcer, tries in vain to reach Lin on the radio.
The impact of the murders in Teaneck as it relates to the Golden Venture were profound. Zindan Lin and all of his people were arrested at the George Washington Bridge within 15 minutes, leaving no hierarchy left in the Fugitive gang in the eastern United States. There was no one to direct the offloading of the ship to give instructions to the people that were responsible on the ship.
With AK in China, Lin in jail, and Sister Ping staying out of the public eye, the crew and passengers on the ship idle off the coast for 13 days. Food and water are running out. Then, in the early morning hours of June 6th, the on-duty alarm sounds at the Coast Guard station in Brooklyn, New York.
It was kind of a breezy night. It was clear visibility, so we would be able to see very easily. It looked like a routine sort of boater in distress kind of call.
Coast Guard officer William Mundy is one of the first to arrive.
I had no idea what we were about to face until we got close enough to see the people jumping off the boat and into the water. Then we knew we had a bad situation.
200 yards off the New York shore, the Golden Venture runs aground on a sandbar. Dozens of people scramble over the decks and throw themselves into freezing 5-foot swells.
We could see all the people on the deck, people in the water. We knew that this had to be some kind of illegal alien operation going on right away, because these people were just running to the side of the boat and jumping into the water without looking at it, without anything. They were just getting off the boat. Nothing was slowing them down.
The ship's engine, still on full throttle, futilely churns the ocean as its enormous screws bite the water.
Most people went to the front of the boat because it was closer to the beach. The ones that went off the back, they went through the screws.
Coast Guard and police helicopters hover over the boat, ordering the passengers to remain on board.
Stay on board. Do not jump off. Repeat, stay on board.
But panic engulfs the ship as terrified passengers leap into the violent seas below. While authorities in a New Jersey suburb grapple with a bloody Chinese gang-related homicide, the freighter Golden Venture runs aground in New York Harbor. The ship carries its cargo of nearly 300 men and women who entrusted their lives to human smugglers known as snakeheads. Coast Guard and New York police helicopter pilots call for assistance, but they watch helplessly as frantic passengers leap from the stranded ship. Emergency personnel care for those strong enough to make it to shore.
It looked like chaos. We see people lying down, could not tell whether this person's still breathing or not. And then later on, I find out this guy's dead.
Despite rescuers' efforts, the current slams bodies against the jetties. 7 people die.
I could see this massive group of people that was growing as more and more law enforcement responded and more aliens were pulled off the vessel or out of the water.
Special Agent Karen Pace investigates the disaster for the Immigration and Naturalization Service.
Many of the aliens, as they before they jumped, they bagged up what few items they had in plastic bags and they jumped overboard with those bags. But being the water was so rough, they couldn't maintain holding that and swimming. So these bags of items would wash up on the shore.
When the INS questions the passengers, they answer only one thing: political asylum. They don't mention the ship's crew or the criminal events on board. Someone had clearly coached these passengers into collective amnesia.
When I asked them who's the smuggler or who's the recruiter, if you do not know who's the smuggler, they will hesitate. They will pause. Then they will try to tell you something else. And they will try to tell you that, I love this country. I love America.
The INS takes 276 people into custody. Buses bring them to nearby Fort Tilden Military Reservation for processing and questioning.
Watch the bus, make sure nobody gets off.
To get the full story, investigators separate the crew from the passengers.
The crew was Indonesian and Burmese, so they looked a little different and were dressed a little differently and were more easily to identify.
Once they isolate the crew members, investigators try to determine who was responsible for this death ship.
We asked them questions like, who gave you permission to go on deck? Were you allowed on deck? Who told you when you could eat? If there was a fight on board, who enforced discipline? Were there fights on board? One crew member stood out a little differently because he was not Indonesian or Burmese. And he claimed to be a passenger only. But we suspected this was not true, and that person subsequently was identified as Kinsin Lee, who was the chief smuggler on board the ship. There were people who were not there on the beach June 6th, who actually were the smugglers and organizers, who were the masterminds behind this smuggling venture. And those are the people we really wanted to identify and arrest and bring to justice.
Two of the snakeheads behind the shipment, Big Sister Ping and her partner in crime, Wang Chui, see the disaster on television. Wang Chui disappears in New York's Chinatown. Big Sister Ping escapes to China, hiding out in her native home in Fujian province. She continues her smuggling operations without missing a beat. The INS secures a warrant to search the ship. Pace's team combs the Golden Venture.
The living conditions on the boat were terrible. When you look at the boat and you see the way these people lived for several months on this ship, how does one human being do that to another?
The choking stench of urine and vomit fills the hold. There is only one toilet. Very little food or water.
They were truly victimized by their own people, and that's what I really am amazed at, the level of exploitation.
Agents scour the Golden Venture, and they find a lead. It looks like a list of names and phone numbers.
This list that was uncovered, which was in poor condition, was written in the Chinese language, including phone books and scraps of papers with telephone numbers.
Investigators rush the documents to the forensics lab. Before the INS can translate these scraps of paper, they need to dry and preserve the evidence.
What did he do with the passengers?
Pace continues interrogating Captain Tobing and the crew. And the story of Lee's mutiny unfolds. The ship's first officer told the INS what happened as they approached the shore. Lee's men warned the passengers that the ship was being deliberately run aground. Anyone who could swim was told to try to make it to shore. The others were ordered to stay on board until the snakeheads came to pick them up.
Political.
But as the Golden Venture rattled and shook, the miserable passengers dashed towards the door of the hold, to what they believed was freedom. Once the ship tore into the sandbar, panic took over. Even as Pace and her team untangle the story of the Golden Venture, the investigation continues at the beach. Within days, authorities pull 3 more corpses from the water, bringing the total to 10 dead. Still more remain missing, and investigators start piecing together the story.
We had a homicide investigation and an alien smuggling investigation. So we want to identify the snakeheads and arrest them.
As the forensic scientists begin to translate the documents from the ship, they give Pace a solid lead. The names of 19 snakeheads, including Wang Wuchui.
We saw his name and a list of people under him. Then we compared that to the ship-to-shore records, and that showed a telephone number that was subscribed to by his wife.
Pace and her agents hit the streets in Chinatown to chase the lead. Finally, authorities know the names of the snakeheads: A.K., Wang Wuchui, and Sister Ping. They expand the manhunt internationally, calling upon Interpol to find the criminals and bring them to justice. Ten people die when the Golden Venture, a freighter loaded with human cargo, runs aground in New York Harbor. INS agent Karen Pace has learned the names of the so-called snakeheads behind the deadly voyage. A.K., the leader of the Fuqing gang, has left the country. Interpol has alerted its offices around the world to track him down. In New York City, the circle tightens around the criminals behind the Golden Venture. The INS traces snakehead Wang Wuchui to his girlfriend's apartment in Chinatown. In April 1994, Karen Pace and a team stake out the apartment.
We were sitting there for several hours when we observed them go into the building.
INS agents rush in behind them.
INS, open up! INS, open up, now!
They tear up the place looking for Wang and question his girlfriend. Wang Wuchui, the powerful snakehead, cowers in a closet. During his interrogation, Wang Wuchui gives up another name for the INS to add to their list of suspects: Sheng Chuiping, the woman known as Sister Ping. Authorities know the name. She's already served 6 months for smuggling aliens. INS agents now intensify their search for the snakehead mastermind. Sensing the fallout from the Golden Venture disaster, Sister Ping has already left the country. Interpol issues a red notice for Sister Ping, alerting authorities worldwide about a warrant for her arrest for human smuggling. From her previous conviction, authorities have her fingerprints and mugshot on file. But now she's out of their reach, almost 7,000 miles away in her native home in Chiang Mai, China. She hides in her luxurious 3-story pagoda, financed by smuggling profits. Sister Ping protects herself by bribing local officials. She's conspicuous, but untouchable. Hong Kong Interpol also receives a red notice for AK. Now Interpol catches a break. An informant tips them off that AK is living comfortably in the western district of the city. AK is arrested without a fight, and they extradite him to the United States. His conspirators are already serving time. Wang Uchui receives 10 years after pleading guilty to smuggling and manslaughter charges. Xing Jianlin, 4 life terms plus 40 years for murder and kidnapping. And AK is sentenced to 20 years for racketeering. But Sister Ping, the big fish, is still at large. In all, 22 people serve time for crimes related to the Golden Venture disaster. 10 passengers die, and 6 remain missing. Life for the nearly 300 victims of the snakeheads remains difficult. For those surviving the horrific journey from China to New York City, less than half remain in the United States. Many endure several years of detention, and more than 30 live in limbo, not knowing if they will be sent back to China.
And there are very good reasons why the immigration laws exist. But at the same time, we're human beings, and there's a certain amount of compassion that extends to people who are in a situation where they're merely trying to survive. It's a difficult equation personally, but it is one that has to be met, and has to be met with compassion.
The tragic death of 10 illegal immigrants aboard the freighter the Golden Venture tears the lid off the lucrative underground industry of trafficking in human beings.
Golden Venture is like an alarm that, waking up everybody, but it's been shut off almost immediately. People don't want to know there's an alarm. People still want to go back to sleep.
International police know that Sister Ping is still busy. She travels freely, using 3 passports, and continues her smuggling operations. But Interpol does not give up. 7 years later, in April 2000, agents discover the name of Sister Ping's son on a passenger list for a flight from Hong Kong to the United States.
International cooperation in this case was very important. The United States law enforcement officials, together with Hong Kong officials, managed to pinpoint her and pinpoint her location. We obtained a domestic arrest warrant to arrest Chang, and that put the whole thing in action.
11 agents converge on the scene, intent on nailing the elusive smuggling kingpin. They know this might be their only chance to catch Ping while she's vulnerable. Local police search the crowd at the Hong Kong airport, hoping to spot her. Sister Ping carries 3 fake passports from Belize, Hong Kong, and the United States. She claims it's a case of mistaken identity. But her fingerprints tell a different story. Finally, Sister Ping, Snakehead, is hooked. But proving her guilt in court is another matter. Although Hong Kong returned to Chinese rule in 1997, the extradition treaty between Hong Kong and the United States remains in effect.
My unit within the Interpol division was specifically responsible for the extradition of Chang Choi Ping to the United States. She was quite a tough cookie, but in the end, justice prevailed and she went back. In
July of 2003, 10 years after the Golden Venture ran aground, Sister Ping returns to New York City to stand trial for her crimes. She faces charges for alien smuggling, hostage-taking, and money laundering. Ironically, even after the Golden Venture disaster, some in the Chinese immigrant community still refer to her fondly as Big Sister Ping. In Brazil, a wealthy businessman gets kidnapped. The tense negotiations air on live TV. 3,600 miles away, in Nicaragua, another kind of disaster, seemingly unrelated, yet inextricably linked. Decades of violence and revolution once tore these streets apart. And the residents of Managua, Nicaragua thought those days had passed. May 23rd, 1993. While most people in the Santa Rosa neighborhood outside of the capital sleep, a nightmarish blast exposes the hideous secret right under their feet. And unearths a crucial piece of evidence, missing for almost 4 years.
The explosion was very loud, frightening. There was a lot of dust, windows broken. It totally destroyed 16 houses.
The blast awakens Managua police officer Marlon Montano, who lives nearby. He's the first on the scene and gets right to work. Three explosions demolish an auto repair shop and the neighborhood around it. Emergency personnel respond quickly. Dozens of injured residents wander in a daze. Authorities rush to set up field triage units to treat the wounded, as rescuers search for people trapped in the extensive wreckage. The destruction reminds many of the earthquakes that have rocked the region in the past. But this is no natural disaster. Montano's first job, find out what caused such a large explosion. Investigators suspect a propane gas tank blew up. But some distinctive metal fragments strewn throughout the area suggest something more sinister. Authorities find remnants of a grenade launcher crushed into a front yard. Montano and the investigators approach the obvious flashpoint of the explosion, the auto repair shop, where they discover something much more grisly: human remains. By coincidence, criminal investigator Carlos Bendaña also runs Nicaragua's Interpol division at the time, a job that will soon prove crucial.
The blast caused total destruction. I saw body parts from victims more than 100 yards from the site.
In the chaos, police make another startling discovery: a weapons bunker hidden under the auto repair shop. As investigators sift through the debris, they uncover a steel-reinforced concrete stronghold, complete with metal doors. Tunnels branch out, leading to several more underground chambers, housing a massive arsenal of deadly weapons.
I'm talking about AK-47s and missiles, bazookas.
In the bunker, police find nearly 24 surface-to-air missiles, many with their serial numbers obliterated, and a store of C4 plastic explosives produced only for the military. But Bendaña and the investigators know these explosives have another use. On the black market, they're a favorite item for terrorists. And that escalates the importance of this case right to the top. The discovery of the illegal weapons arsenal and its terrorist links alarm law-abiding Nicaraguans. After decades of upheaval under the Somoza dictatorship, followed by a revolution by the left-wing Sandinistas, Nicaragua still struggles for stability. The rebirth of democracy began in 1990, when Nicaraguans elected moderate Violeta Chamorro to the presidency. Yet trouble still plagues the country. Guerrilla bands remain armed and organized. Chamorro knows she needs help to dismantle them. After a 14-year absence, Nicaragua rejoins Interpol. The organization offers its investigative brains and muscle to the struggling nation.
They didn't have the experience to handle all of this. The country had just gotten out of a military regime.
Brazilian Federal Police Chief Romeu Tuma is the vice president of Interpol in Latin America. The bunker proves terrorists are working to destabilize Latin America again.
President Chamorro was trying to reinstall democracy. It was alarming that they found these kinds of weapons in their country.
Then, as they continue sifting through the weapons bunker, they make an even more chilling discovery. Proof of a global terrorist conspiracy. The stash includes hundreds of fraudulent identification papers from over 20 countries. Police find driver's licenses, birth certificates, and passports with the photos of known guerrilla leaders, enabling them to operate anywhere in the world. Among the papers are documents for two Canadian nationals, David Spencer and Christine Lamont, both convicted, controversially, in a high-profile kidnapping several years before.
They had 3-4 different passports apiece, some with photographs, with eyeglasses, some without. They would use these to move secretly from country to country under different names.
To the investigators, the documents show that terrorist groups throughout the world had banded together to form a well-organized terror cooperative, a precursor of organizations like today's Al-Qaeda. The new discovery changes the investigation. Former U.S. Interpol Director John Emhoff.
Once you have a cache of information such as this, then the impetus isn't so much just to solve the crime of who blew up this building, but to also understand how far-reaching this criminal enterprise, this terrorist enterprise is.
The terror groups likely entered the country years earlier, while the revolutionary Sandinistas ruled.
Nicaragua under the Sandinistas became an asylum. Any foreign group involved in violent, anti-government political activity was offered protection there and found refuge.
When the Sandinistas fell, many of these violent refugees stayed behind. Now Interpol realizes they've combined their resources, becoming well-armed and organized. Managua police take no chances. They place the fake IDs, passports, files, and other documents under heavy guard. President Chamorro orders Nicaraguan Interpol Chief Carlos Bendaña to lead the investigation and to contact the countries cited in the documents. Something big is brewing. Terrorism, possibly on a global level. And Interpol means to stop it.
I used Interpol's resources to call different countries to see if they would collaborate with the Nicaraguan police.
Interpol's Romeu Tuma is one of the first to respond. He travels from Brazil to Managua to help organize the manhunt for the group behind the stolen passports and forged IDs. He faces a daunting task. The massive amount of evidence, over 6,000 documents, fills 40 file boxes. Meanwhile, Managua police work the local angle. They track down an address for the proprietor of the auto repair shop, Miguel Moreno. Apparently a typical small business owner who's harboring known terrorists. Investigators need to find out why. Police raid the suspect's home. But Moreno's gone. The respectable auto repair shop was a flawless cover for the terrorist groups to stash weapons and documents. But how much did the employees know about it?
We found out that a night watchman at the shop had been injured in the explosion. And we went to the hospital to question him.
Police learned that shop owner Miguel Moreno's real name is Eusebio Arzaluz, a member of the terrorist organization called Spanish Basque ETA. He's wanted in Spain in connection with several terrorist acts, including murder. Managua police notify Interpol.
Obviously, there's a time element here. That has to be done quickly. So what are we talking about? We're talking about an ability to communicate with the other country immediately, and that spells Interpol.
Striking before the trail goes cold, Interpol issues a red notice for the arrest of Eusebio Arzaluz. The terrorist now appears on Interpol's most wanted list, alerting member countries to apprehend him. But he's probably already assumed another identity. Among the illicit documents recovered from the bunker, investigators find dossiers on business, political, and corporate leaders from Latin America, Mexico, and Brazil, leading to a chilling realization.
The dossiers confirmed they were financing their organizations through kidnapping businessmen in Latin-speaking countries.
Each dossier contains a complete profile on each potential kidnapping victim. Daily travels and personal habits, security concerns, maps, suggested ransom amounts.
The best kind of information that a law enforcement agency can get is information that's anticipatory of a crime.
Interpol now has a leg up on the kidnappers. They act fast to protect the targets. Interpol notifies the countries where the targeted subjects live. In many cases, they foil the kidnappers, but in one case, they are too late. One of the dossiers names a Brazilian tycoon kidnapped almost 4 years earlier. December 11th, 1989. Supermarket magnate Abilio Diniz, one of the wealthiest men in Brazil, leaves his mansion for work in Sao Paulo. The Diniz Company, built by his father, has an annual profit of $65 million US. Diniz, separated from his wife, lives with his sister. He has a close-knit family, and his kidnappers have studied it very thoroughly, preparing to make their move. In less than a minute, the gunmen capture Abilio Diniz and disappear, thinking they left behind no witnesses. But their flawless plan has a crack. In 1993, an explosion in Nicaragua reveals a cache of weapons and plans for a string of kidnappings by an alliance of terrorist groups. The kidnapping plot sheds new light on the 1989 abduction of 52-year-old Brazilian businessman Abilio Diniz.
Abilio Diniz is one of the richest men in Brazil. He is the president of one of the largest supermarket chains in the country. He was on his way to work. He was driving in his car.
Isabel Vincent was the Latin American bureau chief for the Toronto Globe and Mail newspaper and lived in Brazil at that time.
The kidnappers cut him off with a van, a fake ambulance that they had created, and they drove him off.
A witness to the abduction recognizes Denise and rushes to the millionaire's mansion to notify his sister, who lives with him.
Hello, okay?
Organized and efficient, the kidnappers quickly cover their tracks and vanish with Denise. By the time the witness tells Denise's sister what he saw, it's too late. Terrified, she calls the police. Nelson Guimarães, the chief of Sao Paulo's anti-kidnapping division, takes the call.
I always say that kidnapping is made of two halves, like a game. The first half belongs to the kidnappers. Our main goal is to preserve that victim's life. In the second half, it's up to us to recover the victim.
John Emhoff, former head of Interpol in the United States.
There's always this cat and mouse game that goes on between the criminals and the police officer. And it really is part of why police come to this work. They want to play that chess game.
But the game is a dangerous one. An epidemic of abductions in Latin America in the late 80s have left many victims dead. Over 500 abductions in 1 year alone. Investigators vow to bring this one to a safe and peaceful ending. It won't be easy. These kidnappers are skilled, experienced, and violent. If they don't get paid, their victims will die, along with anyone who gets in the way. 30 excruciating minutes after they snatch Abilio Diniz, the kidnappers make their first contact. A woman warns the Diniz family not to contact police if they want him back safely.
Onde ele está?
She says she will call back with further instructions and will kill Diniz if their demands are not met. No one knows whether the kidnappers have already harmed Diniz. His family, desperate to learn if he is all right, will do anything to free him. Within hours, police find the vehicle used in the kidnapping just a few miles from the Diniz home. The kidnappers' attempt to disguise it as an ambulance only worked during the heist.
When we found the ambulance, we started to examine it thoroughly. We practically took it apart. Inside the ventilation system, we found a business card from a mechanic's garage near the center of the city.
The police try to calm the Diniz family and convince them to trust the experienced investigators rather than act on their own.
We instantly set in motion our plans, tapping phones and putting agents out on the street.
Pronto. Atenda.
After several tense hours waiting, the Diniz family gets another call.
Alô.
This time, the kidnappers name their price for the safe return of Abilio Denise, $30 million.
Darei, o que queres?
Following advice from the police, the family agrees but tells them it will take time to get the money. The kidnappers say they will call back later to arrange a drop.
Você faz bem. Obrigada.
Eu vou.
Investigators leave to coordinate the operation from police headquarters. Meanwhile, at their hideout, the kidnappers blast music into Denise's cell to drown out conversation and disorient their captive. It's psychological terror. The police know that every tick of the clock works against them. The kidnappings they don't solve quickly often end in death. Brazilian police rush to the auto repair shop printed on the card found in the fake ambulance.
We questioned the owner and started to unveil the mystery of the kidnapping.
The owner informs them that a middle-aged man and a younger man wearing glasses recently brought the vehicle in for repairs. He did not get any names, but he gives the police the contact number for the two men. Investigators trace the phone number to an apartment in Sao Paulo. Officers enter the apartment. But find it empty. Technicians install microphones and transmitters, hoping to learn where Denise is being held.
Then we started to do surveillance on the building where the phone was. We even got an apartment close by.
They see several men coming and going.
Our investigators listened to the people inside the apartment. We were certain that these were the people who left the ambulance behind.
When one suspect gets left alone at the apartment, officers sweep in to get him. In the raid, police arrest Ulysses Acevedo, a known terrorist. But he's in no mood to cooperate. While the Denise family hopes and prays, Brazilian police know that time is running out. Police and Interpol pursue the kidnappers of wealthy Brazilian businessman Abilio Denise. Their investigation leads authorities to an apartment in Sao Paulo and to a known terrorist named Ulysses Acevedo. Investigators haul Acevedo in for interrogation. He claims to know nothing about the Denise abduction, but authorities don't buy it. Nelson Guimarães.
He has a long criminal history. He belonged to a revolutionary movement in Chile, the MIR, and he committed some robberies there. He had a knowledge of paramilitary strategy.
In the apartment where Brazilian police arrested Acevedo, they discover a lead that brings them another step closer to finding Abilio Denise.
We found a light bill for an apartment on Charles Darwin Street. It was another place they rented for their kidnapping activities.
Police stake out the apartment, laying low so the kidnappers won't spot them.
Since we still didn't know where the victim was, we didn't want to raise the kidnappers' suspicions. We didn't want to make too much noise because it could jeopardize the victim's life.
Instead of raiding the place, they decide to take the suspects down one by one as they appear. Very quietly, police apprehend 4 more suspects from the Rue Charles Darwin address. But still, no sign of Abilio Denise. Five days after the abduction, the kidnappers try to increase the pressure on the Denise family, hoping to extract money from the wealthy Brazilians. The kidnappers force Abilio to write a note begging them to pay the ransom money now, or his captors will kill him. The Denise family waits, desperate for news, and grows more frustrated as the days slip away. At any time, the kidnappers could panic and kill Abilio. The police try to assure them they're getting close. But the uncertainty gnaws at the family and the authorities. Interrogations continue. Slowly, carefully, police untangle a complex conspiracy, organized like a private army. Isabel Vincent of the Toronto Globe and Mail.
It was clear to the police from very early on that these people had some kind of paramilitary training, all of them. And it was clear that, all of the people knew how to use AK-47s. They could go to sleep at the drop of a hat when their commanders told them to go to sleep. They all had their various functions. They were highly organized and highly sophisticated.
All the suspects belonged to various revolutionary groups, banding together for one reason: to finance terrorism through kidnapping. Extracting details takes time. And time is their enemy.
Só algumas pessoas sabiam o local correto do cativeiro.
Only a few people knew where Denise was actually being held. The others only knew pieces of information. Some people would know activities up to a point. We had to interrogate with caution, one by one, to know the link where one piece ended and another would begin.
Five days into the abduction, a suspect finally cracks. He tells police where Abilio Denise is being held. Taking one of the kidnapping suspects with them, authorities head to the house. The plan is to wait for more support, then move in fast. But 2 pumped-up officers jump the gun and start the takedown on their own. The heavily armed kidnappers see only the 2 officers and open fire. The police have lost the element of surprise. They regroup and order even more backup. 200 tactical officers from the elite anti-kidnapping division surround the house. What should have been a surprise attack has become a tense standoff. The terrorists bring Abilio Diniz to a window. He's still alive, but they threaten to kill him if they don't get what they want. The police hope to avoid bloodshed. They encourage the kidnappers to pass notes back and forth. But the negotiations don't go well.
They demanded $30 million, an armored car, and an airplane to take them out of the country. These were their demands, and they didn't want to discuss them. Obviously, I absolutely didn't agree with any of those terms.
The Diniz family begins to lose hope. They don't think the police can bring Abilio home alive. The stalemate continues into the night. The tactical units take risks to stay visible and show movement outside. The kidnappers want to stop negotiating, but the police refuse to let them rest. The plan is to wear them down.
This was a very complicated situation, requiring lots of people from the police forces. The shock police, people from the military police who specialize in more violent conflicts. At any time, things could have gotten out of control.
They cut all power, plunging the kidnappers into darkness. It's a risk. No one can predict how the kidnappers will react. They might cave in and surrender, or they could panic and kill their hostage. An organized network of terrorist groups from different countries has kidnapped wealthy Brazilian businessman Abilio Diniz. The Brazilian police capture several members and surround the kidnappers in a house in Sao Paulo. The first night of the standoff passes with no surrender. In the morning, the kidnappers ask police to inform the media, and the cameras show up soon after. Isabel Vincent of the Toronto Globe and Mail.
The standoff was pretty tense. It lasted for hours with the kidnappers who were in the house threatening to kill Diniz and threatening to kill themselves.
On the same day, history is in the making in Brazil. The country holds its first democratic elections for president in over 30 years. But the Diniz kidnapping overshadows the election. Sao Paulo Anti-Kidnapping Division Chief Nelson Guimarães.
We restarted the negotiations, and they requested to speak with some ambassadors. The police offered them the Cardinal of Sao Paulo to intermediate.
Hoping to resolve the standoff peacefully, the Cardinal of Sao Paulo, a respected human rights advocate, carries messages between the kidnappers and police. Abilio's family watches the drama unfold on live television. They're willing to do whatever the kidnappers ask. police hold firm, not wanting to give in to terrorists. As the tension rises, no one outside knows the fate of Denise. His captors, frustrated and cornered, might end it their way. Hours pass, and still no word. It doesn't look good. Then, on Sunday morning, 6 days since the kidnapping and 36 hours into the standoff, the exhausted kidnappers finally give it up. They announce they're coming out. 2 Canadians leave the house first. David Spencer, 26, and Christine Lamont, 30.
So when the kidnappers actually came out of the house, they were captured on live television. And this was going on at the same time that people were voting in the elections. So at the end of the day, you have these 10 kidnappers coming out, and also the election results. But the kidnapping was so sensational that it dwarfed anything that was going on in the elections.
The 8 remaining kidnappers are all Latin Americans. But still, no sign of Denise, alive or dead. Brazilian police move into the house to search for Denise. While the family and the country holds its breath. The investigators of Interpol tie together 2 seemingly unrelated cases. An explosion in Managua, Nicaragua in 1993 that exposes a weapons bunker used by terrorists. And the 1989 kidnapping of millionaire Abilio Denise by a group of those terrorists in Sao Paulo, Brazil. After a tense standoff on live TV, the kidnappers finally give themselves up. But the fate of the victim is agonizingly uncertain. Police move through the house carefully. In the basement, they find a crude holding cell. It's dark. No movement. Inside, they find Abilio Denise, alive. While millions watch on television, Abilio Denise walks free after 6 days in solitary confinement. Sao Paulo Anti-Kidnapping Division Chief Nelson Guimarães.
The victim was confused, weak. He had no sense of day or night.
Police scour the house for evidence. The plywood cell, 1.5 by 3 meters, contains a lamp, a small mattress, and a portable toilet. The kidnappers controlled light, sound, and their victims' movement. Clearly, they are professionals. But who was their mastermind, and what were they out to accomplish? Interrogations begin for the newly captured kidnappers. Investigators discover that David Spencer, a Canadian who claims he is a human rights worker, rented the house under an alias. He and Christine Lamont make a bizarre assertion. They had no idea that Denise was being held in their home. But police find evidence implicating Lamont and Spencer, numerous aliases, forged documents, and phony passports. Items more befitting international criminals than human rights workers. Even so, Canadian human rights advocates lobbied on their behalf, and Lamont and Spencer swore they were not involved.
A participação dos canadenses no sequestro.
The Canadians totally participated in this plot, from beginning to end. They rented a car, they rented real estate, and both of them were there, guarding the victim. They played a striking role in the plot.
In 1990, ignoring international uproar, a Brazilian judge sentences the pair to 28 years in prison. Still, they maintain their innocence. But 3 years later, and 3,600 miles away, when the 3 explosions rip through an auto repair shop in Nicaragua, Interpol discovers even more evidence connecting Lamont and Spencer to the terrorists. Journalist Isabel Vincent.
What linked the bunker to the Dini's kidnapping were a number of personal items from Christine Lamont and David Spencer. They were the link. The documents from Christine and David were false driver's licenses, all sorts of things to cover their tracks, false passports.
Brazilian investigator Nelson Guimarães believes that the Nicaraguan weapons bunker connection provides irrefutable proof of Spencer's and Lamont's guilt.
To the people who said that the kidnappers were human rights advocates, I would say that the reality is that these are cruel people who deprive other people of freedom.
Interpol's Romeo Tuma.
They were caught red-handed with the victim in the first place. In the second place, all the documents, most of the fake documents, American passports belonging to the Canadians, fake signatures, were linked to that criminal organization.
Now Interpol set its sights on breaking up that terrorist syndicate. With information gathered from the weapons bunker in Nicaragua, Interpol tracks down its members.
The biggest revelation that came out of the bunker explosion was the fact that these groups, these terrorist groups from different countries, were in fact working together and pooling their resources, both financial and military and everything else.
Interpol might have never uncovered the terror coalition if not for the careless mixing of C4 and detonators that ignited the catastrophic 1993 explosion. Police take 6 people into custody, including the night watchman of the auto repair shop in Nicaragua. In 1995, they're tried and convicted on charges ranging from property damage to document forgery. 2 others, including the auto repair shop owner Eusebio Arzaluz, who fled to Cuba, are tried in absentia. They too are convicted and remain listed as threats to national security. After serving 10 years in Brazil, Lamont and Spencer win themselves a transfer to a Canadian jail and, remarkably, are released 10 weeks later. On rare occasions, international law enforcement officers discover a way into the shadowy world of terrorist organizations. The Nicaraguan explosion offered detailed intelligence on how efficiently these groups operate. The intel ultimately saves lives and helps fight terror.
We learned that there were a lot of people who were professionals, engineers, architects, who had come together in this group in order to build bunkers, study logistically how kidnappings could be carried out. There were a lot of strategy sessions going on, and certainly the documents found in Nicaragua illuminated a lot of that.
With that crime ring dissolved, Interpol stands better prepared to fight any others that come along. Brazilian Federal Police Chief Romeo Tuma, now a senator, makes fighting terrorism a priority.
This group provided the motivation for police to improve their methods to reduce the number of kidnappings. And after September 11th, terrorism became something that no international community accepts. So Interpol will be a permanent security force.
Recent history has shown that no nation on Earth is safe from terrorism, and the fight against it continues worldwide. France, October 1984. After midnight, the small museum in the village of Semur-en-Auxois closed hours ago. But that doesn't stop some determined art collectors. The thieves have done their homework. The museum has no security system, no bars on the windows, nothing to stop them. And they know something crucial that most of the town's residents take for granted. This unassuming little museum holds 5 masterpieces by 19th century artist Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot. They have never been on the market, making their value impossible to measure. A good job warrants a nice tip. One of the robbers takes it in the form of antique coins, snatched as an afterthought. With no witnesses, no bloodshed, and almost no effort, they accomplish their mission, snatching a treasure in art in a matter of minutes. The next morning, hours after the fact, a museum worker makes the horrifying discovery. He notifies the French gendarmes, the military police that serve rural areas. Sergeant Jean Dassy takes the frantic call.
The phone call was short. We didn't get a lot of details. We just got there as soon as possible.
The forensic team scours every centimeter of the museum. They look for a dropped tool, a scrap of paper, anything to help them. But the simplicity of the crime makes it that much harder to find clues.
The only trace we found were shoe prints in the courtyard.
Francois! Viens voir.
The prints suggested at least 2 people made off with the paintings.
The gendarmes call on Inspector Toussaint Pogial from the Judiciary Police in Dijon. The commander in charge of art crimes is perplexed.
Most of the stolen art cases I worked on before had not taken place in museums because they're usually guarded.
But this obscure museum, open only a few months each year, had no guards, no alarm system. No one ever expected a crime like this.
It looked like local criminals couldn't have done it. We thought that a private collector discovered the paintings and may have hired some criminals to steal them.
Investigators conclude the heist took less than 30 minutes. The museum curator distributes pictures of the 5 stolen Corot paintings.
Inspector.
Then another clue turns up. A fingerprint on a window. Police try to trace it, but it points nowhere.
The problem was that the print wasn't in our files. It might belong to one of the criminals, or maybe to a museum guest. And we just couldn't tell.
Police faced the same dead end with the shoe print, which lacked detail.
We were really, I'd say, absolutely in a fog about who committed this crime.
Unfortunately, there's a very vast market for stolen artwork out there.
John Imhoff, former head of Interpol in the United States.
Art theft is a huge problem in and of itself, but it can also be attended to other crimes, such as money laundering. If you think about it, something of great value can be hidden in something very small.
The theft leaves museum officials baffled and embarrassed. The stolen Corots grab the attention of art experts from major museums. Though many of the residents of Semur-en-Auxois did not even know about the masterpieces prior to the robbery, the thieves had obviously paid close attention to their arrival here. In the mid-1980s, art theft had risen to an all-time high, thanks to a booming international black market.
After drug trafficking, after gun trafficking, comes art trafficking.
Mireille Balestrazi, former head of France's art theft squad.
There were a lot of works of art being stolen in France, and Interpol recommended that we create a specialized division of the police force with a specific mission of finding works of art. These works of art are a part of the inheritance of the human race. The thefts in Semur were like electroshocks for all the museums to equip themselves better for protection.
For most police agencies around the world, art theft takes a back seat to more violent crimes. But Interpol knows that thieves often sell stolen art to fund dangerous criminal and terrorist activities. For Interpol, an art theft of this importance demands fast action.
We needed help from the international community. We sent pictures of the paintings to all the countries that are members of Interpol.
Art changes hands every day. Interpol needs to be sure it goes into the right hands.
For title to transfer for a piece of artwork, you have to know that you have clear title in the first place, and there's no place else to establish that at the international level other than the Interpol Stolen Artworks database. If a piece of artwork has been properly registered in the Interpol database, there will be a sure hit that yes, this is a stolen piece of artwork.
Despite Interpol's worldwide search for the 5 Corots, the paintings are not recovered. The culprits have apparently gone deep underground, and their artful crime in Semur-en-Auxois is about to be eclipsed by one far more audacious. The painting, Impression Soleil Levant, Impression Sunrise. This iconic masterpiece by Claude Monet caused a sensation when it debuted in 1874. This is the painting that gave Impressionism its name. It is literally priceless. For years, Monet had kept the painting at his home in Giverny, France. Now it hangs, along with other national treasures, in the elegant Marmottan Museum, located in Paris's 16th district. Every day, hundreds of French and foreign tourists come to marvel at the historic painting. But on a bright Sunday morning in October 1985, thieves follow them in. And Impression Sunrise makes headlines once again. The thieves make a quick detour from the crowd. Before anyone notices, before the unarmed guard can make a move, the thieves strike, forcing everyone to the ground. Then they slice Impression Sunrise from its frame. October 27th, 1985. A daring daylight heist in France's Marmottan Museum. In just 5 minutes, the thieves make history. And a clean getaway. They make off with 9 masterpieces into the bustling streets of Paris. Art thieves, but no art lovers, the gang escapes with up to $20 million worth of paintings. They hastily slash masterworks, such as Renoir's Bather sitting on a rock, from their frames. But none can rival the loss of Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise. The theft rocks France, a national treasure stolen before their eyes. At the French newspaper Le Monde, investigative reporter Emmanuel Duroux.
The theft of Impression Sunrise by Monet is inconceivable. The loss of one of the most famous paintings of the 19th century and even of all time. So it really shocked the world because nobody thought that picture would be stolen.
What kind of criminals would do this? Who would dare commit an armed robbery in a museum?
Mireille Balestrazi, former head of France's art theft squad.
It was like violating something sacred. Nobody expected a robbery of this kind in France.
Investigators scour Marmottan, hoping to find some trace of evidence. But the thieves didn't even leave a fingerprint. Authorities find nothing.
The investigators had no real evidence, except for witness testimony.
But no one got a good look at the masked men. Witnesses describe the thieves as European. And the news only gets worse. Never anticipating such a bold crime, the museum turned off its security system during the day. No alarms, no hard evidence, and seemingly no hope. And for the knifed masterpieces, no insurance.
The Marmottan paintings are absolutely priceless. You can't put a price on something that is considered a national or worldwide artistic treasure.
The director of the museum makes a desperate appeal to the public for help. Art experts know that impression sunrise could be damaged by the humidity. When no respectable leads surface, cops tap the art community's shady underworld.
We had contacts in the art world where there are specialists who hear a lot of things, who see a lot of things, but who don't necessarily tell the police. We used many of these contacts to get secret information.
Police question art dealers known for fencing stolen paintings, but none provides any significant leads. The investigation stalls. The senseless crime baffles everyone.
Really, most of the works of art that are stolen are common objects of medium quality that are easy to resell. And you can't resell Impression Sunrise.
Authorities hope that such a high-profile caper can't stay undercover for long. What they're about to discover is that the key to Impression Sunrise actually lies in the land of the rising sun. In Japan, 13 months after the Marmottan heist and half a world away, a brazen daylight heist goes down. November 25th, 1986. Morning near the fashionable Ginza shopping district of Tokyo. Business as usual outside the Mitsubishi Bank building as an armored van arrives to deposit money. Then, out of nowhere, assailants attack the unarmed guards. They steal over 300 million yen, or about $2 million US. And with no one to stop them, the robbers speed away into the busy Tokyo traffic. A huge haul of cash, a clean getaway. It seems like the perfect crime. But Interpol is about to get involved and prove otherwise.
Okay, c'est pas fini.
Three bold and seemingly unrelated crimes rock two different countries. First, the midnight theft of 5 paintings by Jean-Baptiste Corot from a museum in the village of Semur-en-Auxois in France. Then, during gallery hours at the Marmottan Museum in Paris, thieves steal 9 paintings, including a priceless Monet. And now in Tokyo, in broad daylight, robbers steal $2 million in yen from an armored van.
This was a bold robbery being executed right in front of a bank.
Tomofumi Yamamoto covered the story for Japan's Asahi Weekly.
It was the biggest sum of money stolen in Japanese history. Everyone was shocked.
Tokyo, one of the most congested and one of the safest cities in the world. But even here, safety isn't 100%. The $2 million heist sends Japanese police into action. Inspector Yasunori Ogata is the lead detective of the 1st Criminal Investigation Section of the Japanese police. The Tokyo Metro Police Department hit the scene in minutes to pursue the criminals. Within hours, they'd located the getaway vehicle. In an underground parking garage, they find the abandoned van. And inside the van, they find plenty of evidence, including a pillowcase, a sheet, masks, a large coat of a foreign brand, and a blanket with an address label sewn in. The blanket came from a store that rents bedding to people with unfurnished apartments. Among the 49 people who have recently rented blankets, they find a promising lead.
There were 2 Frenchmen who rented blankets. The leasing company normally would have checked their passports, but this time they didn't.
Investigators also learn that a foreigner recently exchanged a large sum of money, francs for yen.
50,000 francs. Yes, I need to open a French restaurant. I need to rent an apartment.
Passport?
Yes.
The teller made a copy of his passport, but police determine it's a fake. Their search for clues continues, and just 2 days later, they get another break. Near the Tokyokawa Inari Shrine, in another parking garage, police discover part of the haul the thieves left behind. 15 million yen, about $104,000. All in 1,000 yen bills. Inspector Uhei Tsukamoto, head of the fingerprints group.
The amount of money they stole was about 330 million yen. That's a lot of yen to carry around. I suspected that smaller bills, such as 1,000 yen bills, were getting too heavy to drag around.
Tsukamoto's department begins the laborious task of checking each bill for fingerprints. The department had recently developed new methods to speed up the process of fingerprint detection. They apply a liquid called ninhydrin to the bills, which they place inside a book that they then wrap in plastic. A microwave creates the humidity that develops the prints.
If we don't do this, it usually takes 2 to 3 days for the fingerprints to become visible. With this, it only takes us 1 or 2 minutes to get the fingerprints.
Even so, it takes the team 10 days to pick their way through the 15,000 individual bills, but it's time well spent.
We found 7 fingerprints on the new bills and 150 on the used bills.
Inspector Tsukamoto depends on the recently installed fingerprint database. But a comparison against 7 million prints fails to find a single match. The other evidence suggests that the felons are foreign. He needs a larger database, and he knows where to find one. Police contact Interpol. Interpol's international print database, headquartered in Lyon, France, gathers the fingerprints of felons in all its member countries. The organization comes through. Interpol identifies the suspects. Philippe Jamin, Richard Leroy, Youssef Kimoun, and Tifra Nordin. The 4 friends from the Aubervilliers area in Paris. All have prior criminal records for auto theft and drug trafficking. Acting on Interpol's info, Japanese police learn that the men have rented an apartment in Tokyo. But now they're missing. Inspector Yasunori Ogata discovers they left Japan on the same day as the Mitsubishi heist.
According to the immigration records, they went to Singapore. Since we knew that the criminals were foreigners, we started an international manhunt.
The Japanese police pursuit of the brazen Mitsubishi bank robbers will take them down an unexpected path. At stake is far more than the recovery of 330 million stolen yen. On the other side of the world, French authorities keep working to crack 2 cases of art theft. Months of searching have turned up no leads on the missing Corot paintings or on the paintings stolen in the Marmottan heist. As the months drag on with no apparent progress, Mireille Balestrazi and her colleagues at France's Art Theft Squad fear that the paintings will be destroyed through rough handling. Then, 7 months after the Mitsubishi cash heist, Balestrazi gets a glimmer of hope. Information that the Corot paintings are being held for ransom in Japan.
La piste japonaise est venue pour la première fois par
The Japanese connection came up for the first time when a middleman contacted the French embassy. He proposed to negotiate the return of the paintings in exchange for a payment from the French government.
The news that the paintings showed up in Japan doesn't surprise Balestrazi. In the 1980s, Japanese high rollers drove up the prices in the world art market. Newly minted millionaires craved lavish pieces that flaunted their wealth. And some didn't ask too many questions about where they came from. But art theft wasn't the only property crime. In October 1987, Tokyo police ramp up a manhunt for Shinichi Fujikuma, wanted for a $200,000 fur heist. Police want Fujikuma for information. They know he served time in the same French prison as Philippe Jamin, the suspected ringleader of the Mitsubishi heist. And they wonder if the 2 men became partners in crime. Police discover that Fujikuma works at a local restaurant, and they issue a warrant for his arrest. Caught off guard and with no place to run, he's taken into custody. Police have no idea they now hold a crucial link to an international crime spree that's baffled authorities for 3 years. Tokyo. Thieves pull off the biggest robbery in the country's history. But around-the-clock work by the Japanese police identify the men responsible. Philippe Jamin, Richard Leroy, Youssef Kimoun, and Tifra Nordin. Just hours after the $2 million caper, the suspects split up and flee the country. Now they could be anywhere. Authorities don't know it yet, but the Mitsubishi job is just the latest part of a bigger scheme that began in France 3 years earlier. September 1987. Japanese police arrest Shinichi Fujikuma, wanted for stealing furs worth over $200,000. Fujikuma has a long criminal record and ties to the Japanese mafia, or Yakuza. He confesses to police, giving up information on the Mitsubishi heist. His tale begins at La Santé prison in France, where he was serving 5 years for smuggling heroin. His gift for languages allowed him to commit crimes all over the world. Fujikuma met Philippe Jamin at La Santé. Interpol determines that Jamin ran a stolen car network with a group of small-time hoods who grew up together in the Aubervilliers area of Paris. Apparently, according to Fujikuma, Jamin had graduated to grander crimes. Jamin called on his old prison buddy to help sell off 5 Corot paintings he stole from the museum at Saint-Muro-Nozois.
Check it out, it's all good.
Fujikuma notices paint flaking off the masterpieces.
What about these two?
Jamin and his men had rolled them up incorrectly during the theft. But he agrees to fence them for whatever he can get. Fujikuma tells police that the plans to move the art didn't go smoothly. He could only manage to sell 3 of the 5 paintings. He goes back to Jamin and says he can't find buyers for the stolen art. Jamin, however, would not accept failure. He insisted Fujikuma had to make good on the deal, even if it meant paying for the paintings himself.
Just give me a couple days. I'll see what I can do. Right?
Fujikuma tells police that's when he decided to rob the fur store. To get the money for Jamin, he sold the stolen furs and gave most of the money to Jamin. The transaction bore some unintended consequences. When Jamin saw how easily Fujikuma pulled off the robbery, he decided to pull off a robbery in Japan himself. He gathered Leroy, Kimoun, and Nordin and hit the Mitsubishi Bank, grabbing 330 million yen, or $2 million US. Fujikuma swore to police that he acted only as an advisor to the bank heist, not a participant. But police have no reason to believe him. Instead, they get a warrant and search his house, looking for a link to the Mitsubishi heist or the Corot caper. Instead, they find something even better. A catalog from the Marmottan Museum in Paris where the second art heist took place.
In the catalog were paintings circled in red.
A check with Interpol confirmed suspicions. These were the same paintings stolen from the Marmottan. The evidence ties Fujikuma, Germain, and the gang to France's second major unsolved art theft. Interpol issues red notices, putting the suspects on their most wanted list. Their names and photos are sent to police in every country that belongs to the organization. They also notify Mireille Balestrazi and France's art theft squad.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
The good news keeps coming. Authorities locate all 5 Corot paintings. According to Japan's good faith law, if a person holds on to stolen property for more than 2 years without its owner claiming it, the owner then becomes the new rightful owner. Pogial and Balestrazi head to Japan to try to bring the paintings home. But they need help from Interpol to navigate this delicate situation. Both countries belong to Interpol, but they have conflicting laws.
Thefts of artwork crossing international borders present a unique problem.
John Imhoff, former director of Interpol's U.S. office.
What may be a crime in the victim country may not be a crime in the destination country. Interpol can only enforce crimes by constitution that are a crime in both of the member countries.
French authorities ask Interpol to pave the way for the French to come to Tokyo to negotiate. In turn, the French agree to respect the Japanese laws as they travel east to attempt to recover the paintings. The suspects have ties to the Japanese mafia or Yakuza, so a mob hit isn't out of the question. The Japanese police fear for the safety of their French associates.
We never felt that we were in danger, but our Japanese colleagues thought that we were. So they did everything they could to protect us, and they were always with us.
Brilliantly balancing legality with diplomacy, Balestrazi spends the next 3 weeks tirelessly negotiating the return of the paintings.
Madame Balestrazi negotiated like an expert, convincing our Japanese colleagues that we needed the paintings back in France.
Balestrazi successfully recovers 4 of the 5 paintings. But an art gallery owner simply refuses to return the last one, citing the Japanese good faith law, which made it his legal property now. But Balestrazi won't give up. She appeals to his personal honor, assuring him that his surrender of the painting will receive heroic recognition. At a press conference, the gallery owner handed over the painting and a ceremonial property title, allowing him to save face. The Corot paintings returned home to the museum in Semur-en-Auxois. The culprits have escaped justice, and a greater crime remains unsolved. Impression, Sunrise, and the other 8 paintings from Marmottan are still missing. French authorities believe that Philippe Chemin and his accomplices have everything to do with the theft at Marmottan. This gang of hardened criminals make a career out of disappearing. And when they do turn up, it's usually too late. One of the suspects, Richard Leroy, is shot dead outside his Paris apartment. Apparently, a professional hit.
In this case, many people ended up dead. Many of the people we questioned were killed. They died in violent ways, assassinated.
It's up to Interpol to track down the criminals, to save the paintings, and maybe a few lives. Interpol tracks a ruthless gang of thieves implicated in at least 3 major robberies. They've made off with millions of yen from an armored van in Tokyo, 5 paintings from one museum in France, and 9 paintings from the Marmottan Museum, including Monet's masterpiece, Impression Sunrise. One suspect, Richard Leroy, has been murdered, but 3 remain at large. Paris, France, 1988. 3 years after the Marmottan caper, French authorities make a breakthrough in the investigation. One of the suspects, Tifra Nordine, applies for a new French passport. But in a routine check with the police, authorities find his name in Interpol's red notices. When he tries to pick up the new passport, French police arrest him. Later, an informant tells police that the ringleader, Philippe Jamin, is hiding out in Mexico. Interpol takes it from there, working closely with Mexican police.
When a member country of Interpol learns that a fugitive is residing in that country, they have 2 challenges.
John Imhoff, former head of Interpol in the United States.
1, is this indeed the person who's wanted by the other country? And 2, are the crimes for which this person is wanted something for which we can extradite? Interpol supports that transaction by making sure that information is delivered in a timely fashion.
Agents take the suspect into custody. France and Mexico share no formal extradition agreement, but Interpol helps return Jamin to France. Mireille Balistrazi of France's art theft squad has waited a long time for this moment. She hopes Jamin will be the key to finding Impression Sunrise and the other 8 paintings from the Marmottan Museum, missing now for almost 3 years. But Jamin won't talk. Balistrazi turns to Interpol again. They help her obtain phone records from Tokyo. She discovers the phone number of a man who had once tried to broker a deal for Impression Sunrise. This man placed a number of calls to someone in the town of Porto Vecchio, in Corsica, an island off the coast of France. The man is Pierre Comiti, a part-time bartender. Balistrazi receives a tip he might have his hands on the Marmottan paintings. She travels to Corsica to chase the lead. She once again uses her powers of persuasion and tenacity. And Comiti leads her to the paintings stolen from the Marmottan, including Impression Sunrise. After 5 years of tireless effort, she prevails. The paintings leave Corsica and finally return to Paris. But the investigation frustrates authorities, who can't find enough evidence to charge the suspects with stealing the paintings.
We never had real evidence, simply a series of elements of evidence. Some witness testimony that, put together, made us believe they were the perpetrators.
Philippe Jamin and Tifra Nordine stand trial for the Mitsubishi robbery. But their fingerprints on the stolen money are the only evidence of their connection to the crime. So the men get convicted merely for receiving stolen goods. Their sentence is time served. To this day, Yusuf Kimon has not been found. But for Mireille Balistrazi, what really matters is the return of the missing masterpieces. She would soon join the organization that helped her find the paintings. In 2002, she joins Interpol's executive committee. Art theft remains a worldwide problem, fueling terrorism and organized crime. Right now, Interpol's database lists 11,000 stolen paintings worldwide. Many will never be recovered. But Interpol will never stop looking. Cancun, Mexico. Tourists from all over the world travel to the resort city to take in its exotic nightlife. But in April of 1993, that nightlife turns deadly. Rafael Aguilar Guajardo is one of Mexico's most dangerous drug lords, a man with many enemies. While he finishes his dinner with his wife, one of his enemies prepares to settle an old score. Outside, Georgianne Knafelk and her husband Barry Rosenbaum are enjoying a second honeymoon in Cancun. Georgianne is 2 months pregnant, and the American couple wanted to take the trip before the baby was born. Pushes his wife to safety and grabs Georgianne as a shield. The drug lord is dead. But he is not the only victim. Barry and Georgianne's dream vacation ends in a nightmare. By the time paramedics arrive, it is too late. The scene yields scant evidence. The witnesses draw a blank. There is little to help police find the man behind the brutal murder of a drug lord and an American vacationer. Police fear this is only the beginning.
When you have a gangland-style slaying, it's probably not going to be the only hit.
John Emhoff, the former head of the United States Interpol office.
You need to figure out why it occurred. You need to figure out the motivation, first of all, to solve the crime, and second of all, so that you can understand the dynamics of who might be next.
The Mexican police begin their search to find Rafael Guajardo's killer. Guajardo is the kingpin of one of the country's largest and most dangerous drug smuggling organizations, the Juarez Cartel. It is one of 3 cartels that control drug traffic through Mexico. The Tijuana Cartel controls the western part of the country. The Gulf Cartel operates in the east. And the Juarez Cartel holds the center. Guajardo's death makes his entire cartel vulnerable and ignites a desperate power struggle among his lieutenants. U.S. Customs Agent John Hensley,
Now you have a headless organization, and you have a vacuum, and they have been in that business long enough to know what happens when you have a vacuum. They're going to be at war, they're going to be threatened, they're going to be killed.
That very night, the bloody battle for control rages as the streets of Mexico's border towns erupt in violence. 8 Juarez cartel drug lieutenants loyal to Guajardo are hunted down and killed. This bloody power grab is for incredibly high stakes. The Juarez cartel makes billions in profits by delivering Colombian cocaine into the U.S. Juarez is on the northern border of Mexico. It's separated from El Paso, Texas by the Rio Grande River. It's one of the largest border crossings into the U.S. Customs officers and police on both sides of the border struggle to stem the tide of illegal drugs. In Juarez, the police use high-tech surveillance systems to try and gain the advantage. At the crossing into El Paso, U.S. Customs agents are engaged in a constant search. Their target, the billions of dollars in Colombian cocaine the Juarez cartel moves across the border each year. Interpol assists on both sides of the border, but the head of Mexican Interpol, Ponce Edmondson, recognizes it is a losing battle.
No law enforcement in the world has succeeded in the combat. We are in war against the drug dealers. We're trying to control the flow of drugs. The seizures we're doing are less than 20% of the drugs that go through.
Now, a killing has given the cartel a new leader. Mexican police and U.S. Customs must find out who is in control. Informants on the street tell them that the man who ordered the hit on Guajardo is one of his drug lieutenants, Amado Carrillo Fuentes. The Juarez cartel, like many businesses, has 2 divisions. Rafael Guajardo, a sort of head of sales, made the business deals, and Amado Carrillo Fuentes oversaw the operations. But the 2 men don't get along. Carrillo Fuentes doesn't enjoy sharing power.
Amado Carrillo Fuentes was undereducated, very aggressive guy.
U.S. Customs agent John Hensley has fought the war on drugs for 30 years.
The key to success for a man like Amado Carrillo Fuentes was ruthlessness.
Carrillo Fuentes joined the cartel as a teenager, and over the years, police have become familiar with the aftermath of his quick and bloody rise to power. But despite Carrillo Fuentes' reputation, authorities can never pin any of the murders on him. Looking for something to link him to the Guajardo hit, police put his mansions under 24-hour surveillance. With Guajardo out of the way, Carrillo Fuentes continues to make his money by familiar means. Driving Colombian cocaine into the U.S. from the notorious Medellin cartel. Cartel operatives smuggle most of the drugs in the hollowed dashboards and hidden compartments of specially modified cars. The Colombians pay Carrillo Fuentes handsomely, but to increase their own profits, they propose a change in their payment plan.
The Colombians made a decision it would be cheaper if they just paid the Juarez cartel in dope. And so they started paying them in hundreds and hundreds of kilos of cocaine. In terms of actual cash, they saw it as a good deal.
But the Colombians miscalculated badly.
What they did was create and make Amado Carrillo Fuentes a cocaine drug lord.
Now Carrillo Fuentes is moving his own cocaine and competing directly with the Colombian Medellin cartel for the same market. The Colombians try to stop him, but Carrillo Fuentes takes a bold stand.
They were going to cut off their cocaine supplies unless they stopped competing. And the answer back was, then you're moving no drugs through Mexico. We will shut you down, shut the door, because we control this. We also control the street organizations in the United States, and they're not going to buy from you anymore. They're going to buy from us.
In preparation for this move, Carrillo Fuentes reaches out to competing cartels. He no longer needs the Medellin cartel. They know it and give in to Carrillo Fuentes' demands. They become his partners. With this victory, Carrillo Fuentes takes over cocaine trafficking into most of the United States.
The Juarez cartel, we're actually doing business from start to finish, from the fields in Colombia, the labs down there, all the way to the streets of Los Angeles, California, and New York City.
But the huge money grab by the cartel creates chaos in the Mexican border towns. And in some cases, corrupt authorities stand by and watch it happen. In fact, the corruption fuels Carrillo Fuentes' organization.
The police in Mexico have historically received very low pay and don't come from a professional background and have accepted the fact that they can accept bribes. And so as you accept bribes for a traffic ticket, why not take bribes on a drug transaction?
Carrillo Fuentes and his gang make anyone who can help them a simple and terrifying offer. Bullets or pesos. Either they take his money or die. Carrillo Fuentes' bribes reach the highest levels of government. Some officials receiving as much as $1.5 million a month. Despite the threats, some officers won't back down. In November of 1994, Police Commander Jose Refugio Rubalcaba leaves his wife Maria and heads to work. Refugio Rubalcaba is a reformer who is cleaning up the police department by firing dozens of corrupt officers. He refuses to bow to the drug lord's threats. But today, he is picked up by members of the cartel. Days later, Jose is found murdered in the trunk of a car. A knife punctured his lungs.
In the law enforcement community, when someone goes down, no matter what their nationality, it affects all of us.
Despite the danger and almost routine corruption, many police refuse to bow to Carrillo Fuentes' threats.
There's a lot of risk, there's a lot of threats, but I mean, it's a job and you have to do it. Everybody is afraid in life. If you step back, you're a coward. I go up front. One step more. That's it.
In August of 1993, U.S. Customs and the Mexican police are alerted of a large-scale drug bust. Mexican naval officers routinely searching cargo vessels uncovered 9 tons of cocaine worth over $20 million. It is bound for the United States. According to Interpol agent Ponce Edmondson, this kind of bust makes the cartels vulnerable.
If they lose a load of cocaine, sometimes they won't have the money to pay the provider. They can get the Colombians knocking at their door, say, hey, I want my money. So those things are good for law enforcement.
Word of the bust soon travels to Carrillo Fuentes' Colombian partners. They are furious to lose so much product and blame Carrillo Fuentes. They assume he has lost control of his organization. Colombian justice takes its usual form. They decide to take him out. On November 24th, 1993, at a restaurant in Mexico City, the Colombians make their move. A move that will have an unintended and terrifying effect. In Mexico, on November 24th, 1993, Mexican police struggle to make sense of a horrifying crime scene. Colombian hitmen have attempted to kill drug kingpin Amado Carrillo Fuentes and his wife. The assassins miss their mark and pay for it with their lives. Carrillo Fuentes and his wife escape. Journalist Jorge Mendez covers the drug cartels extensively.
It was a miracle Carrillo Fuentes escaped. One of his bodyguards risked his own life and rushed Fuentes and his wife out of the restaurant, pushed them into an armored truck, and saved their lives.
The bodyguard who saves Carrillo Fuentes is reportedly Alcides Ramon Mahana, a policeman turned gang member. Short in stature, he is nicknamed El Metro, or the Meter.
He had some power and influence, but because he stayed in the shadows, he was never considered one of the important players in the cartel.
That is all about to change. Carrillo Fuentes rewards El Metro for his outsized bravery by making him his right-hand man. He also gives him control of the profitable Cancun territory. All the drug traffic in the popular resort town is now under the control of El Metro. El Metro, known as Carrillo Fuentes' enforcer, has a reputation of conducting business with extreme violence. Investigators intensify their efforts to find him. U.S. Customs gets a tip that El Metro may be using retail trucks to smuggle drugs out of the country and bring money in. But finding them is a daunting task. Each year, 16 million vehicles cross into the U.S. from Juarez alone. But the diligence of U.S. Customs and Mexican police starts to pay off. U.S. Customs agent John Hensley.
One case in particular, El Paso, our inspector seized over $10 million hidden in a frozen food truck. That hurt him a lot.
With each success, Customs gathers intelligence and increases the pressure.
We put a hard press on the Mexican drug cartels. We did share intelligence and information with Juan Miguel Ponce and the people from Interpol. They were beginning to focus as to where they could attack the Juarez cartel most effectively.
The intelligence begins to hurt the cartel. Interpol and Mexican narcotics agents confiscate huge amounts of drugs, weapons, and cash.
The Mexicans began doing sweeps and seizing property. That's when the Juarez cartel really started to shake.
As the intense pressure on the border cuts into the cartel's profits, Carrillo Fuentes and El Metro shift their tactics. He starts shipping by air. Once again, good intelligence pays off. U.S. Customs learns of the drug lord's new strategy and follows his every move. His drug shipments are easy prey for U.S. Customs spotter planes. When the planes land in the U.S., Customs agents are often there to greet them. Yet the more than $5 billion in seizures authorities make each year barely makes a dent in the trade. U.S. cities are still flooded with drugs from the Juarez cartel.
Armado Carrillo Fuentes became one of the biggest drug organizations that we've ever known about.
Undaunted by the small plane busts, Carrillo Fuentes uses another way.
They were buying large planes, which were bought like scrap material. They were very old planes from cargo airlines or regular fleet airlines. Nobody had statistics. And so it was very easy for them to buy. They put $50,000 and just they needed one more flight. And they crashed it at any beach or desert, but there was 10 tons of cocaine or 12 tons of cocaine.
The drug lord catches U.S. Customs off guard.
was not something we were initially looking for. They flew the same routes, altitudes, and essentially tried to look like a commercial aircraft.
The large aircraft create enormous profits for the cartel. Amado Carrillo Fuentes has become an extremely wealthy and powerful man.
Fuentes had the benefits that eschew from that kind of power. Women, mansions, jet planes, nice clothes, all the trappings of a drug lord.
He owned 54 mansions all over the country of Mexico. But his enormous wealth brings enormous problems. Carrillo Fuentes is having trouble hiding the mountains of cash he is earning as profit. This might be the weakness in the organization investigators have been searching for. Carrillo Fuentes needs help laundering his money. U.S. Customs and Interpol devise a way to help the drug lord with his problem.
Interpol in Mexico began working with us to identify the assets, to seize them, to identify people to arrest and prosecute.
They set up their own money laundering front and launch a sting called Operation Casablanca. Their only interest is in one client.
The Juarez cartel was always looking for a new source to launder their money. And so we began moving millions and millions of their dollars through the banking system.
Operation Casablanca is a success. The DEA files indictments and begins investigations of Carrillo Fuentes' financial activities in the United States. Interpol agent Ponce Edmondson sees the investigation start to hurt the cartel.
If you cut the money laundering, they're ruined because they don't have the engine, the motor that makes the organization.
Investigators begin to tighten the noose. They have enough to arrest the targets of the cartel indictments.
The Mexican government, with Juan Miguel Ponce as the point person, began arresting those people that there were warrants outstanding on in Mexico.
Investigators are finally closing in on Carrillo Fuentes.
The heat was too high on Fuentes for him to survive in his present role.
But the heat has an unintended effect.
There were just too many newspaper headlines, too many U.S. indictments. He was definitely going to get out of the way before he got caught.
When investigators finally believe they are getting close to Carrillo Fuentes, he disappears. A man with his money can hide anywhere in the world. Only one agency has the means to find him: Interpol. When police begin pressuring Mexican drug lord Amado Carrillo Fuentes, he disappears. U.S. Customs, Mexican police, and Interpol work all their contacts to find him. But surveillance by Mexican police is not working. Rumors indicate the drug lord may even have undergone plastic surgery. Mexican Interpol's Ponce Edmondson knows the reason Carrillo Fuentes is on the run.
He was scared as hell that we would detain him. Carrillo felt he's always in hiding. He never sleeps 2 nights in the same place. When he has such a large organization tipping him off, when he has corrupt cops giving him information, when he can buy false, forged documents, passports of different nationality, he was so afraid that he took a lot of precautions.
Nothing investigators are doing works. Police at his home have not seen the drug lord since he drove off. Now that he is gone, Mexican police make a bold move. They seize Carrillo Fuentes' property in Mexico, some 54 mansions in all. They hope one of these homes will hold a clue to his current hideout. Police come up empty, but head of Mexico's Interpol office, Ponce Edmondson, notices a curious similarity.
They were in different places with different decorations, but they had pool tables. Why they had pool tables? Because Amado Carrillo Fuentes had to be hidden most of his time, and he liked to play pool.
Pool is not popular in Mexico. The drug lord's passion for the game might just lead Ponce to his hideout. Investigators notice several of Carrillo Fuentes' most trusted cartel members have also vanished. Ponce Edmondson fears he's fled the country.
Quite easy for a person like him. Or he could offer $500,000 for some passports. So, I mean, corruption is anywhere when it's at those prices.
Carrillo Fuentes might be able to buy anonymity, but he can't buy luck. In England, 5,000 miles from Ponce Edmondson's office, a strange break occurs in the case. A woman at afternoon tea at the Ritz Hotel in London has $80,000 in traveler's checks stolen. Outraged, she goes to the police. Scotland Yard offers to investigate. The thief doesn't get far. A few days later, when he has an accomplice try to cash the checks, they find him. But it seems suspicious this woman would be carrying $80,000. To check out her story, the British detective turns to Interpol for help. He contacts Ponce Edmondson at the Mexican Interpol office.
When I heard the name of the lady, I knew was the mother of the principal lieutenant of Amado Carrillo.
Her son, Eduardo Gonzalez Quiarte, has worked with Carrillo Fuentes for years. Ponce Edmondson wants to take a closer look at the stolen traveler's checks. Scotland Yard faxes over the information. Interpol agent Ponce Edmondson wastes no time in running down the check numbers.
Those numbers of checks were bought wholesale $2.5 million, and they were in the hands of the Juarez cartel.
Investigators learn they were purchased from a currency exchange office in Mexico City. Interpol finally has a tool they can use to track the cartel members.
I was seeing the breadcrumbs of where they were going, because every check that was traded, I was informed. So they went London, Paris, Barcelona, Moscow, Jerusalem, and most were spent in Chile and Argentina. So I went to Chile and Argentina.
In Argentina, Edmondson notices that a Juan Rangel has been using the checks to buy real estate. Rangel would provide the drug lord with the perfect cover. Ponce Edmondson travels to Argentina to talk with the real estate company where the man known as Rangel cashed several of the checks. The company provides no information. It seems even in South America, Carrillo Fuentes is buying people's allegiance. To capture Carrillo Fuentes, investigators are going to need a break. Ponce Edmondson plays a hunch.
I said, this is going to be quite difficult if we don't have something. What was that something? Pool tables. I knew that Amado couldn't live without a pool table.
When agents in Mexico seize Carrillo Fuentes' mansions, they notice they all have pool tables. Ponce Edmondson believes he may be able to use Carrillo Fuentes' unusual hobby to trip him up. He visits an importer who handles pool tables and plays a ruse.
I said, I love to play pool, and I would like to know if those people that bought those pool tables, if it's a bar or something where I could go play pool. No. They were for 4 private homes, and precisely was one of your compatriots, a Mexican that bought. Oh, then it would be love to play. Why don't you give me the address?
Edmondson's plan works. He gets the addresses. Convinced Carrillo Fuentes must be behind the purchases, Edmondson closes in. The residences are locked up tight. Carrillo Fuentes has vanished. Ponce Edmondson broadens the search to other South American countries. John Emhoff.
Yeah, the Juarez cartel's huge. I mean, they've got more money, they've got more people, they've got more connections than any local law enforcement agency, even in any one country's law enforcement agencies. But when you bring Interpol into the equation, now you have this force multiplier. You can match fire with fire.
The Interpol offices in Mexico City, Buenos Aires, and Santiago, Chile compare their information. The office in Argentina gets a tip Carrillo Fuentes is at a hotel in Buenos Aires. Ponce Edmondson finally has him in his sights. But the drug lord has gotten away many times before. Mexican Interpol agents track Juarez drug lord Amado Carrillo Fuentes to a hotel in Argentina. But when they raid the hotel, Carrillo Fuentes is long gone.
Somebody tipped him and he left. We were always one step behind. But that was good, because that's what got him so nervous and made him commit mistakes.
While staying at the hotel, Carrillo Fuentes had made a series of calls to the same town in Argentina. Now Interpol agents believe they have finally found his hideout. But before Interpol's Ponce Edmondson gets to him again, he goes on the run. Pressure from the authorities forces Carrillo Fuentes once more to flee the country. Interpol agents learn he escapes from Buenos Aires and goes to Cuba. From there, he sneaks back into Mexico. July 1997. Amado Carrillo Fuentes plans to disappear permanently. In a hospital in Mexico, he undergoes plastic surgery on his face. But something goes horribly wrong during the procedure. Under the effects of anesthesia, Carrillo Fuentes stops breathing, and the medical team cannot revive him. Carrillo Fuentes dies on the operating table. When Ponce Edmondson learns of the accident, he rushes to the hospital to try and identify the infamous criminal's body. Mexican officials and U.S. narcotics authorities want to confirm that the operating table victim is, in fact, Carrillo Fuentes.
The media thought that he was so resourceful and he had so much money that he could have put another corpse, so people will think he was dead, and then he would get out of the pressure. So it was very important to produce enough evidence to show that he was who he was, and that was DNA.
They take tissue and blood samples for testing. This microscopic evidence holds the key to the man's identity. A DNA lab in the U.S. confirms the dead man in the hospital is Amado Carrillo Fuentes. The murderer and drug kingpin who took over the cartel by killing his predecessor, an innocent tourist, and countless others, is dead. At autopsy, authorities discover the kingpin, a cocaine user himself, had the drug in his system when he died. He also had traces of a sedative, Dormicum, which Carrillo Fuentes often used to help him sleep after a cocaine binge. When the anesthetic combined with the Dormicum, it created a fatal cocktail. The ruthless drug lord had been struck down by drugs. Interpol has finally found Amado Carrillo Fuentes, but his death only signals the beginning of a new bloody drug war. it will turn the entire country into a battlefield.
It's like a wolf pack. When you knock the lead wolf down, they don't stop running. Somebody else emerges and the wolf pack just keeps on going. Generally, that is the most ruthless of the lieutenants waiting in the wings.
Mexican newspapers print photos of Carrillo Fuentes' corpse in the operating room. And news of his demise rocks the Mexican underworld. Outside Mexico City, a woman makes a gruesome discovery. Along a rural road, she finds a barrel. Inside is a mutilated corpse. Police identify the unfortunate man as the doctor who performed the plastic surgery on Carrillo Fuentes.
It's the ultimate signal of disrespect to an individual. So they send a signal to others that this is the way we're going to leave you if you cross us.
Police have evidence to suspect that the man behind the retribution killings is Alcides El Metro Mahana.
El Metro saw an opportunity to take over, and when he operated as ruthlessly as he did, the rest backed down, and he was able to take over the organization through force and intimidation. He was trying to rebuild the organization in his own mold, which is a lot cruder, a lot more violent. He operated differently through threat and intimidation. So as he had his own sources of information and identified local Mexican law enforcement investigations at the regional and state and local level, his tactic was to find out what he could and then kill him. A lot of local police officers died at the hands of El Metro.
El Metro has to be brought down. In 1998, Jose Luis Vasconcelos from the Mexican Attorney General's office joins the fight.
All the forces of the state were mobilized and exerted strong pressure over the organization.
Mexican police are now joined by the Mexican Army and U.S. military forces. They begin targeting El Metro aggressively.
To do this job, you must have strong convictions and overcome all your fears. These drug lords must be stopped. We must prevail, and we can if we don't give in to fear.
El Metro has shown himself to be a difficult target. He makes certain he is always well protected.
El Metro operated in two modes. One was to intimidate, terrorize, and kill, and the other was he still had to have sources of intelligence and some cover, especially governmental cover if he could find it.
Reportedly, his bribes go as high as governor of the Mexican state of Quintana Roo, Mario Villanueva.
What Mario Villanueva did was offer protection for the cartel. He ensured drug traffickers could land their airplanes and bring in their boats. He made certain they could move freely throughout the territory of Quintana Roo, and even laundered their money in the hotels of Cancun without fear of being detected.
Police intensify surveillance of his operation, but they believe El Metro is quick to strike back. On June 2nd, 1998, Juan Martinez, the leader of the investigation into El Metro's activities, is met by two police officers. Within minutes, he realizes he is in terrible danger. The men, posing as officers, take him to a secret location where he is reportedly tortured for hours. At the same time, El Metro allegedly sends his men to the investigation leader's office to reportedly steal evidence linking him to Governor Villanueva. The next morning, they leave the investigator in an empty field to die. He is discovered in time, and he's taken to a local hospital. This assault on a police officer infuriates Mexican police. They start an intense crackdown on all aspects of El Metro's operation. The new pressure creates problems for El Metro from within the cartel.
El Metro was being very rough. He was bringing scandal and a lot of law enforcement to that area, precisely what the cartel didn't want.
Mexican authorities offer a reward of more than $400,000 for information that will lead to his arrest. When his friends and enemies turn against him for all of the bad publicity he is generating, he decides to make a break and abandon Cancun. Before he leaves, he undergoes plastic surgery, just as Carrillo Fuentes did. But unlike his former boss, he stays away from the drugs before he goes under the knife. The operation is a success. But Interpol and Ponce Edmondson are not about to let the cartel's suspected leader get away clean. Their only problem is that now they don't know what he looks like. As investigators close in on the Juarez cartel, they make a series of high-profile arrests. But the suspected head of the cartel, drug smuggler El Metro Mahana, still remains at large. After undergoing plastic surgery to rebuild his face, he vanishes. In his wake, he leaves a political scandal. U.S. Customs and the Mexican police begin an intense crackdown on corruption within the Mexican government.
Drug traffickers must have complicity with police and government officials. The cartel could only operate with the corruption and protection facilitated by the authorities. Before the drug trafficking could stop, the corruption had to be stopped.
In Mexico City, Jose Vasconcelos oversees a task force working to clean up the corruption. It is a daunting task. The Juarez cartel has friends in very high places. The corruption is rampant throughout the military, the police, and it even reaches to some states' governors' mansions. Using wiretaps, investigators prove Mario Villanueva, governor of the state of Quintana Roo, is on the payroll of the Juarez cartel. The corruption reached Mexico's drug czar General Gutierrez Rebollo. He was accused of betraying high-level informants who paid with their lives. Reportedly, a deputy general for narcotics was paid by the cartel $1.5 million a month. But the suspected leader of the cartel, El Metro, still eludes police. Agents believed El Metro was operating out of Cancun, and perhaps with his new look, that he has returned. Agents descend on the resort city. But they aren't certain what El Metro looks like now. He could be anywhere. Police work every lead they have, trying to gain any information on the whereabouts of the suspected drug lord. But getting good information is difficult. Each time they think they get close, El Metro has moved on. Either their information is no good, or he is tipped off. While police on the street are trying to track him down, agents start to study phone records of some of his known associates. They notice an interesting pattern. They are all making a series of phone calls to a number in a small town in the remote region of Tabasco. The town is called Villahermosa. It is the town where El Metro was born. Mexican police put together a team to go to Tabasco and shadow El Metro's every move. Ponce Edmondson learns that because of El Metro's violent reputation, the cartel lieutenants have forced him out.
That group of lieutenants says, look, you made a lot of scandal, you created a lot of problems for us. We owe you because you saved the life of our leader in the past, so we won't kill you. Just think you're dead. You have enough money, but you have no power, no anything. You can't do any more operations. Just enjoy your money and go 10,000 miles away from here.
In Tabasco, near the town of Villahermosa, the agents pick up El Metro's trail. They wait for the perfect time to spring a trap. They get a break from some unlikely sources.
We don't really know, but we have the suspicion that maybe he tried to do something because there were a lot of anonymous calls saying where he was going to be in Tabasco. Maybe it was a rival cartel.
Perhaps El Metro angered his competition, but Ponce Edmondson and Interpol use this information to find the perfect time to strike. El Metro makes an appointment to make a phone call from a public phone. This is the opportunity Interpol has been waiting for. The officers wait for El Metro to approach the phone. They check to make certain he is alone. When they are convinced it is safe, they move in. On June 12th, 2001, Interpol gets their man. El Metro is arrested and brought back to Mexico City to stand trial for drug trafficking. But a Mexican court releases him, citing a lack of evidence. He is then rearrested in March of 2002 and charged again with drug trafficking. He is awaiting trial at the La Palma Federal Maximum Security Prison outside of Mexico City. Years after the arrest of El Metro, billions of dollars of illegal drugs still cross the Mexican border to the U.S. each year. So, for Interpol and law enforcement agencies in Mexico and the U.S., the battle continues to try and slow this deadly traffic. Egypt's magnificent monuments attract millions of visitors, awed by the mysteries of its ancient civilization. The story of Egypt stretches back thousands of years. Vestiges of her history still stand above and buried below. Priceless treasures. Hundreds of tombs, some known, many still undiscovered, hold antiquities in darkness. But tomb robbers and smugglers ensure that wealthy collectors around the globe get what they want at a price.
I come from a long tradition of smugglers. I'm a Devon man, and they've been smuggling for 1,000 years, and I'm proud to follow on.
Jonathan Tokley Perry, ex-British Army officer, restorer of antiquities, and to many, unabashed scoundrel.
I just regret there aren't more smugglers around. I perhaps should start a school.
Not everyone shares the smuggler's cavalier attitude.
To steal an artifact, you steal civilization. You are stealing history.
Zahi Hawass, General Secretary of the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities.
These monuments do not only belong to Egypt, but belong to the people all over the world. This is the heritage and the culture of everyone.
These monuments may belong to everyone, but Hawass and his colleagues are determined to keep them on Egyptian soil. It is not easy when there is lots to steal, and with rampant corruption, many ways to steal it. An estimated 70% of Egypt's antiquities remain buried. Egyptian law prohibits any newly discovered items from being traded or even possessed by Egyptian citizens. In fact, if an Egyptian finds an artifact on his land, he must hand it over to the government, who can in turn seize the land. But in a country where the average income is less than $2,000 a year, many people turn to the black market to keep their property and to make a little cash. If a builder uncovers ancient artifacts or ruins, they must contact the government, who can then shut down their building site. Many rebury the find and seal it in concrete to protect their building project. But even with the promise of some easy cash, most Egyptians are content to protect their property by quietly hanging on to their finds. That is, until the Gulf War broke out in 1991.
1991 was a splendid year because of the Gulf War. Everybody in Egypt was frightened. They were convinced that Saddam would trundle his T-72s all the way down to Sinai, and that Sudan would blow the high dam and Egypt would be flooded. And everybody wanted hard currency. And that meant that everybody was trying to sell their antiquities.
Tokely Perry and his partner in Egypt, Ali Farag, schemed to take advantage of the panic.
Our big break came with the head Amenhotep III, known as A3. This was brought to us by a building contractor from Asyut, who said that under ordinary circumstances, because of the laws, he would simply have concreted it in. But because this was the Gulf War, he was prepared to sell it.
They quickly settle on a price, a fraction of A3's real worth.
The building contractor wanted $6,000, which would what it was costing him to evacuate his entire family to Morocco for the duration of the war and keep them safe.
A3 is a huge score for Tokely Perry, a piece that can establish him as a major player in the antiquities market.
Be right back, son.
It is the break he has dreamed of for years. Trained at the best of English schools, Tokely Perry graduated from Cambridge in 1974 with a degree, ironically enough, in moral sciences. But after graduation, in Rome, he fell in love with all things ancient.
I touched them, and you have a frisson, a wonderful feeling coming from ancient things. And once I touched them, I knew I wanted to work with them. And to do that, I trained as a restorer. And then eventually, I became a smuggler.
Now the smuggler has to get his prize out of Egypt.
Got to imagine that I was leaving on the first flight. The country was still under military alert. There were soldiers everywhere.
In his room at the Windsor Hotel in Cairo, the art restorer uses his skills to conceal his crime.
To prepare something for transport, my first task was to coat it in a conservation plastic called B72. This protects it completely.
If he can make the ancient pharaoh's bust look like a replica bought at a bazaar, he'll slip through customs.
On top of the plastic, I simply put on a plaster nose, plaster chin, plaster eye. Then I would gild it with gold leaf, and then on top I could paint the decoration, the lines of the eyes, the stripes of the hair, and so on.
At the airport, a customs officer inspects the piece.
These fellows have a nasty habit of producing car keys and scratching the surface. And I knew that if they scratched the surface over the face and cheeks, where there was just the plastic and the gilding, they'd find stone. And that would have buggered me. That would have been the end. So when he produced his key, I had to persuade him to go down and scratch at the bottom where I put a full space on, specifically for him to scratch.
It works perfectly. And Tokely Perry makes off with a priceless relic of ancient Egypt. One he believes is better preserved by collectors in the West.
Getting A3 through customs was probably the most difficult thing I ever had to do. I have never, ever done anything to harm an antiquity. I have saved things from Egypt that would be concreted in.
This English guy, he's saying something that doesn't make any sense. You cannot steal and say, I'm stealing these monuments because this country do not know the value of it.
The next day, Tokely Parry is back on the ground in England, ready to restore A3. When he dips the bust in a mild acetone bath, the gilding, paint, and plaster dissolve, revealing the treasure beneath.
When I brought out A3, it was clear I had an object that was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It was way above anything I'd ever had before, and I had no idea how to sell it and no idea what it was worth. And it was clear I needed to contact a dealer in that bracket.
To find that dealer, Tokely Parry looks to New York. Frederick Schultz is considered one of New York's most prestigious art and antiquities dealers. When he hears about A3, he agrees to help sell it. But he and Tokely Parry face a huge obstacle. Egyptian law forbids the sale of antiquities unearthed after 1983. Reputable dealers avoid items that don't come from a recognized collection.
One of the things to do was to create an old collection. That is, to give the idea that these objects had come from a collection that had suddenly come to light.
So Tokely Parry invents the Thomas Alcock collection. Alcock was a relative of Tokely Parry, a civil engineer who worked on several continents in the 1920s.
It's a game that's played. Everybody understands it. And I very much doubt if anybody is ever deceived by old collections in the antiquities world.
Using Victorian-era paper tags, Tokely Parry makes fake collection labels for A3 and several other pieces. He dabs the labels with tea bags, then bakes them to give them the yellowed and brittle appearance of age. Next, the expert restores the pieces using techniques popular in the 1920s, including the use of a certain type of shellac. The rest is up to Frederick Schultz in New York.
If a piece has been published, it becomes easier to sell because it has an academic description, an academic backing.
Schultz meets with a renowned Egyptologist.
Frederick.
If he can get her to publish A3, it will validate the work as a piece from a legitimate collection and make it appear as if it were obtained legally. The woman buys Schultz's story about A3 and the Alcock collection.
One of the things Fred was able to do was to get A3 inserted into the Cleveland exhibition of all the works of Amenhotep III, which was published in a very, very swish catalogue. There was a photograph of A3 in there as the only one of its class in a private collection. So that meant that Fred could refer to the catalogue when he was offering it to a customer. It obviously made life very much easier for him.
After the catalog's publication, Schultz sells the head of Amenhotep III to a South African dealer. The price, $1.2 million US. Jonathan Tokely Parry makes the biggest score of his career, pulling off what he believes is the perfect crime. But no crime is ever perfect. Smuggler Jonathan Tokely Parry and dealer Frederick Schultz sell a stolen Egyptian artifact known as A3 for over $1 million. It's the smuggler's first big score. Now, with the $1 million sale of A3, he becomes a serious player in the antiquities trading game.
One minute I was a servant at the tables of the rich, and then suddenly I was the golden goose. I was a much more important person. I was what they call a source. And it was a very charming transition. I must say I enjoyed it.
He has operated under police radar for years by maintaining a small operation and watching every detail. But as the smuggler's business grows, that becomes impossible. He has to bring in conspirators. London, England, May 1994. A man walks into the British Museum and asks for an appraisal of a remarkable find.
It's only very rarely that somebody comes in with a piece which is quite interesting and dramatic.
To museum Egyptologist Geoffrey Spencer, the items brought in are very dramatic indeed. Museum experts recognize the manuscripts as the so-called Demotic papyri, discovered by a colleague 25 years earlier. Items that should be locked and under guard at the Egyptian necropolis of Saqqara.
When they appeared in London, it was fairly evident that they could not possibly be here legally. They had to be brought out of Egypt secretly. We then got in touch with Scotland Yard Arts and Antique Squad, and they were very interested in the case, particularly, of course, as we were still holding the Demotic papyri. We still had the stolen goods. And we knew the name and address of the person who brought them in.
At Scotland Yard, Sergeant Richard Ellis, head of the Art and Antiquities Squad, investigates Andrew May, the man who brought in the papyri. May lives in Barnstable, in Devon County. And the Barnstable police are already looking into one of May's neighbors. Weeks earlier, employees of a local bank noticed this man. Mark Perry had been making regular deposits of £500 cash every Monday. Thinking Perry could be a drug trafficker laundering money, the bank employees contacted Devon Cornwall police.
Hello?
Detective Constable Stephen Toms is on the possible drug case.
We conducted some inquiries initially onto him and couldn't work out where the money was coming in. It wasn't large amounts, it was only hundreds of pounds, but it was a regular thing on a Monday morning.
The Devon Cornwall police placed Perry under surveillance. Further checks reveal Perry has been flying back and forth to Egypt on weekends.
Well, that was not a usual route for drug trafficking into the UK, so we were at a bit of a loss really as to what was going on. So where the money was coming from was a mystery.
The mystery unravels with the call about the Demotic papyri. Mark Perry's neighbor, Andrew May, rents a workshop to Jonathan Tokely Perry, whom police know only as a restorer of antiquities, who recently reported the theft of a valuable Egyptian statue.
Hello, Steve Tom.
Constable Toms puts the pieces together.
We knew that Andrew owned a large manor house. Mark Perry was living in a cottage opposite, and Jonathan Tokely Perry rented his workshop from Andrew May. And all this is within 100 yards of each other, and we just felt it was too much of a coincidence.
With stolen artifacts, travel to Egypt, and unexplained cash coming together in the quiet English town, police believe they have uncovered a smuggling ring, likely centered around Tokely Perry.
It was not a huge leap to come to the conclusion that Jonathan Tokely Perry was the likely source of the papyrus.
Constable Toms assists the Metropolitan Police in executing searches. The team secures warrants. Sergeant Ellis invites Egyptologist Geoffrey Spencer to join them.
We're not experts in this field. We couldn't tell whether it was a replica or the real thing, but Geoffrey could.
The officers find no incriminating evidence at either May's or Perry's homes. They search Jonathan Tokely Perry's office.
And in the filing cabinet, rummaging through, were all sorts of travel documents to Egypt. And there were also documentation in relation to business transactions, selling Egyptian pieces to America. It was decided that the whole content of the filing cabinet would be seized, and we would investigate each document.
So far, no antiquities. Next, they check the restorer's workshop.
Photographs here. And the first thing that drew my eye was several plastic boxes full of photographs. These photographs were of a man later identified to me as Tokely Perry and others in Egypt, at the tombs, inside the tombs, chainsaws in hand, desecration of tombs.
My photos were actually irrelevant. All they showed was that I was buying pieces in Egypt and disguising them and smuggling them out.
But investigators see it differently.
This was his own record. I've often likened this to finding bank robbers who photographed themselves going across the street to hit the bank and then coming out with the proceeds.
This is bollocks. I was an amateur doing something very traditional, doing something that my forebears have always been doing. I was old-fashioned. I was the last of the old type.
The photos are only the beginning. Investigators finally hit pay dirt and call in Jeffrey Spencer.
And, well, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. And there were pieces of antiquity lying around, which meant absolutely nothing to us, but meant a lot to Jeffrey.
There was a head of a queen in a grey stone, quite sizable. There were a number of small antiquities.
We found in his workshop moulds which had been made from genuine objects which he was then producing replicas of.
The team confiscates everything as potential evidence. Police then move on to Tokely Perry's current home, 20 miles away in Iddesleigh. Inside, no one is home.
Tell them please to turn off that blasted alarm.
But investigators quickly discover more antiquities. They appear to be genuine and illegal.
There we found some more crucial pieces as regards evidence. 2 large pieces of stone relief carving from an Egyptian tomb of the Old Kingdom. And they were found in black wooden boxes.
The reliefs are typical of those found on the false doors of tombs. At the exact moment investigators are searching Tokely Perry's home, the suspect is on his way home from the airport. He's just flown in from Egypt. For Jonathan Tokely Perry, his timing couldn't be any worse. On June 28, 1994, as British police search the cottage of antiquities smuggler Jonathan Tokely Perry, their suspect walks right into the room.
On my 65th trip, I got back to my cottage and the door was opened for me by the police. And I thought I'd been burgled.
Tokely Perry remains calm, convinced he is safe from prosecution, as he speaks with Sergeant Richard Ellis.
He had a suitcase with him, and I got him to open the suitcase. And inside it, he had a folder which purported to show that he was engaged with the Egyptian government on conservation work on the tombs, that he was some form of consultant.
Also inside the case is a freshly unearthed artifact.
Now, this was a genuine antiquity. It bore a Greek stamp, and it is something which Tokely Perry admitted to me then was an object he had found when he'd been taken to an unknown tomb in Egypt the day before.
Since he often buys goods directly from officials in Egypt, Tokely Parry convinces himself it's perfectly fine to export stolen treasures.
In Egypt, I was breaking the law, but I kept very good company. Egypt is a military regime. The power lies with the generals, and if the generals are all selling me antiquities, one has to ask where the law is.
This international mafia from England, from Egypt, from America, all of them had the freedom to do what they want, had the freedom to steal statues.
Such corruption and the huge number of antiquities has made it difficult for Egypt to stop the smuggling trade.
The Egyptian government hasn't always been effective in protecting the antiquities of the tombs.
Former director of the U.S. Interpol office, John Imhoff.
That a lot of artifacts have never been properly cataloged. The first people ever to see them were grave robbers. They've moved on to the world market without the knowledge of the Egyptian government. So there is this cache of valuable antiquities that's out there in the world that's never been properly documented.
To stem the tide of ancient stolen artifacts, the Egyptians pass an anti-theft law in 1983. Anyone removing items discovered after 1983 is stealing and can be prosecuted. Yet Tokely Parry is now in England, where there is no law expressly prohibiting ownership of antiquities.
I wasn't guilty. I hadn't broken British law, quite simply.
But British law does prohibit what's called dishonest handling of goods stolen from anywhere.
This man is trying to find an excuse. This is bad. And I think this can prove that this man is a criminal.
Yes, sir. The mass of material that we had discovered in that one day was certainly sufficient to give me grounds to believe that Tokely Parry was involved in a dishonest handling of cultural property. And for that I arrested him.
Tokely Parry remains defiant.
Thank you, sir. I stoutly maintain that morally I was doing the correct thing.
After being charged, he makes bail and is released. Now authorities turn to the other suspects. They interrogate Mark Parry about the regular cash deposits he has been making. Facing jail time, he turns on the others. He admits that Tokely Parry pays him to make the weekend trips to Egypt and either bring antiquities back himself or ship them back to England. Tokely Parry always buys his plane ticket and pays him £500 per trip. Police know Jonathan Tokely Parry is running a vast smuggling operation. Now they must find out exactly what that operation entails. The photos tell the story.
I made about 50 trips by myself. Our secret storeroom was just bulging, especially after the Gulf War. We had bought so much that I literally could not bring it all back myself.
That's when he began using couriers, expanding the operation in a sprint for profit.
Andrew May and Mark Parry were my couriers. Andrew May was the first one, and Mark Parry was the second one. I should never have trusted anybody because that was what started the undoing. I regret that I didn't just carry on doing what I was doing and doing it apparently successfully. If I hadn't trusted these other people, I wouldn't have got caught up in all the furore.
To break the ring and prove the dishonest handling charges, police need help. At the British Museum, Egyptologist Geoffrey Spencer tries to identify the confiscated items and determine their origin. He starts with the stone reliefs found under the bed and notes they resemble reliefs documented in the tomb of Hetepka. If he can prove they are an exact match, police can make their case against the smugglers. But Spencer runs into difficulty.
When looking at the detail, they didn't quite match exactly, and that was a problem. Tokely Parry must have changed the appearance of those slabs so that we wouldn't be able to do what I was trying to do, trace them back to their source, the tomb of Head of Car.
To confirm the suspected touch-up, museum scientists run a chemical analysis of the pigments used on the hieroglyphics. The results confirm their suspicions.
The hieroglyphs have been changed, and in some cases, Tokely Parry had made a mistake in that he'd used modern pigment, which was not known to the ancient Egyptians.
But police need to prove the seized antiquities recently came from Egypt to make the case that Tokely Parry handled stolen goods and broke British law. To be legal, collectors of Egyptian artifacts discovered before 1983 must register them with the government. Interpol helps monitor these legal collections by coordinating a worldwide database of stolen artwork. But this doesn't help Scotland Yard nail Tokely Parry. No one has reported any stolen items from the tomb of Hetepka. It's possible that no one has noticed the theft yet. But more likely, the smugglers bribed guards and other officials to keep the theft quiet. Looking for evidence of Egyptian contacts, the Art and Antiquities Squad reviews the recovered files and photos. They know Tokely Parry and his two couriers are involved. In the files, they find references to an Egyptian contact known only as Ali. Ellis asks Egyptian authorities for help, including General Aziz Maklad of the Egyptian Antiquities Unit.
It was frustrating, because all we knew was that this ring consisted of 3 British men and 1 Egyptian man called Ali.
Only that one name, Ali. It doesn't give police much to go on in a country of 60 million. But this one man could hold the key to crack open the smuggling ring and nail Jonathan Tokely Parry. With the help of Interpol, police in Egypt and England team up to dismantle an antiquities smuggling ring headed by Jonathan Tokely Parry. Zahi Hawass of the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities.
We are going to capture all of them to prove to the world that Egypt is caring for the first time about the protection of our monuments.
But it's not going to be easy. Their only lead in Egypt is a single name, Ali. But General Aziz Maklad has a plan.
I started contacting my secret sources. The only way we could bust this ring was to use informants. We had to place them between the artifacts and the thieves.
The informants give them a name.
Ali.
They identify Ali as Ali Farag. He comes from a family of suspected smugglers, but has kept clean himself so far. The team feels as if they're getting closer. Scotland Yard Detective Sergeant Richard Ellis flies to Egypt to follow up on the stone reliefs found under Tokely Parry's bed. There, Ellis joins a multinational team of police, and together they travel to the tomb of Hetepka at the massive necropolis of Saqqara. This tomb is one of the most precious in Egypt. While Hetepka wasn't a pharaoh, he oversaw the hairdressers to the pharaohs, an intimate to a royal family thousands of years ago.
It was the first time we had ever seen a tomb for someone from the general public. This was an extremely rare tomb. That's why the thieves would pay the dealers and the smugglers extraordinary amounts of money to steal from this tomb.
There is no evidence of theft, and the doors remain sealed. But once inside, their worst fears are realized. Not only are the reliefs from the false doors gone, nearly everything else is too. tomb's guards confess they allowed robbers inside in December 1991. The investigators believe this must be how Jonathan Tockley Perry got the stone reliefs they found under his bed. The damage and destruction contradict Tockley Perry's conservationist claims.
If you look at the tomb of Hetep-Kar in Egypt, after it was looted, and you witness the destruction that was caused as a result of Tockley Perry wishing to sell pieces of the false door, you will then see the destruction that people like Tockley Perry cause to the ancient monuments of this world.
And this is the real criminal activity. In order to satisfy the desire for profit and get a few pieces to sell, destroy an entire 5th Dynasty tomb, which has been there for thousands of years.
After emptying the tomb, the robbers resealed the doors and disappeared. To solidify the case against the robbers and smugglers, Egyptian antiquities police look for evidence of other thefts. They reopen other tombs in Saqqara and find that the looters have been busy throughout the ancient site. Jonathan Tockley Perry may be out on bail, but he is still running his smuggling operation. He gets word that a stele, a stone burial slab inscribed with a tribute to the god of the underworld, Osiris, is available on the black market. It is a piece Tockley Perry cannot pass up. He contacts American dealer Frederick Schultz. They then promise to wire a series of payments totaling nearly $100,000 to various middlemen. The sellers blindfold the ring's Egyptian contact, Ali Farag, and drive him through the streets of Cairo to the place where they secretly hold the stele. There, Farag makes the deal, finalizes payment, and arranges shipping in a container headed to a storage unit in Switzerland.
We paid $40,000 for that container, of which $3,500 were for the shipping, and the rest, $36,000, went to the Antiquities Police for a single sheet of paper. That's how smuggling works in Egypt now. It's semi-industrial.
It gives you an idea of the international nature of this market and how easy really it is, if you've got the right sort of connections, to move even large objects, because this is a very big piece of stone.
Scotland Yard is trying to keep Tockley Perry on British soil by taking away his passport. But Tockley Perry is nothing if not resourceful. He quickly hatches a scheme to get it back.
And he made an application based on the death of the mother of a former fiancé who happened to live in Switzerland. And he wished to have his passport so he could travel to Switzerland to support the former fiancé and attend the mother's funeral.
Ellis calls on Interpol for help. Through the International Police Force, Swiss police check the story and discover no such death took place. Ellis persuades the courts to deny the phony request. But Tockley Perry doesn't stop there. He substitutes a different family name, secures a passport, then heads to Switzerland. When he gets to his Geneva storage unit, Tockley Perry finds a surprise. The Osiris stele he and Frederick Schultz paid for is not there. After a year-long painstaking investigation spanning 3 continents, authorities are ready to strike. The name for their plan, Operation Bulrush.
We were able to piece together a complete ring of people involved in the illicit traffic of this cultural property from Egypt.
In March 1995, they execute simultaneous raids in London and in Cairo. Operation Bulrush nabs 5 British art dealers, a British police officer, more than 24 antiquities inspectors, and several of Tokely Parry's Egyptian accomplices, including his main contact, Ali Farag. Jonathan Tokely Parry has already been arrested and charged. He remains free on bond while he awaits his trial.
I was so happy. And I said, this will encourage me to recover our stolen artifacts. Because this cooperation proved that this is the beginning. It was really the beginning. And the beginning that we will start, all of us, to communicate with each other, to cooperate, to protect these monuments.
Tokely Parry's trial begins in early February 1997 in London. But on February 27th, Tokely Parry mysteriously fails to show up in court. He has checked himself into the mental health ward of a Devon hospital. Seeing how the trial has been going, he has his own plans.
My barrister said, they will convict you because they desperately want a scapegoat to close the market. But we can have it acquitted immediately. He said, you'll have to go to prison, but we'll get you out very, very quickly, and the whole thing will be clear. But I wasn't prepared to tolerate that.
That night, the antiquity smuggler chooses a dramatic escape route. Mixing a concoction of powdered hemlock, a common method of suicide in ancient times, he drinks it down.
I'd had the Queen's Commission, I'd served my country, I was very, very proud of what I was doing, and I wasn't prepared to be disgraced.
With that, the daring smuggler lies down to die. While on bail during his trial, notorious smuggler Jonathan Tokely Parry checks himself into a mental ward in Devon, England, drinks hemlock, and awaits his death. Devon Cornwall police track him down.
Mr. Tokely Parry, wake up. Mr. Parry, wake up. Mr. Parry. Mr. Tokely Parry.
Mr. Parry, wake up. You alright?
Sit up, Mr. Parry.
They arrive only minutes after he drinks the poison. He's still alive. Thinking he is merely groggy from sleep and sedatives, they take him in.
I was quietly dying, contentedly in hospital, knowing that I would be dead within an hour and a half. And then the police arrived and said they had to change my bail conditions. So they dragged me down to the police station. And by the time they got me back, I was halfway into coma, and they took me into intensive care. They had no idea what was going on.
Hemlock kills by slowly paralyzing the body's muscles. When the lungs stop, the person suffocates. At this point, Tokely Parry is still conscious.
I counted 52, I went black, and I thought, well, that's that. I didn't know about the thing called the intubator, which is a tube they put down inside the lungs to keep the lungs working. They didn't know what was going on, but they kept me alive with this intubator for 3 hours until the hemlock wore off. And I woke up again. Not a happy boy.
With Tokely Parry brought back from the dead and vowing not to attempt to take his life again, a new trial begins. On June 18th, 1997, Jonathan Tokely Parry is found guilty of secondary dishonest handling and sentenced to 6 years in prison. In Egypt, he is tried in absentia, along with 11 co-defendants. All are found guilty and sentenced to 15 years hard labor, which Tokely Parry will have to serve if he ever returns to Egypt.
I should only have had 18 months, 2 years sentence. But they gave me 6 years to set an example.
Egyptian authorities welcome the example and hope to make it a rule.
This is important This is a part of our heritage.
But there's a final missing piece of the puzzle. The Osiris stele that Tokely Perry believed was shipped to Switzerland.
This is a piece that came out through the Farag brothers' route into Switzerland. And from there it was sold to a dealer who subsequently sold it into France, and from France it made its way to New York.
New York FBI agents trace the piece along its winding path. Their pursuit pays off when they finally find the stele at the Fifth Avenue apartment of a wealthy collector. He bought it for more than $200,000, but he never checked on its legality. The agents confiscate the stele to take it home to Egypt. In 2002, Frederick Schultz, the smuggling ring's New York arm, is found guilty of smuggling stolen property. A federal judge sentences him to 33 months in prison. Despite the relatively light sentences for Schultz and Tokely Perry, the case has a profound effect on the world's antiquities market. Smuggling antiquities is no longer tolerated, at least in England.
As a result of my trial, the London market took fright and largely transferred to Paris and Switzerland. There is effectively no London market now. London had been the centre of the world, of the antiquities world, for 200 years. It's now gone to Paris and Switzerland.
Now out of prison, Jonathan Tokely Perry maintains that he broke no laws and is merely carrying on a proud tradition of bringing beautiful artifacts out of Egypt for preservation in the West.
100 years ago, I would have been knighted for what I was doing. These days, political correctness is taking a dim view of it. But I'm still doing the right thing. And I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't convinced of that.
I think if Jonathan Tokely Perry is hoping to see his name in the honours list, it'll be a very long wait.
Most of the looted antiquities have been returned to their rightful place.
I will tell you, the first time when I went and I held an artifact that was stolen, and I took it in my hand like this, as if I'm holding a child, my child that was away for a long time. I'm bringing him back home.
Many stolen pieces, including the elusive Osiris stele, are part of a new exhibit at the Cairo Museum. The theme, the return of stolen art. Holly Maddox was the oldest child in a family of 7. She grew up in a middle-class home in the town of Tyler, Texas.
Holly was very much a caretaker, big sister, kind of surrogate mom in a lot of ways.
Holly's sister, Meg Wakeman.
Holly had a special closeness with all of us. Between Holly and I think there was a mentorship, and there was a very true big sister, kind of a guide.
Holly loved the arts, and in 1965, she left her family behind to study at Bryn Mawr College outside of Philadelphia. It is the early 1970s, and Philadelphia is a haven for artists and freethinkers of all types. Most notably, among them is Ira Einhorn, a man who rose to prominence during the 60s peace movement. He taught at the University of Pennsylvania. A self-styled guru of the decade of peace and love, Einhorn preaches nonviolence, campaigns against the war, and lectures to packed houses. He even claims to have created Philadelphia's first Earth Day in 1970, a claim widely disputed today. He's a respected intellectual, revered by the faithful. And although Holly doesn't know it at first, he's very, very dangerous. After she graduates from college, Holly meets the man who calls himself the Unicorn. Once he met her, he told his friends he was determined to have her, and quickly won her over. Their relationship continues for 5 years, but Holly decides it is time for her to move on. On September 10th, 1977, she tells Einhorn she's through with him.
What? What's wrong? Why? Because you don't listen to what I say. That's why.
But Einhorn is not through with Holly.
Where are you gonna go? No! You're not going! No!
Over 1,250 miles away, in Texas, Holly's family becomes concerned. She has always kept in touch with them, writing letters frequently, but her last few letters trouble her family.
Her letters about Ira were always, Ira did this and Ira did that, and I think there was something underlying it that made us wonder, but what about you? It wasn't their relationship, it was all about Ira. It went into the dynamics of possession, and I don't believe she knew at that point how much of a possession that she was to him. And we didn't really know how to tell her, you need to get out and you need to run as fast as you can away from this man.
But then, Holly's letters stop completely. They haven't heard from her in weeks, and she's missed family birthdays, which she never does.
Here it was the early middle of October, no birthday cards for the 3 birthdays in October.
Don't trust him?
There were no phone calls, no letters or anything. So this was very odd. We knew that something must have happened. So Mom tried to call her.
The last number they have for Holly is at Ira Einhorn's. Mrs. Maddox asks if he's seen Holly recently.
And I just thought maybe you might know where she is.
And he said no, he hadn't. And he elaborated just a little bit and said she went to the store a couple Sundays ago, and I got out of the shower and then she was gone. She just never came back. And Mom thought he sounded awfully nonchalant, but then she also realized, well, they had just broken up, so maybe he's, upset about that.
The family reports Holly missing with Philadelphia police. But to the Philly PD, nothing about her disappearance seems unusual.
The police were unable to do any type of a search, really, because there wasn't any evidence that there was some crime committed. During that fall and winter, I think we were all holding on to whatever hope we had that, well, maybe she really does just want some time to herself. Maybe we're going to hear from her by Christmas, maybe something like that.
Yet the holiday season arrives with no word from Holly. In Texas, December 1977. Holly's family hires retired FBI Special Agent Bob Stevens to investigate her disappearance. The private investigator first wants to know about Holly. She excelled in high school and college, always doing the right thing.
I know a lot of people characterize Holly as an all-American girl, and that's still not quite doing her justice, even though she was so pretty and she was the cheerleader and salutatorian and all of that. She kind of went beyond all of those things. She didn't just stay in a category. She certainly had an aura about her. She had a power that was within that. She had a gentleness and kindness and goodness.
The family tells Stevens about Einhorn, the breakups, and the subsequent disappearance.
A particular card.
Holly's sister told Stevens about a school trip to England in 1977. Holly was there on vacation with Einhorn.
No matter where they went in this person's house where they were staying, Ira kept tagging along. And Buffy and Holly couldn't have any private time together. And finally, Holly said, "Leave us alone."
Later, when she could talk, Holly told her sister of Einhorn's possessive actions and that he cheated on her with a number of women.
I'm here for you, okay?
Although she was worried what he would do when she left, she was determined to go.
Holly already had a place to stay, but it wasn't going to come open until, I believe, October 1st. So that was kind of the last we knew. We were waiting for information around October 1st about what her new phone and address and contact information would be.
It's hard to imagine a famous peace activist would hurt his girlfriend, but Bob Stevens has to check. He travels to Philadelphia and teams up with former FBI agent, Philly private investigator T.J. Felding. They want to question Einhorn. He is the last person known to have seen Holly.
Can I help you, Mr.
Einhorn casually reiterates that Holly went out around September 10th and never came back.
She's not here.
He appears unfazed by the investigators.
3 weeks ago, I haven't seen her since. Why did she leave? Sorry.
Without his permission or a warrant, they can't enter the apartment. But they can interview neighbors. Felding tracks down 2 students who have lived beneath Einhorn.
How long has it been like that?
The story they tell them is more ominous. In late September 1977, one student recalls hearing loud thumps and a single scream coming from Einhorn's apartment. Weeks later, the students noticed a foul odor and a brown fluid coming from the ceiling. They did their best to get rid of it, scrubbing over and over with bleach. The smell reminded their friends of a morgue. The building's landlord tells the PI the area above is a closet in Einhorn's apartment, and that he had tried to find whatever was causing the smell. But Einhorn refused to let him into his apartment, saying he had important papers to protect. It all seemed odd to the landlord, but this was Ira Einhorn, so he didn't force the issue. Felding takes the case to Philadelphia police homicide detective Michael Chitwood.
The investigation, when I read it, was like an Alfred Hitchcock story. There was suspense, there was sex, there was violence, and in my opinion, there was murder.
Chitwood believes Einhorn killed Holly in the apartment, but suspicion based on a private investigation is not enough for an arrest, especially with such a high-profile suspect.
My job was to re-interview everybody and develop enough probable cause to obtain a search warrant to go search Ira Einhorn's apartment.
The warrant application has to be perfect.
He was a big deal at Penn, he was a big deal at Harvard, he was associated with the Abby Hoffmans and Jerry Rubins of the world.
Amidst the political turmoil of the late 70s, false accusations against a leader of the peace movement would trigger a terrible backlash against the cops. Chitwood compiles witness statements about the stain, floor plans of the apartments, bank records that show over $20,000 untouched in Holly's account since that September. Everything suggests she was killed then and held at one time in Einhorn's closet. But to prove it, Chitwood must get in that apartment and to that closet. March 28th, 1979. The search warrant has been signed. Investigators hope to find hairs or traces of blood. 18 months after Holly vanished, her family hopes for resolution.
And they are now finally going to go in and get some answers, find out what happened to Holly. And I think after this long period of time, in a way, we knew we were going to be sensing some relief. But we also knew we were going to be sensing probably the devastation of loss.
Chitwood heads straight for the closet, directly above the stain in the apartment below. But the door is padlocked, and Einhorn claims there's no key.
No. I said, fine. I got a crowbar from the evidence technician, and instead of breaking the lock, I took the hasp off. So where the screws were screwed in, I took that off so that the lock was still intact, and I opened the door.
Inside the storage closet, Chitwood finds a trunk, a suitcase, a woman's purse, and notices the faint smell of decay.
Inside there were various pieces of identification of Holly Maddox, Social Security card, library card, driver's license, all types of property that women usually carry in their bag.
The suitcase is Holly's too. By now, Detective Chitwood is sure what he will find inside the trunk.
And I had been a homicide detective for a lot of years, and I've seen dead bodies, and I've seen decomposed bodies. This was decomposition. This was a dead body. This was death.
You got a key to this?
They're only a few more clues away from solving the mystery of what happened to Holly Maddox. But that's just the beginning of the deep mysteries that surround Ira Einhorn, the peace activist who's showing a violent side that may have turned deadly. In March 1979, Philadelphia police searched the apartment of peace activist Ira Einhorn after the mysterious disappearance of his girlfriend, Holly Maddox. Inside a locked closet, they find a locked trunk. Einhorn denies having keys to both locks. As he did with the door, Detective Michael Chitwood forces the hasp on the trunk. It's packed full. On top, a Philadelphia newspaper dated mid-September 1977.
That was the date we were focusing on. That's the date she disappeared. Now we got a steamer trunk. We got the smell of death. And I figured, uh-oh, this is for real, this is it.
Under more papers, a mummified human hand. There's no doubt it's Holly.
It almost looked like she was trying to push up, in my opinion. Like she had been placed in there and then, had tried to get out.
Crime Tech 1.
In the kitchen, Chitwood spots more possible evidence. A ring of keys. The ones Einhorn denied having.
One key fit the padlock to the closet door. The other key fit the lock to the steamer trunk. As far as I was concerned, that was the slam dunk. That was the home run because he had denied he had the keys, didn't know where they were.
In spite of the overwhelming evidence, police are shocked.
Never in a million years did we expect to go in there and find the body. It just wasn't feasible. It just couldn't happen. This was Ira Einhorn. He was a guru. He was a political person. So he was a cultural icon.
Philadelphia police charge the Unicorn with one count of murder. At autopsy, the medical examiner uses dental records to confirm the body is Holly Maddox.
Yes, please.
She was killed by at least 6 severe blows to the head, which caused multiple fractures. The ME notes that Holly might have been still clinging to life when placed in the footlocker. But still, the police keep asking why. And why would Einhorn keep the body? Forensic psychologist Dr. Chris Mohandy believes it's all about control.
What I think drove Ira to kill Holly Maddox was her rejection and leaving him. It was one of these, I'll be the one to say when this relationship ends and how it ends. And thus he took the control back that she was trying to take. And then he added another step to it. Not only are you not leaving me, but you're not leaving me even after you're dead. I'll show you.
A year and a half after Holly's disappearance, the Maddox family finally gets an answer. Now they must cope with the truth.
I couldn't think of how to react. When I found out in the manner that Holly was killed and then stuffed in a trunk, I mean, just the idea of someone being beat to death and then stuffed in a trunk was so beyond my imagination. Holly was dead. I was never going to see my older sister again. She was never going to be a physical part of the family again. And how on earth are we going to get through this?
There is some consolation knowing Holly's killer is in custody.
Good, I'm glad they got him. I'm glad he didn't run. I guess there's going to be a trial now.
But it's not that simple. The fiery activist declares his innocence and makes an astonishing claim that Holly's murder was a CIA or KGB conspiracy to frame him.
This was big news.
Lynn Abraham was the Philadelphia district attorney on the Einhorn case.
So he made up the story. And CIA conspiracy theories always are big sellers, so a lot of his gullible friends believed it. They never even stopped for a minute to say, ooh, there's a dead body in this guy's closet. Ooh, I better step back from this. No, they just ran headlong into court, ready to stand up for their guy and say that he was really a wonderful human being.
Einhorn is represented by soon-to-be U.S. Senator Arlen Specter. At his arraignment, a wave of high-profile supporters, including investment bankers, university professors, even an Episcopalian minister, testify on his behalf. The momentum somehow sways a sympathetic judge, who, in a shocking move, releases Einhorn on bail.
And when that happened and he got out, I said to the DA, he's never going to go to trial. He's going to take off. There's no way in the world that this guy is going to go to trial. He's gone. Because he had connections all over the world.
Pre-trial hearings stretch from months to years. Then, on January 14th, 1981, Einhorn fails to appear for a hearing. Officers go to bring him in.
Police, open up.
But he does not answer his door.
What do you know? Everybody was sure exactly what would happen did happen. And it did. He skipped. He disappeared.
Desperate to find him, police track Einhorn's last movements. They learn he sold his car and drew most of his money from the bank, leaving less than a $10 balance. None of Einhorn's friends know where he has gone. On the brink of going to trial for murder, Einhorn's back in control.
After Ira disappeared in January of '81, that, of course, was another devastating loss.
Einhorn has taken his new girlfriend, Anna Jo Williams, with him and left the country. Police worry that Einhorn is drawing in another potential victim. Richard DiBenedetto, chief of the DA office's fugitive unit, now has the case. He checks into Einhorn's girlfriend.
A day or so after he fled, the girlfriend got a call from him, and her sister drove her to the airport and she got on a plane. Now, the sister wasn't sure where she was going, but she thought it might have been either England or Ireland.
Because Einhorn likely fled the state and the country, the FBI joins the case, and Special Agent Michael Carbonell partners with DiBenedetto.
The FBI obtained a warrant for his arrest. It's called unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. And then he became a federal fugitive, which gave us the authority to look for him anywhere in the world.
To best do that, the Philadelphia police and the FBI need Interpol. At the time, John Emhoff was the head of Interpol US.
When I first came to Interpol, Ira Einhorn was a premier fugitive from the United States that we wanted to see brought to justice. He was a high priority because of the heinousness of the crime. He was somebody who was in the public eye, and basically he was thumbing his nose at society, saying, I can do as I please because of who I am.
Right away, Interpol issues a red notice. their highest priority fugitive alert.
The red notice told the world that the United States, on behalf of the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, was looking for a murderer, Ira Einhorn.
U.S. Department of Justice Interpol liaison, Mary Jo Gruttenrath.
It gave them his picture, his fingerprints, his physical description, as much as we knew about any habits of his that might help the police to locate him.
Di Benedetto and Carbonell begin with Einhorn's collection of addresses, confiscated during the search of his apartment.
Second place is
The manhunt won't be easy. The famous fugitive has more than 350 contacts in over 20 countries.
Fugitive investigations are difficult enough domestically. They're twice as complicated when you have to deal across international borders. So the officer needs to have somebody they can reach out to, and Interpol puts his badge out and makes it an international badge for him.
But even with Interpol's help, months pass. Ira Einhorn is out there, somewhere, seducing new supporters, perhaps trolling for new victims.
Einhorn is really your prototypical cult leader personality. He's charming, he's narcissistic, he's psychopathic in that he's enjoying of using people. And those are the same characteristics that guys like Jim Jones, David Koresh, Charlie Manson, they all have those types of characteristics and feel it's okay to use all these people, and they're very adept at finding people to use. In a way, Einhorn had his own little cult going on.
Ira had a unique ability to attract women. I can't explain why. And he always, always, always took up with pretty women who had money. He wasn't interested in poor girls. They were not in his galaxy of interest. He always picked up with women who could support him.
In this way, the fugitive remains well-funded, protected, and hidden from police. While the search for Einhorn continues, police delve into his past for clues. They find ex-girlfriends who tell of terrible abuse, especially when they try to leave him. Abusers like Einhorn do not like rejection.
And that moment of deflation is a very dangerous moment because they don't like to experience that feeling. They'd rather feel powerful and in control. The only way to restore that in that moment is to become extremely violent.
The Philadelphia police and the FBI are desperate to catch Einhorn, not just to bring him to trial for Holly's murder, but because he might also kill Anna Jo Williams if she tries to leave him.
Once a person has crossed the threshold of taking a human life, there's nothing holding him back. He's got no remorse, there's nothing to stop him from doing it.
The threat to Anna Jo Williams is very real. Police fear Ira Einhorn is not yet finished. After police discover the mummified body of Holly Maddox in Philadelphia, Interpol and police around the world search for her suspected killer, famous peace activist Ira Einhorn, who jumped bail. Philadelphia police and the FBI comb through evidence collected from Einhorn's apartment. Some of the most disturbing pieces of evidence are Holly's journals. Her writing reveals details of a terrifying and abusive relationship. Holly's sister, Meg Wakeman.
The investigators found that the relationship was more than just rocky emotionally. They found that it was very physically abusive, and they could see her withdrawing into the stance that someone who's abused takes.
Police also scour Einhorn's journals and discover a chilling penchant for violence.
He probably enjoyed writing about it, enjoyed reflecting upon it, and considered it important because he had done it and thus worth memorializing.
Some entries seem to muse over the possibility of murder. corroborating the belief that Einhorn killed Holly to possess and control her fully. It was becoming clear that Einhorn's violence wasn't confined to Holly. Interpol's John M. Hoff.
Law enforcement was very intent on bringing Ira Einhorn to justice, but there was a great deal of concern that he would kill again. He quite clearly had no compunction about what he had done when he killed Holly Maddox, and for someone to kill so ruthlessly, you would think it's not a stretch that he would do it again.
Einhorn's journals provide other valuable clues. Fugitive tracker Richard DiBenedetto.
They were helpful in the sense that he talked about different acquaintances he had in other countries and how he had traveled to those countries over a period of years.
Einhorn seems particularly fond of the UK, and police believe he's in England or Ireland. In fact, they are correct. Einhorn and Anna Jo Williams have settled into Dublin, renting an apartment from Professor Dennis Weir and his wife. The fugitive uses his real name, though he tells the Weirs he is an American writer. Einhorn rarely goes out, and only occasionally talks to the Weirs, who grow increasingly uneasy with their new tenant.
There were various things about his manner which were a little bit strange, but they're very hard to define. I'm talking about a look, a mannerism, just a way of speaking that made one a little bit uncomfortable.
The Maddox family worries for Anna Jo Williams.
I thought, does she know what's going on? Does she have any idea that this guy had a dead body in his closet for a year and a half? Is she even thinking about the possibility that he could kill her for whatever reason he killed Holly?
In April 1981, the Weirs plan a trip to Chicago.
And so we told Ira that we were going to go to the States, and he became a little agitated at that point. And he said to my wife, "Don't talk about me in the States or you'll get me extradited." It was obviously a provocative sort of thing to say, and one which would inevitably excite one's curiosity.
Once in the U.S., Dennis Weir asks around, learns his tenant's true identity, and immediately goes to the Chicago FBI. When Philadelphia authorities learn of the sighting, their elation is short-lived.
Unfortunately, at the time, there was no extradition treaty between us and the Irish government.
It's maddening bad luck. They know where he is, but they can't arrest him.
The Irish police are not going to hold Mr. Einhorn because they can't extradite him back here. And since he's broken no laws in the Republic of Ireland, they have really no right by their law to hold him. So we were stuck.
Irish police can only escort the Weirs when they return home and help evict Einhorn. One of the world's most wanted fugitives simply walks away.
Off he went. I remember very well. He scurried off. It was a strange feeling in the silence of the house, wondering what happens next.
Although the Weirs don't realize it, they haven't seen the last of Ira Einhorn. In Philadelphia, Carbonell and DiBenedetto keep working.
It was very frustrating when we discovered that Einhorn was in Ireland because we really couldn't do anything.
But by the same token, at least we had known where he was. So, I mean, that was of some help.
Now the manhunt has to sharpen its focus. Investigators update the Interpol Red Notice, hoping if Einhorn leaves Ireland, someone will spot him entering a country that will extradite him. With Einhorn's trail still hot, they immediately dispatch a detective to Dublin to ask questions. He cannot act under any authority, and if he runs into Einhorn, he can't arrest him. No one knows where Einhorn and Williams are now. But one neighbor says she recently got a letter from Williams. The letter itself contains no clues, but the envelope is postmarked from Wales. Investigators have tracked Einhorn from Philadelphia to Dublin and now to Wales. Tipped by a local innkeeper, Scotland Yard tracks Einhorn to a Welsh inn. The innkeeper recognized Einhorn from a TV program, but by the time the authorities arrive, the fugitive is long gone, and he's left no trace. For Holly Maddox's family, it's more terrible news.
That was another devastating loss because there was the potential to have some type of closure within a reasonable period of time.
Now they must keep waiting. Di Benedetto vows not to let the family down.
Well, my gut feeling was that he was probably still around somewhere in Ireland, maybe out in the countryside at this point or something.
At the time, Dennis Weir teaches physics at Dublin's renowned Trinity College. In May of 1985, as he leaves the cafeteria, he runs into the fugitive.
I had this direct eye-to-eye confrontation with him. It was quite a mental exercise to decide what to do, especially when he simply brushed straight past me without acknowledging my presence and started to walk up the stairs.
The professor decides to follow the suspected murderer, no matter the risk. Einhorn refuses to talk.
And I actually walked behind him until we reached the front square of the college, that is to say, exited the building, and I stood there to watch him walk into the distance.
Professor Weir immediately contacts Philadelphia authorities. By this time, the U.S. has an extradition treaty with Ireland. Detective Michael Gormley of the Irish police launches the offensive in a matter of hours. But it's too late.
By the time we located Ira Einhorn's address in Dublin, he was gone at that stage. He had gone.
The apartment is one of a few hideaways Einhorn has been using. Einhorn has an endless supply of money. Interpol hopes neighbors can help. Many know the American couple, and some saw them leave suddenly the day before.
I spoke to about a dozen people. Every one of them described him as a charmer, well-read, well-versed, and could speak about any subject under the sun.
They knew he hung out at the college and at local bookshops, but not today. Another miss, but police won't give up.
Obviously, it was very frustrating again. By the same token, I was somewhat optimistic because now we had found him twice in a period of 4 or 5 years. You know, maybe our chances were getting better here now.
But Einhorn remains elusive. Then, in late 1985, the break police had been waiting for literally walks in their door. Just 6 months after the last Dublin sighting, Anna Jo Williams suddenly resurfaces in the United States, willing to talk. Fugitive and murder suspect Ira Einhorn is last seen in 1985 in Dublin, Ireland, where he lived with his American girlfriend. 6 months later, the girlfriend returns to Philadelphia alone and comes to the police on the advice of her lawyer. This might be it, if Anna Jo Williams will lead them to Einhorn. She dashes their hopes, saying she doesn't know where he is, since they separated in Ireland. He was becoming more violent toward her, and she got scared. Luckily, he decided she was a nuisance to him, and he threw her out. But she offers police 2 solid leads. One is that Einhorn kept contact with a rich heiress in Canada. The second lead is that Einhorn spent a lot of time with one particular friend. A man named Nicholas Edwards, who owns a Dublin bookstore. Right away, Irish police set up surveillance, hoping Einhorn will show. Yet again, the fugitive stays underground. Interpol's Mary Jo Gruttenrath.
The reason it was hard to find Einhorn was he was resourceful himself. He was an intelligent man. He was clever. He took up with people who would cover for him. And he was on the move.
But so are police. FBI Special Agent Michael Carbonell works with Royal Canadian Mounted Police to track down the wealthy heiress mentioned by Einhorn's girlfriend, Mary Jo Williams.
She refused to be interviewed, and then they threatened her with some legal action. She came to the United States and provided a statement.
The FBI and the Philadelphia DA interrogate the heiress. At first, she is elusive, still instinctively protective of Einhorn.
One of the things that enables a guy like Einhorn to exist, a psychopathic person who's going to use people, is that normal human beings want to trust. A guy like Ira Einhorn will engage in relationships with women, seduce them with what they want to hear, bring them in, and then gradually get them accustomed to what the real agenda is, which is to control and dominate.
Facing prison time, she agrees to talk. She admits to funneling money to the fugitive.
And that is one of the reasons he was able to live overseas and to stay ahead of us on the run, because he was actually receiving financial assistance from this person.
But she recently broke ties with him.
She supposedly finally realized that he really did kill Holly Maddox, that he had been conning her all along.
Finally, the heiress tells them what they want to know. She thinks Einhorn is in Stockholm, Sweden, living with a woman named Marie Valborg. Investigators move from Dublin to Stockholm. Working through Interpol, Philadelphia authorities have Stockholm police rush Valborg's home. In Einhorn's room, Stockholm police find a hot cup of coffee and a cigarette still burning in the ashtray. Someone must have tipped Einhorn off, someone who knew the Canadian heiress ID'd him. In any case, he's gone.
You're following a trail, and sometimes that trail is cold, sometimes it's hot. In the Ira Einhorn case, had several hot trails, and they don't come up that often. So when you are real close and you almost catch somebody, huge frustration.
They miss him by perhaps seconds. And a massive search in Stockholm comes up empty. Once again, Ira Einhorn has vanished. And soon, so does Marie Valborg.
We sent leads to virtually every European country. Spain, Germany, the Scandinavian countries, and none of the leads ever panned out. But, you know, in this business, you keep, you know, when you develop leads, you send them because you never know.
Now all the FBI and the Philadelphia police can do is wait. Almost 11 years after the brutal murder of Holly Maddox, her killer, Ira Einhorn, remains on the run. The grueling wait for answers takes its toll on Holly's parents.
Even though it damaged their health, certainly, it took years off their lives. It hurt them so much to the core that they couldn't even heal from deep inside. We were angry that he kept getting away.
Both Fred and Elizabeth Maddox die while their daughter's killer is still on the run. The family keeps pressuring the police, and in 1993, a Philadelphia jury convicts Einhorn in absentia of murder. Carbonell and DiBenedetto still have to find him.
Weekly, we would meet and discuss what to do, because some things sometimes you just run out of leads. There's, you know, you've done it, you've been over it, there's nothing. It languishes, and we would go back over and re-interview people, and, you know, we knew the guy was still out there.
Now, they just have to find him. Finally, in 1997, another big break, thanks to authorities' attention to the smallest detail. Interpol Sweden runs a check on Einhorn and his latest girlfriend, Marie Valborg. And this time, they get a hit. A woman named Marie Valborg Edwards has applied for a driver's license in France. Police believe she is living in Champagne-Mouton, France.
Well, when this information came to us, Rich and I knew that we had Einhorn.
Michael Carbonell and Richard DiBenedetto have worked together on the case continuously for about 9 years.
That's the most excited that both of us were on the case, because we were both convinced that he was in France with her.
But there's a problem.
This house is out in the countryside, and it's kind of isolated.
French authorities must go in undercover to get close.
What they were doing was, over a period of a few weeks, they were posing as fishermen in a stream by the house.
One day, they spot someone there. It's Einhorn. It's now or never.
We were concerned that Einhorn would flee once again. We didn't want that to happen because we had never been closer to him. I mean, this was it.
On June 13th, 1997, French police raid Einhorn's house in Champagne-Mouton and capture the fugitive, who remains smug, smiling at the cameras.
So when the French police actually laid their hands on him and he was in handcuffs, it was a huge moment. It was a huge moment. Rich and I were just ecstatic. It was one of the more satisfying moments of my career.
I felt like justice had been served, and I was especially happy for the Maddox family.
But it's not over yet. France refuses to extradite Einhorn because he's already been convicted, and they refuse to hand him over if he might face the death penalty. 4 years of legal wrangling commence. The U.S. authorities have to convince the French government they won't seek the death penalty, and they will retry Einhorn. On July 20th, 2001, Ira Einhorn once again sets foot on American soil in Philadelphia, this time in shackles, surrounded by U.S. Marshals. It's been over 20 years since he jumped bail and fled.
It was a huge victory for justice, just in getting him back here, because everything was back on track as it should have been.
On October 17th, 2002, a jury finds Ira Einhorn guilty of Holly's murder and sentences him to life in prison without parole. Thanks to the police work of agencies around the world working with Interpol, Ira Einhorn will never leave prison alive.
I wish my parents could have been alive to be in the courtroom to see the verdict come down and realize that their daughter's killer was now not going to have a life of freedom like he had enjoyed and flaunted in everyone's face. But I think all of us all feel that they know it.
November 23rd, 1985. Athens, Greece. Athens airport is crowded that day, packed with travelers from dozens of countries. 5 months earlier, TWA Flight 847 was hijacked, and 1 American was killed. Airport security is tightened, but Anthony Lyons, an Australian steel salesman, sees something he doesn't like at the metal detector.
And the guy stopped him, and so he put his hand in his pocket and he pulled out the camera, showed it to the guy, and the guy never made him go round back through again. He just said, "Oh, okay."
3 young businessmen follow the man with the camera through the security checkpoint. Like Anthony Lyons, they are traveling from Athens to Cairo. It is a trip they have been planning for some time. Their bags are x-rayed. and cleared. Lyons arrives at the gate to find that the flight to Cairo has been delayed and notices the three businessmen at the end of the line seem agitated. Elizabeth Fisher is Australian. She has been waiting 4 hours to fly standby to Cairo. Renita Dabi and Shoshana Eliaz are Israeli. The two friends are traveling to Asia via Cairo because the fares are cheaper. Drew William is an American. A fisherman by trade, he is flying to Cairo to see the sights.
When the desk finally opened, it was a great rush of bodies. And in the rush, there was a lady, an Australian lady, who was pushed out of the line, and she'd been there very early, and I didn't like that.
Lyons forces one of the businessmen to return to the back of the line.
When I intervened, I don't think he was happy to go back in the line, because obviously he wanted a particular seat, or he wanted to get a seat in a particular area.
The three businessmen finally present their passports to the ticket agent. Omar Mazuki is traveling on a forged passport. His real name is Omar Mohammed Al-Razak. His two accomplices, Shakori Salah Salim and Bu Said Nar al-Din Mohammed, are also traveling with fake passports. All three men are working for the Abu Nidal organization, one of the most violent terrorist groups in the world. In the early 1980s, terror was on a deadly rise. In 1983, a suicide bomber attacked the Marine barracks in Lebanon. In 1985, terrorists hijacked the cruise ship Achille Lauro and threw a disabled American overboard. Even with increased security, travelers still feel frightened. Unaware of the danger that awaits them, 91 people board Flight 648. Anthony Lyons is seated in coach next to Elizabeth Fisher. Razak is seated directly across the aisle from them. Salim and Bu Said have requested separate seats. They move to the middle and the rear of the aircraft. Lyons notices Razak's behavior.
I didn't sort of pay much attention to him at first because I was talking to Elizabeth Fisher. But after a while, when I turned and looked at him, I noticed that he was perspiring heavily around the mouth. And he was staring straight forward, and he was clenching his hands, clenching and unclenching them. I thought, wow, this guy's nervous of flying.
In the cockpit, pilot Hani Galal and co-pilot Imad Munib go through their pre-flight checklist.
Coffee, gentlemen?
They are anxious to get off the ground.
We are late, and being late is not a good thing for a pilot.
At 9:03 p.m., Egypt Air Flight 648 is finally cleared for takeoff. "20 minutes into the flight, Captain Galal turns off the no smoking, fasten seatbelt sign. Razak makes his move. Elizabeth Fisher shows Anthony Lyons her new camera.
All of a sudden she went white, and she was looking past me and she said, "What's that?" I said, "What's what?"
And then the unthinkable happens. Razak emerges from the lavatory, yelling in both English and Arabic for the passengers to stay seated.
He had a revolver in one hand and an Eastern Bloc percussion grenade in the other.
Egypt Air Flight 648 has just been hijacked. Salim and Bu Said threaten the passengers with pistols and hand grenades. Razak runs to the cockpit.
I heard fast footsteps, like someone running. But before I started to investigate, the cockpit door was banged open. Somebody kicked it.
At gunpoint, Omar Razak orders the pilot to change course. He orders him to redirect to Malta. Captain Galal needs to come up with a plan of his own.
Your mind usually, as a captain, starts to think very fast. I mean, you don't stop thinking and counting and calculating things for a second. I insisted on going to Cairo because we have limited fuel. He said, no, alter your course to Malta. My co-pilot had put a special code on our transponder giving a signal to traffic control in Athens that we are being hijacked.
On the radar screen, air traffic controllers can see Egypt Air Flight 648 change course. In the cabin, the terrified passengers have no idea where they're going or why.
We had an announcement from the stewardess saying that they had taken over this aircraft, and if everybody did what they were told, nobody would be harmed.
Through the stewardess, the hijackers identify themselves as members of Egypt's Revolution, a violent faction of Abu Nidal's radical Palestinian group. Razak tells the pilot his organization condemns the Egyptian regime for the manner in which it had been conducting its affairs in the Middle East.
There's things you have to realize about being in an airplane. Panic is going to do you no good because there's nowhere to go. You can't run anywhere. You can't hide. You are there for whatever's going to happen.
Salim orders the passengers to take out their passports. Next, the hijackers sort the passengers.
They collected all the passports and they started calling people by their passports and taking them to the front, frisking them. They put us into some type of order. The Americans, the Australians, Belgians, French, they were all at the front of the aircraft. Everybody else, the Greek passengers, the Egyptian passengers, were all kept separated further down the aircraft. And there happened to be two young Israeli girls on the flight, and they were put at the front of the aircraft.
Salim also orders Anthony Lyons to take a seat up front.
They confiscated my camera. He took it and he ripped the film out of it and then threw the camera hard down against the bulkhead at the front of the aircraft. He believed that it was that camera that I had been using, and I may have taken his photograph.
When the hijackers reach Midhat Mustafa Kamal, the passenger produces more than a passport.
All of a sudden, all hell broke loose. There were many, many gunshots, and the hijacker who was stood alongside me was firing wildly down the length of the aircraft.
Mustafa Kamal is an Egyptian sky marshal. Inside the cockpit, Razak reacts to the sound of gunfire.
They fired wildly at the sky marshal. In so doing, they wounded some other people, and the sky marshal got a number of bullets in his body.
In all, a flurry of 27 shots ripped through the fuselage of the 737.
Some of the bullets penetrated the skin of the aircraft, and we were losing pressurization. So I made what we call an emergency descent. You cannot stay on the altitude of 33,000 feet or 35,000 feet with a hole in your aircraft, because the hole will get bigger and bigger.
The cabin pressure is dropping. Pilot Galal puts the plane into a steep dive. He has to get to 14,000 feet fast, or the plane will break apart. 30,000 feet over the Mediterranean. A hijacking turns into a gun battle. Bullets tear through passengers, crew members, and the outer wall of the aircraft. Anthony Lyons fears the worst.
The aircraft started to dip and go into a dive. And the cockpit door was flapping open and closed wildly. And as the aircraft was going into this deep dive, the oxygen masks all came out, dangling in front of us, and we had to put them on. I didn't know whether we were going straight on into the sea or what we were doing. That I hope this is a controlled dive. I was thinking about the fact that I wasn't going to see my kids grow up.
Captain Hani Galal struggles to keep the diving plane stable and his passengers alive.
When you lose pressure, you lose air, and people suffocate. So you have to go down as fast as possible to an altitude where people can breathe normally from the normal air around the aircraft.
Galal levels off at 14,000 feet, only to face a new crisis.
I was flying very low at that time. When you fly low, you burn more fuel, almost 1/3 more. I had to land at Malta.
He radios the tower at Lucca International Airport on the small island of Malta, detailing the situation.
I told them that permission to land at Malta. They said, you don't have permission.
The pilot's only other option is to ditch the aircraft in the sea.
Then I started pleading to them in the name of humanity that let us land because we will die and you will be responsible.
Larry Fenich is the assistant CEO air traffic controller in Malta.
The chances of survival of an aircraft like that ditching in the ocean will be very remote, that people can be saved from it because of the speed the aircraft would hit the water, the angle that it would hit. The loss of life would have been high.
Maltese authorities don't want the plane to crash, but they don't want an international incident either. To make landing impossible, they order the air traffic controllers to turn off all the runway lights. But Galal is so low on fuel, he has no choice. He must risk landing blind. Galal turns the plane in a wide arc and descends into the complete darkness.
Having landed, I have to tell you that the only feeling I had was, I don't want this damn aircraft to ever take off again. I felt better being on the ground, and I'm sure everybody else felt the same.
The plane is ordered to taxi to a remote airstrip, where Maltese security forces wait to surround it. In the cockpit, Razak is at a loss. With the lead hijacker critically injured, he's got to figure out what to do now. Now, all he wants to do is save himself and the other surviving hijacker.
We need fuel, doctor.
He demands the aircraft be refueled so they can take off again. He also wants a doctor to examine his accomplice and an engineer to inspect the damage to the plane. Maltese government officials arrive in the tower to supervise the negotiations. They agree to send in medical personnel, but only if the hijackers agree to release some of the passengers.
You have to release hostages before they bring the physician and the refueling.
Razak returns to the cabin.
You, come! It'll be okay, baby, go.
The hijacker orders several Egyptian and Filipino women to move to the front of the plane. They are released, unharmed, onto the tarmac.
Soon after, a doctor came on board, and he first of all looked at the hijacker lying across row 1, and he shook his head to say that he was dead. And then he looked at the sky marshal, who he found was still alive, although had been shot many times.
Shukuri Salim, the lead hijacker, is dead. As the medical team evacuates the patient, Razak strikes.
As the sky marshal was taken off the aircraft, Razak shot him in the back again.
He was one of the worst type of terrorists, a brainwashed killing machine. He has absolutely no mercy, nothing in his... so he's capable of doing it again.
Now, with only 2 hijackers on board, Razak threatens to execute a hostage every 15 minutes until the tower agrees to refuel the plane. Authorities decide to call his bluff. They try and negotiate the safe return of the hostages.
The negotiations were hinged on the fact that they were trying to prolong the situation, not give him fuel. They didn't want the problem to be transferred to another country. The main purpose was to get some of the hostages released. You give us hostages and we give you something else. Food, yes. Doctors, yes. Engineers, yes. But fuel, no.
Razak responds with a tragic demonstration.
We had the stewardess come out.
Bring this one.
And she read a name out from a passport. And it was a young Israeli girl. And she got up and went to the front. She was called to the front. She gets up there and Razak takes her and turns her to go out. And he steps out behind her. And we heard a shot. And it was absolute stunned silence. We couldn't believe it.
Razak pushes the young woman's body onto the tarmac.
I don't think anybody believed that he would actually do it. But suddenly we got a call from the people who were surrounding the aircraft in the strategic positions that had just shot a person at the door of the aircraft.
Somehow, Ranita Dabi survives the shot and crawls away. But Razak is relentless.
And I still remember it. I felt sick. It was such a sense of loss.
On board the aircraft, Razak calls another Israeli to the front of the plane.
So when they made the second announcement for the second Israeli girl to go to the front, this girl obviously knew what her fate was going to be. So she never answered. And the stewardess kept saying very stridently, "There is another Israeli girl on this flight. Will she please come forward?"
Shoshana Elias is 23 years old and terrified.
She sort of collapsed in the front part of the aircraft there, in front of the cockpit door. And she wouldn't go out. And Razak kneed her with his knee, put his knee into her and pushed her and probed her and pushed her outside the door.
I started to plead to Malta, give us fuel, we have to go out. Let me take him to where he wants.
Maltese authorities face an impossible decision. If they give in, Malta could become a haven for hijackers. If they refuse, an innocent young woman will die. In Malta, a Palestinian hijacker threatens to shoot a passenger every 15 minutes until authorities refuel the plane and let him take off. One woman has already been shot. But Maltese authorities still refuse to negotiate with the terrorists. Now 2 young women have been shot in cold blood. The stunned Maltese authorities and Hani Galal, the pilot, share the terror and outrage of the events.
Never feel that kind of anger in my life. It becomes like shooting some of your family, and you are not being able to do something about it.
Maltese security forces surrounding the aircraft move closer. Razak spies them from the cockpit.
Asked who are they? And they gave him a very smart answer. Is these forces are here to protect you because the Americans might attack you from there.
Razak screams at the tower to make the soldiers back off. The soldiers hold their position. Authorities tell Razak he has no choice but to surrender. He has no way out. If the hijackers try to leave the island, American jets based in nearby Italy will intercept the plane and force it down. The response enrages the hijacker. He pulls on his mask and returns to the cabin. Razak rifles through the bucket full of passports.
There was a pecking order in which way people were going to be called and executed. Americans were very, very much the second in line for execution.
Drew William, an American commercial fisherman, is called to the front of the plane.
He was a very, very tall man, probably 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", something like that. So when they took him to the front, he was much, much taller than Razak. So when he stepped out and Razak stepped out behind him, I actually watched as Razak raised the gun to the back of his head. And there was the shot. And we thought, well, that's it. He's dead.
Miraculously, the defective bullet does not penetrate William's skull. He lies still until Razak closes the cabin door, and then limps away from the aircraft. As 2 more Americans are called and shot, Anthony Lyons, an Australian, wonders who is next.
I was trying to put together a plan in my head as to what I would do if I was called for execution. I felt that if you are in a situation where Razak comes behind you with a gun, I was going to make one step out and then very quickly throw myself over the side of the stairs. No matter what it took and what the fall was like, I was going to do that.
In the morning, Galal begins to stall for time. He asks Razak's permission to request food for the passengers and to have the bodies removed from the tarmac. Razak agrees. At 8 a.m., a catering truck moves past the soldiers and delivers food to the steps of the aircraft. Next, an ambulance arrives to remove the bodies from the tarmac. Shoshana Elias is dead. Renita Dabi is critically wounded, but incredibly, is still alive. The ambulance takes the bodies to St. Luke's Hospital. Although the standoff has gone on for hours, Razak shows no indication of giving up. The authorities are faced with an agonizing decision. U.S. and Egyptian authorities have sent Special Forces commandos to Malta to help rescue the passengers. The government of Malta decides to allow the Egyptian commandos to recover their country's plane. They deny U.S. forces permission to land. Nearly 24 hours have passed since Flight 648 was hijacked in Athens. Egyptian commandos begin to plan their assault of the plane. They have very little information on how many hijackers are still on board, what they look like, or where they are positioned. Their mission has only one simple objective: to take out the terrorists. They will create a diversion by detonating an explosion inside the cargo bay at the back of the plane. They will then enter the aircraft through the windows over each wing. At nightfall, the Egyptian commandos approach the plane. They try to stay in the blind spot behind the cockpit where Razak can't see them. On board the plane, it seems the hijackers can sense something is going on.
I could hear the bullets in his pockets rattling as he moved, and he was anxious about something. Obviously, something was afoot, and people could see out the windows that there was movement in the grass at the side of the aircraft.
As the commandos place their explosive charges, they are unaware that a few feet away, many of the passengers are seated directly over the cargo hold. On the small island nation of Malta, the hijacking of an Egyptair jet turns deadly. 25 hours into the hijacking, Egyptian commandos prepare to assault the plane with a diversionary explosion in the cargo hold. The blast rips through the back of the plane.
When it went off, it exploded and blew a hole through the floor there and blew everybody in that area up and started a fireball which raced down the inside of the aircraft.
Bou Said, one of the two remaining hijackers, is incinerated in the blast. The commandos rush into the plane. In the cockpit, pilot Hani Galal is injured from the blast. He tells his co-pilot to escape through the cockpit window while he goes after the hijacker. As Razak emerges from the cockpit, one of the commandos wounds him. Galal attacks the hijacker with a fire axe, but Razak escaped through the cabin door. Galal returns to the cockpit. Now he must get out of the plane.
Opened the cockpit and the window and threw myself down.
Nearly 70 passengers are trapped inside the aircraft, disoriented by the smoke, choking on toxic fumes, and unable to find a way out. Lyons escapes from the plane by crawling to the cabin door and sliding down the stairs. He rolls underneath a vehicle to keep from being shot by the commandos.
When I took my first breath, I held my breath, and when I took my first breath, I immediately started choking.
On the tarmac, Galal joins the rescue effort.
The sight was horrible. I tried to re-enter the airplane to get some of the passengers out, but it was impossible. I couldn't get in there, and that was a very painful moment, because I have realized that whatever left inside the airplane are dead.
Lyons tries to run to safety, but an Egyptian commando points a gun in his face. The commandos don't know how many hijackers there are or what they look like. Rescuers rush the wounded from Flight 648 to St. Luke's Hospital. Maltese medical examiners estimate that of 56 passengers killed in the rescue attempt, tragically, 4 die from gunshot wounds from automatic assault rifles carried by the commandos. Over 50 passengers died from inhaling toxic fumes produced by the burnt insulation. Maltese authorities and Galal quickly identify the remains of one of the hijackers. Salim was shot to death by the Egyptian Sky Marshal. Boussaid died in the explosion. Only Omar Razak is unaccounted for.
Hello, Mr. Lyons. I'm with Malta Police.
In the hospital, Anthony Lyons identifies Omar Razak in the intensive care unit.
I said, that's one of the hijackers. I said, I can end this now. I can pull the tubes. And, I felt really strongly about that, seeing somebody like that. And they now knew they had Razak.
Hani Galal supports Lyons' claim. It's Razak.
He was shot very seriously. I mean, his heart is wounded. And I told him in Arabic while I was taken there to identify him that you will heal up and you will come with me back. I deliberately said that to him. Heal up because you will come back with me and we have a rope ready for you.
Omar Razak is directly responsible for the deaths of dozens of people, including one American citizen. The United States and the Maltese government both want to try Razak for murder. But the Maltese government takes control of the investigation. The FBI provides forensic experts to help the Maltese analyze the wreckage. They examined the charred plane, gathering evidence and building their case against Razak. In the lab, examiners positively identify a fingerprint found on a cockpit window as belonging to Omar Razak. Back in Malta, Captain Hani Galal testifies against Razak at his trial.
When you kill women and children like this, that kind of violation is unforgivable. He has to be brought to justice and he has to be punished for that.
In November 1988, Omar Razak pleads guilty to murder. Under Maltese law, he is sentenced to 25 years in prison in Malta. But it is a sentence the terrorist will never complete. In 1988, Omar Razak is sentenced to spend 25 years in prison for murder. The blood of 58 innocent people is on his hands. 7 years into Razak's imprisonment, as part of a general amnesty program, the government of Malta considers releasing the brutal terrorist. In Washington, D.C., FBI agents review the Razak case with U.S. Prosecutor Joseph Valder. Special Agent Bob Clifford.
The horrific nature, the extent of his crime, to only serve 7, 8, 9 years in prison and then be released was completely unacceptable to the United States.
Razak has attacked and killed an American citizen. The United States is determined to make him pay for his crimes.
The challenge before us was to find a violation of U.S. law which we could prosecute Razak on if and when he was released.
Faust and Valder meet with Maltese officials. They get assurances from the government that Razak probably will not be freed for at least 3 years. 2 days later, the Maltese courts release Razak from prison. Special Agent Kevin Faust.
I felt I'd been lied to. We had met with the authorities in Malta less than 48 hours earlier, and we were assured that we had 3 years to work on how we could find a way to bring this man to the United States to face justice. And then suddenly he's gone.
Thoughts that went through my mind was, my God, here's a trained, committed terrorist who has conducted this horrific attack without any type of remorse, being released, and being released into an area of the world that he had known connections to. And could he conduct or organize an attack like this again?
Soon after his release, Maltese authorities lose track of him.
To have him go free, to have him disappear, was not an option. Absolutely not an option. This man had killed ruthlessly a lot of people. And one way or another, no matter where, no matter how, we were going to get him. We had to.
48 hours have passed. Razak could be anywhere in the world by now. Agent Clifford turns to the only agency with the means to help him, Interpol.
This Interpol notice was transmitted to, through our National Central Bureau of Interpol to all Interpol members to alert any country throughout the world if Razak was traveling through to have him stopped, and that the United States, in fact, would request provisional arrest and extradition.
Clifford. By transmitting the information around the world to the member nations of Interpol, investigators pick up Razak's trail on a tip from an unlikely source. According to Russian intelligence relayed through their Interpol office, Razak has reservations aboard an Aeroflot flight, bound for the Sudan by way of Ghana and Nigeria. He is traveling under an alias. Razak flies to Accra, Ghana. But local authorities, alerted by the Maltese embassy, were waiting for him. Now, the U.S. State Department must wait for Ghana to release him. And that's not likely. One of the passengers who died on the plane was from Ghana.
Ghana at the time was not quite sure if they wanted to try him or if they could try him for the death of the citizen of Ghana on that aircraft in 1985.
The Americans fear that if he is tried in Ghana, Razak may again find a way to escape justice.
This man is an animal. He's a terrorist. He's murdered people. He's violated our law. Give him to us under existing treaties. Just give him to us and we'll take him back to the United States.
One day turned into a week turned into 2 weeks, and still Ghana never came through with the commitment to allow the FBI to take custody of Razak.
4 months later, in July 1993, Special Agent Clifford receives a startling phone call.
The government of Ghana stated, we're going to release Rizak. We're going to release him in 48 hours. And it's up to you to figure out how you're going to get him, if you want him, into custody of the FBI.
Guys, we have 48 hours.
We immediately scrambled, put together an arrest team. We knew his next stop was going to be Lagos, Nigeria.
The arrest team learns early on of Razak's itinerary. He will be flying from Malta to Ghana, to Nigeria, and finally to Sudan. The government of Nigeria has agreed to cooperate, but with growing civil unrest in the country, the situation is unstable and dangerous.
We were quite concerned that the same government that had given us permission to come in and take this man from them would still be in power when we landed and when we left.
We knew when we departed Washington for Nigeria that if we missed him there, we'd never see him again. That was our only hope, is that we could stop him there and get him, because if he was not caught at that moment, if there is even just a couple of hours of difference in the flights, if something happened to our aircraft and we might have been delayed, he'd be gone. He'd be gone.
A short time later, Razak's flight touches down in Lagos. Nigerian authorities detain him. But under pressure from the U.S., Nigerian police hand the hijacker over to the FBI. Omar Razak is finally in U.S. custody.
I've arrested many terrorists and have dealt with a lot of terrorists. But something about Rizak was his commitment. When you're dealing with someone like that, you have to be very, very cautious, because they are willing to die for what they believe in.
On June 21st, 1996, Omar Mohammed Ali Razak stands trial before a jury in United States District Court for the District of Columbia. Anthony Lyons has been asked to testify.
They said, would you be willing to help? And I said, I'll swim over.
The first thing he must do is pick Razak out of a lineup.
That's the first time I'd seen him again, was at the lineup. I saw his face and I thought, right, you're here, you're really here, great, we've got you.
On July 19th, 1996, the jury finds Omar Mohammed Ali Razak guilty of 1 count of air piracy.
Yeah, I was actually in the court the day that the guilty verdict was to be had by Rizak, and it was an amazing feeling, absolutely amazing.
They sentence him to life in prison.
Justice has been served. Rizak is in a maximum security prison. He's in solitary confinement. He comes out on a very limited basis to go into a cell in which he only has a skylight. But when you see the horrible, brutal acts that he committed, I mean, shooting women point blank in the head, being absolutely unremorseful for these crimes, nothing could be better for an animal like that.
Because of the brutal hijacking of Egypt Air 648 and other terrorist attacks like it, the world no longer considers terrorism an act of war, but a crime. Interpol can now bring its vast resources to find and capture terrorists wherever they try to hide.